Good morning, RC Racing fans all over the world. Wherever you're locked into us this morning, we welcome you to RC Racing TV's coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European B Championships. It's a beautiful morning here at Freizedas in Portugal. Very scenic part of southern Portugal, about 2 hours southeast of Porto. This great facility, this great little dirt track here. We're set to host some of the finest up-and-coming Nitro RC races, off-road races in Europe. Now this is if you want the developmental championship, this is the one where the stars of the future overall European championships make their name first. So whoever you see on the winner's roll for this event will likely go on to greater things in the future. This will be the first of many successes. This great track is dusty, has a fairly hard surface from the sunshine, but there is quite a breeze out here this weekend, as we've felt quite keenly up in the commentary box at times. But it should mean that we have an interesting and very varied surface throughout the entire 2 days here. Today's qualifying day, front to back qualifying. You join us in the middle of the third session of round 1 of qualifying. There are 9 sessions total, so your top qualifiers will be out at around just past 10 o'clock local time, which is also 10 o'clock UK time, 10 AM. And we have 4 rounds of qualifying in today, right through to the scheduled conclusion at around 5:30 local time. And then tomorrow, it's racing front to back. 64, 32, 16, 8 and 4th finals, and then the semis. And then several bonus finals, including the plus 40s, the over 40s final, the seniors cup if you will, and the juniors final, and then the grand final. 4:30 tomorrow. By around 5:30 local time tomorrow, you will know the identity of your 2016 EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European champion. And let me just introduce you to the crew up here. It's Adam Johnson on the microphone, James Parry alongside, and Frank McKinney on the camera. It's the team representing RC Racing TV this weekend. And our coverage is presented to you by TKR Graphics. And of course we thank EFRA for having us along as their official media partner, bringing you coverage of this event. So as we get into it, let's have a look at the track as it goes round. Thanks for watching some of the cars now. That first section there, that first corner into the multiple jumps there, the triple jumps, very reminiscent of the track at the Neo actually earlier this year, that first segment. And then there's this very technical middle section there, including the TKR triples that you'll see right over there now. I assume the fastest cars will probably have to triple the entire segment there, not do each jump individually. That's a lot slower, leaves off a lot of speed. Plenty of jumps, plenty of dips, plenty of moments to potentially come unstuck. I like this tabletop at the top here. And then you dip down, and then on to this back straight here where there's 4 jumps in succession. As you can see there, probably the best strategy is to take 2 doubles. Then we come into the tiled hairpin. Look at this. This is very... Well, you thought this track didn't have much grip anyway, being a dirt track. It has even less around there. And I can tell you, even though the weather is great out here, condensation is definitely a thing. And those tiles, I'd imagine first thing in the morning, are fairly slippery. And even at the best of times, at the peak of the afternoon, no matter how dry they are, they're still not going to give much grip whatsoever. So that's going to be an element to watch, and that could be a decisive element of the races as we get into it tomorrow. They just lose all grip as they come around. There's the tabletop at the top end there. And then onto the back straight here. So you kind of double those two there. Here's the tiled hairpin. Here it is. Now look at this. No grip at all. You see them breaking in there. And they just break. And as soon as they hit those tiles, they lose all grip and go into a big forward slide. It's like hitting a patch of sheet ice all of a sudden, which will make it a real challenge for the drivers out here. And especially the fact that that is the penultimate corner on this circuit means that that could potentially be something that decides races later on in the weekend. So that could be a crucial factor going forward. We'll see how it remains to be seen. Plenty of entries out here this weekend. We brought you the opening ceremony last night. Gave you just a sample of the atmosphere and a sample of the competitors out here. A sizable field. Great hospitality, including live marching bands and someone dressed as an eagle, which we are still trying to work out. We will uncover the mystery of that for you across the weekend, if that is the last thing We do. We saw in evidence a big roster of drivers out here this weekend. Not as many that you probably know, not as many big names, but then again, this is not the point of this weekend. This is the B European Championship. This is the one for the up-and-comers. This is the one for the drivers who have not yet broken through to the major international stage to really prove themselves. Some of these guys signing major factory deals or looking to sign major factory deals. This is the place to really prove to a prospective employer or team boss that you are a force to be reckoned with and someone who should be backed with the substantial resources of the world's top RC racing teams in the nitro discipline. Now, sometimes we see the B Championships grouped together with the A Championships. We saw that last year in Izmir, out in Turkey. They had the A and B Championships running together. But out here this weekend, there's no shortage of entries, so they've got their own event. They've got this place to themselves, and they've got everything ready to go to set the stage to prove themselves as the next future stars of nitro off-road buggy racing. These are your standard 1/8 buggies set up. Very similar, in fact, to the cars you probably saw if you saw our coverage of the Neo earlier this year. And undoubtedly, some of those competitors will be out here this weekend, but a lot of those top guns will be at home, potentially watching this with interest, potentially watching our coverage right now. They look to see the next generation of the up-and-coming wave of talent in this realm as we complete round 3 of qualifying. We're going to get timing up very shortly for you. There are a total of 9 rounds of qualifying. And we are into round 4. Well, round 4 will be starting very shortly. And there are 4 rounds of qualifying total, so there's 9 heats per round. We've got plenty of break in the team. Fairly short turnaround, but a decent lunch break at around 12:30 local time, onwards to Q3 at 2 o'clock.
No. Plugged in. Yeah, I need the other end.
So the rounds will continue, and it's your standard EFRA procedure across the 4 rounds. 2 best scores will be taken. Or it might be 3 for this one, considering there are 4 rounds rather than the usual 5, so it might be only 1 drop score for this one. But either way, we'll find out our overnight TQ going into tomorrow's batch of finals. We've seen how big an advantage it is to take that TQ spot, but it does not mean you're a guaranteed lock to win the tournament, not at all. Nothing is ever guaranteed, really, in RC racing, let alone off-road RC racing, where the conditions can be so variable and the competition is so fierce. And that's why we love it. It's super competitive, and it is super entertaining to watch. So just getting the changeover done for the next heat. Round 1 of qualifying running through till just past 10:30 local time. Straight into Q2. And Q3 at 2 o'clock onwards. Through to Q4 commencing at around 3:30 local time.
Can you try and shove it through there?
With your top heats for this round coming from around 10 AM onwards. You're already with us. Great to have you along. It's good to have you in the house, ready for the day's action, which we've got plenty. It's a lovely day out here, actually, it has to be said. This is a very picturesque region of Portugal, I have to say. To be fair, what we've seen of Portugal on this trip has all been very picturesque. It's been a marvellous, marvellous country, and everything has been very scenic, incredibly scenic. Even surrounding the racetrack here, the mountains and distant vistas off to my left, off sort of northwest, if you will, of where the camera's pointing. And as far as the eye can see, there's woodland, there's distant villages and towns. It's a very relaxed atmosphere, I have to say. There's barely anyone on the roads most of the time. Very, very bizarre, going down busy highways and being the only car on the road for about 5 miles at a time. Very, very strange. Mind you, considering we come from a country where the M25 exists, it's not like we're complaining about that. So, it's a sunny but breezy day. It's kind of a typical British spring day, to be honest with you. It's just a little bit warmer. It's not too bad, we don't mind that. We've kind of rigged up some fairly decent wind protection. Hopefully that should prevent much interference on the microphones. as the next heat of qualifying gets underway. They're on their warm-up laps now. They get about 2 minutes of warm-up, and they'll head straight into their 5-minute session. And with only 4 rounds, there is less margin for error here. Not that there's much margin for error to begin with at the top level of qualifying at EFRA events with the 5-round system in play. But with 1 less round, and potentially 1 less drop score to take into account as well, even less margin for error than normal. So if you want to breed the finest high-pressure drivers in this discipline, good way of doing it. There is no margin for error as these early drivers head out there, seeded by practice yesterday. That concluded about an hour before the opening ceremony. So that'll be how they sorted out the practice sessions. And generally the practice sessions give you a good indicator of pace right off the bat, but you do get a few who sometimes start the weekend slow. They start the event slow, they've not got their setup on point, they're not quite there, and as a result they end up down probably lower than where they should be. And sometimes vice versa. Sometimes you get guys who are punching well above their weight to start the weekend. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Sometimes you do see someone who is clearly probably above the level that they've ended up seeded at in practice, just absolutely dominating their qualifying session, but sometimes it can make it difficult. On the one hand, you may think, well, you know what, if you get a good start and you can clear traffic, then your qualifying session is basically massive amounts of time trial from there on out, and you can have a bit of an advantage compared to a more competitive heat. But on the flip side, if you are in a heat with less competitive cars than you, on slower pace, that can affect your pace a lot more. You end up dragged down to their level if you're dealing with a lot of traffic. And passing can be quite difficult, especially in the dirt disciplines where everyone takes kind of a different line every run round. It's not like circuit racing where you can nail down a racing line and hit the same marks every single lap for an entire race. In dirt racing, where the cars move around so much and the grip varies not only in terms of on the track at any one time, but session to session, it will already have changed subtly since we started the action this morning. Then nailing that perfect lap on its own is very difficult, let alone lap after lap after lap. So as this session's just getting underway, we have in this group, we have Alejandro Perez, Mano Corredo, Malin Carlsen, Mattia Schafardon, Francisco Ferreira, Oliver Evans, Joel Suarez, Pascal Jutz, Daniel Favre, Fernando Bueno, Thiago Coelho, and Bruno Costa. 12 car packs for qualifying, as is about the standard. So this will be a good way of indicating how the representative pace is to start off. The breeze just picked up just as things are getting serious. So early lap times on the board then, coming in from Oliver Evans setting the pace early on with a 39.145. And of course, it is all about your best run throughout the session and how many laps you can do in the 5-minute run. So it's not just about that 1 lap speed, you've got to nail it time after time. So there you go, you've got timing up on the screen for you. Thanks a lot, James. And we watch them get underway. Thiago Coelho, the early pace setter, with the best consistency. He's not the fastest over 1 lap, but he's setting the early pace. The laps are taking a little while to complete here. It looks like an early average of around the high 30s, very low 40s to start with. Expect that to decline as the morning goes on, as we are in Group 4 of 9 out of the round 1 of qualifying. So we're about halfway there, and looks like the fastest lap times in this session are around the low 39 mark, high 38s. Best so far is a 38.7 from Alejandro Perez, but conversely he's only in 7th overall due to just lacking that overall pace. He's not been able to back that up with any more. Oliver Evans appears to be the early pace setter, and he is in car 6. Let's see if we can have our first look at the car this morning. Specific one, shall we say. Car 6, it's just heading around the middle of the circuit. It's the white into blue car who will be coming up onto the tabletop any second now. Up onto the tabletop now. There he is at the top of the hill. That's Oliver Evans. He's now onto the back straight on the first of the jumps. There he goes. There's your pace setter for the moment. See how he deals with the tiled hairpin. Look at that. You've just got to be so... You either brake too early and you end up turning in too early and lose time, or you lose it too late. You lock all 4 wheels and end up sliding and losing grip that way. It's such a treacherous corner, that one. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's a great addition. I saw it before last year in Fehring in Austria for the large-scale off-roads. They had a similar corner like that, and that was even more treacherous because early on in that event there was actually rain. So, as if those tiles had any grip anyway, what grip they had was gone. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers deal with that across the weekend. As I say, the best strategy appears to be is he only signals the second pair of jumps. Fairly tentative so far. Watch as he comes into this one. Again, very tentative. Not carrying a lot of speed into that corner at all. I think you've got to be a little bit braver than that going through, but I don't blame guys for being cautious through there. It's one of those corners where sometimes if you're not feeling too confident, it's better to take it safely, lose a little bit of pace, but keep the thing on the island. So Evans is still up there on terms of pace. We've got about a minute of the session to go. See if we can find Malin Carlsen, who is car 3. He is our current pace setter. I think the white and pink car coming up onto the tabletop now. It's car 3. Just coming down the hill and then round onto the back straight. There he is. And he's not done a good job of that. As I say, I think the best strategy for the back straight is to really take them as 2 doubles. Double the first 2 jumps and then double the second pair, because if you try and go too far, then it just ends up going horribly wrong, really. And if you end up singling them out, then you just lose a ton of time, really. Now, Malin Carlsen was who we were talking about yesterday in the case of deliberate, intentional mistaken identity, who was too young. Hang on. James, I just wanted to clarify something for me. Malin Carlsen, who was the girl who couldn't drive for one nation, had to represent another.
Yeah, she's from Norway, but there's a weird Norwegian law that RC racing is classed as motorsport, and you can't do motorsport when you're under 16. So she races under different countries.
There you go.
And up to this point, we've seen a race for Sweden and was it Slovakia today for X-Ray? There you go.
It was indeed Slovakia. So like she races under, got a lot of speed to represent them. As we come to the end of Heat 4, round 1 of group qualifying. And indeed, it looks like Carlsen is going to take out this heat, with Joao Soares, Fernando Bueno and Tiago Coelho the top 4. As you have the last finishers coming through now. There's the pit lane area. It's really of vital importance come the final. Shouldn't be expecting much in the way of pit stops in the lower finals too much, although at 20 minutes there is potential for pit stops. In the 45-minute main final, definitely, we saw upwards of 4 stops in the Neo for their final, but consider they were running at a ferocious pace, probably a step above what we'll see out here today. So we have Heat 5 on the screen for you. I'll run down the full names for you. We have Vincent Felipe, David Benito, Hampus Berg, that's a name I recognise, Pierre Rabulin, Carlos Fonseca, Miguel Izquierdo, Andre Guerrero, Francois Nuroni, Nicola Nanis, Aldebarros, Stefan Mateo, and Pedro Gomez. So I told you there'd be a few familiar names you'll have seen from past events. Ones who are just trying to break through that upper stealing and really establish themselves in the top echelons of RC buggy racing. So we've seen some of these at the Neo, some of these in other off-road events across the summer, across last summer, and across this as well. Sun is out, it's a clear blue sky. Oh no, it's clouding over to the west. Yeah, there's loads of cloud. It's not, it's just small specks of fluffy cloud, like sort of bits of cotton wool floating through the air really. Not much, but it is a really gorgeous day in a very gorgeous part of the world, I have to say. Portugal, you're really spoiling us for views out here. And local trivia, I have to say. It's been fascinating as we bring you all the coverage of the other European Championship happening this weekend. We know the football got off to a flying start last night for the hosts. And there'll be more teams in action today. There'll be plenty of teams in action out here on this track. And we thank you for joining us here on the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Hope you stick around, because today will be a good one. Tomorrow, be even better. So just on the countdown to unleash Heat 5 out onto track. A lot of revving of engines in the pit lane. Restless revving of engines. Here we go. Now they're unleashed. And they get 3 minutes of warm-up. I thought it was 2. And they do get 3 minutes of warm-up per group, just to get a feel for the track, which, as I explained earlier, will change throughout the day and session by session, because obviously loose material, loose gravel on the top of the surface will be wiped away, will be swept to the side or pushed around by cars in front, and slowly a surface and a sort of vague racing line will be rubbered in. It won't be as specific as potentially the racing lines on tarmac tracks, of course, but where most cars are sticking to an approximate racing line, you'll get the track will sort of rubber in. I'm expecting with the sun beating down, we might see some cracks in the very dry race surface. So all of these are things to consider. It may well be that certain guys come alive at certain parts of the day, but really, if you want to win one of these tournaments and win one of these events, you have to be good at keeping up with the racetrack. We hear that a lot in full-scale racing, and you may think with the shorter nature of the heats in these RC races, there's not such an issue, but in terms of session by session, that's where it really comes into play. The ability to second-guess what the track's doing, analyse how it changes throughout the day, how the temperature and effect of more cars being on the track transforms the track condition and how to set up accordingly for it. And that's one of the most important things that drivers will learn out here this weekend. It's one of those things that you can't really, you have to get out there and learn. It's a process of trial and error, and it's a process of experience. You can have a fast car, you can be a fast driver, and there's little things like that will separate the top guys from the not quite there yet guys who are aiming to hit that level. So we've got about a minute to go in the warm-up for this one. Now keep in mind, for those keeping score, that the best kind of laps in the last session were about high 38s or so, but that was more of one-off fast lap. I expect in pretty short order high 38s, maybe low 38s to become the norm and what drivers are putting in lap after lap after lap. So we'll see in about 30 seconds time if that's correct, as we are live and commence our coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships. We're live on RC Racing TV, and we are presented by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, which we are the official media partner of. It's a pleasure to be here. Such a picturesque day in southern Portugal. Session gets underway. And we have cars looking to get the best start. And let's see if we can pick a car up right off the bat. Let's have a look for Hampersburg in car 3. James is motioning to me about car 0. Helder Barros. Look at him. And he's picked up Barros right now. He comes to the tile hairpin. Again, quite cautious. I think a lot of people are losing speed coming into the tile hairpin by not doubling the jumps beforehand. I think the best drivers will look to double those initial jumps and then immediately get on the brakes to try and bleed off speed and try and slide through the tile hairpin with some sort of semblance of order. Easier said than done, of course. So there's Barros' car. Helder Barros. An all sort of orange car. A terracotta coloured car, I'd say. So instead to camouflage to the track, it's not that far off. I guess the massive black wing kind of gives it away. But again, look, they're not quite getting the run through those double jumps, are they, just so far? So I think that'll be where you'll see a lot more of the pace coming as the weekend goes on. And that's where you look, you can't treat these jumps as kind of individuals. You've got to look for, if they come in quick succession, you've got to be able to take multiple ones at a time. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3 at a time. There are the TKR triples in the middle of the track, just the upper left of shot. And indeed, there's a triple right down in front of us. There's 2 TXR triples right in front of us. I think the top guys have got to be looking to do that one in one go. Not each jump individually, not even doubling. Doubling will probably lose them more time because you'll hit the incline going up for the third jump and it'll lose all semblance of stability. So you'll be looking ideally to blast over all 3 of them at once. That's what you're really looking for there. And on the back straight where the doubles are situated, you'll be really looking for guys to nail 2 jumps consecutively at a time. So you take them as 2 doubles, really. That'll be the best way to treat them, best way to regard them. The session's about halfway through. Early pace setter is Hampersberg, who is predicted he's in car 3. So let's see if we can pick up car 3. Good thing about it being a bright and sunshiny day, that should make car identification just a little bit easier. We've also got a great spot to check out the cars. Frank has found him. Yep, got him. Flew into green car, heading over the TXR Triples A. You see, he did the first one. And that's interesting. The first one looks actually a lot flatter than the second 2. So that might negate my theory of trying to take all 3 of them at once. And also, you've not got much speed coming through the preceding corner. So a lot of those guys are taking the first one without really getting airborne and then hitting the second one and doubling those second and third jumps. There you go, double 1, double 2. There you go. That's exactly how you do that back straight. Just coming around the tile hairpin there. And there's a lap of the track out here at Figueiredo in Portugal. Into that first turn, as I say, very reminiscent of the berm at the first turn at the Neo circuit this year, which caught a lot of drivers out. And the starts of these races will be wild. We saw that in the Neos. That first corner is sure to catch people out as they all charge down to the first corner. Qualifying less so because they get spaced out in the warm-up and go. They try and find some separation before they get going. So, obviously they don't get held up in any traffic. So, but in the races tomorrow, we'll definitely see that a lot more. That'll be a significant effect on the races. The sun is just arcing into our crow's nest position here. Right in the eye of the, not in the eye of the storm, because there's not a cloud in the sky. So, this session will come to a close in about 20 seconds. Berg's still setting a very good pace. We're following on the camera right now. He's setting a lightning quick pace, in fact. Very good stuff. My prediction of 38-second laps becoming the norm, rather than anything exceptional, certainly coming to fruition, although some guys still on top of proceeding. Consistency is the buzzword, and the thing that people will be searching for the most, and it's often the most difficult thing to find out here, but we saw at the top end of the Neos, with the world's best drivers in this discipline, how to deliver pace lap after lap after lap and barely put a foot wrong. Something almost impossible, you think, in this discipline. This heat is coming to a close. There we go. concluding right in front of us. With the lap time seemingly dropping off at the end there by the look of it. 38's not quite the norm yet, but they are for Hampersberg, who we've been following. He's been the class of this field coming through, so it might be a case. He's one of those drivers that I was talking about earlier, who really probably should be in a higher up heat than the one he's found himself in, and he's looking to make amends and deliver a lot more pace. And if he can get out in front on the start of these events and really shoot out there, then he should be in a good position to qualify, or to move up through the ranks in terms of qualifying. As far as I know, I don't think there is any reseeding during qualifying. The groups they're in are the groups they're in for the qualifying stage. So Berg will be pretty happy with that, if he can keep that sort of pace going. Final order of this heat is Berg on an 8 laps on a 5 minute 17. Just got 4 seconds up the road from Pierre Rabulin. And then Nicolas Lanis, David Benito, Stefan Matteo, Francois Nuroni, Miguel Izquierdo, Vincent Philippe, Helder Barros, Pedro Gomez, Andre Guerrero and Carlos Fonseca complete the stint. Fonseca only managing 4 laps in the end. I imagine that was some sort of technical issue. Probably delayed him to the start. And that's what caused that stall out in the end, as we get ready for Group 6. Their names are just popped up on the screen for you. We'll get the full name lineups on the screen for you soon.
Stand up so you can... Nick wants to see the kit, so we may as well put it on the thing.
So getting ready for Heat 6. It's time for the next round of qualifying. It's time to introduce ourselves to the team up here and how it looks up here in the Crow's Nest. It's a fabulous location. As you can see, we're right next to the cam, to the main cam as we're going on. We have a nice new attire for this weekend as well. We are the official EFRA media partner. And our coverage presented by TKR Graphics. We've also assisted with our shirts as well. Have a look from the back. We're doing a good job modelling this, Frank. I'm rocking. He gives me a thumbs up. I think that was just pity, to be honest with you. But we do have a great position up here. It's a little bit breezy, but otherwise, there really couldn't be a better position to cover the action out here this weekend. We have a great view of the track, as you can see from Frank's camera position. And really, it's a case of these guys going through, this first round being about hitting the ground running, and this first round being about finding out how the setups can evolve and where they are to start with, because they should have got a good idea from practice yesterday. If guys aren't there yet, or if things have changed overnight, which they shouldn't have done, the conditions are fairly consistent. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out as the heats go on, and we are about ready to get underway for Heat 6 of qualifying. James just returned to the Crow's Nest on point. And our coverage presented to you on RC Racing TV for the entire weekend by TKR Graphics. So we also thank them for their assistance with these stylish new attire we have and the gear we have for this weekend. Our coverage also presented by EFRA, who we are the official media partner of. So warm-up is underway for Heat 6. 1 minute before this next heat gets underway. We'll continue to observe how the lap times decline. At least we assume they will. I doubt we'll see any surprises in that department, really. Fans already in the grandstand off. You just see it at the top of the screen there. Top sort of left of the screen, just behind the tabletop. The grandstand area for fans. That should be pretty much full already, probably by about this time tomorrow, let alone for the finals in the mid to late afternoon. So this next session is underway. And this session includes following drivers. They have another 12 up. We've got Angel Trillo, Borja Rodriguez, we've got Kuna, Milan Dragislovic, another man who I recognise from the Neo lineup, Pedro Sousa, Alberto Peleas, Graham Miller, Steve Shakespeare, Barry Garcia Caldueno, and Nuno Ferreira are your lineup. Alejandro Gual and Ricardo Abreu are also in that lineup. And it's also showing me, helpfully, on the screen who's in each category in terms of juniors and in terms of the seniors, shall we say. Let's not have the same debacle we had at the Neo where we were discussing just what qualifies as a senior. So as this heat's underway, we just getting up some extra angles and perspectives out on the track for you. We'll go through the morning as we're heading up towards the top heats very soon. Early on in the session, we're already seeing lap times dipping into the low 37s, but it appears they can't keep that going. A lot of them, their second laps are back up into the 39s. It's no good doing a really quick lap to start off with, and then the rest are just back to mediocre again. Or not as fast as the first one. Kind of defeats the object of this qualifying format, really. But early on, Milan Dragislovic showing decent pace. Cunning loosely early on. That's better. Right, we've just adjusted my display here so you see estimated lap times, or the forecast they call it, for potentially the amount of laps completed and what time they'll do it in. So far 8 laps have been the standard. Dragislovic right now is on an 8-lapper in a 5 minute 8.2. So with 8 seconds still off from a potential sub 5 minutes for 8 laps, therefore bringing up a 9-lap run, I really do think that's going to be, if anyone can nail that, then they instantly go favourite for the weekend on terms of raw speed. But at the moment I don't really see anyone with the ability to do that, or the ability to hit that sort of pace. I mean, I invite them all to prove me wrong. Milan, if you're listening, you're probably not. Prove me wrong, go for it. But right now he is still forecast on a 5-minute 8.1 for 8 laps. So, and he's still comfortably 4 seconds up on Borja Rodriguez. Yeah, still well up there. So, you hit the... these sessions are going by very quickly, I've got to say. Breezing through here in the high mid-morning sun. It's basically right above us right now. It's playing all sorts of havoc with the screens, but it's very pleasant nonetheless. It's a gorgeous day here. So I say, there's not a cloud in the sky. We're in a very scenic, picturesque, hilly, mountainous part of the world. And what a great setting for a racetrack. What a great setting for an RC racing venue. A great setting for an RC racing tournament, really. As we tick down into the final few seconds of this session, looks like Borja Rodriguez might have actually pulled ahead of Dragoslovic. I think Dragoslovic made a late mistake in that session, which he'll be disappointed with. They'll come around to complete their laps now. We'll hear the buzzer. Rodriguez and Dragoslovic conclude their laps. And it was actually Dragoslovic in the end who won that one out. He beat Rodriguez back to the stripe on the final lap. Finishes on a 5:09.6 versus a 5:11.2 for Rodriguez. Ricardo Abreu, I'm assuming no relation to the NASCAR Truck Series driver Rico Abreu. He finishes third for that one with a 5-minute 16.0. Match is knocked down by Pedro Sousa at the last. Alberto Peleas. I'm wondering if that's any... It might be the same Alberto Peleas Gomez that we saw at the Neo. And Alberto Peleas concludes the top 5 then. Only one more to finish. That'll be Steve Shakespeare, but he didn't even get out for a lap in the end, so that looks to be pretty inconclusive in the end. I hope to see something from him coming up soon. And on the air, 45 minutes already. How time flies when you're in a gorgeous country and you're surrounded by RC racing. I hope you're enjoying our coverage so far. We hope you're enjoying good weather wherever you are. If you're not, you can just sit inside and watch it. And sit outside. If you're enjoying gorgeous weather, you can sit outside and watch it on your laptop or tablet device, mobile device. Or if you're not, you sit inside in the nice, pleasant, not miserable conditions and watch us on your PC. So anyway, we've got you covered. As you get ready for heat 7 of 9. Round 1 of qualifying, really charging through quite quickly. And we have 4 rounds of it today, scheduled to go through to around about 5:30, 5:45 local time here. Should also have a little something for you during or after the lunch break to give you a sense of the atmosphere at this event. It's quite nice in a way because of it being a big European Championship. It really does feel there's slightly less of the intensity, the kind of manic intensity that you get at the top level events, but still a lot of dedication, still a lot of people here who are desperate to compete, desperate to win. As I say, desperate to establish themselves at the top scene, at the top table of RC racing in Europe and the world and beyond, of course. Of course, the Neo, we saw not just the best in Europe, but the best in the world. So as you like to see Jared Thibault, your David Ronefalks, and so forth, and your Ryan Cavalieri's. Across Europe and across the world, there's a fine selection of Nitro off-road racers. And the field out here are looking to graduate to that class. And there are definitely some more names I recognise from the Neo lineup. Lineup for Heat 7 then. Yale Zurfler, Anthony Demarias, Reese Hurd, Gabriel Magalhaes, Jeffrey Halsema, Fernando Almeida, Pablo Ortuño, Frederick Keiderberg, Joao Rodriguez, Sami Fevre, Oscar Ingren, and Pablo Landaburu are your 12 for Heat 7 of 9. So we're up into the top tiers of pace here, and as I say, if the last session was any indicator, it seems rather unlikely that we'll get a 9-lap run in these sessions. But there could be a huge jump in pace going up through the next few groups. So it just looks to me that at the moment there's certain areas where drivers could squeeze a bit more pace out. We haven't really seen the real limits of this track pushed just yet. But as we head on up the order, then certainly the guys who are just maybe being a little bit picky with a couple of the jumps, not doubling them, not doing them quite as much, they'll realise that that's the only way to get the best pace out here, and they'll really start pushing the boundaries and pushing the limits of what they can do and what their cars can do. And it's interesting, there is a lot of loose gravel on the surface, kicking up big dust clouds, but generally as the day goes on, that'll be sort of swept away off the racing line by the cars. They'll kind of move away and clear a line. There's a mild bit sweeping in between sessions. Say that quietly, I don't want to set off Nick on another round of reality TV show concepts, but they will shuffle around the dirt and the loose gravel on the surface of the track to try and level it and try and sort of establish a baseline. But as I've said already, there appears to be a van at the very top of shot. Can you see it there at the top of shot on the main road going past here, going about 5 miles an hour? Now that's basically a busy A road that we've got there. So I'm not entirely sure what's going. Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. From that perspective, that looked like that was about to end in tears. I thought we were about to witness a road traffic accident on the stream. But the slow-moving van continues on his sedate way, as does everyone else involved there. And we go back from full-scale road cars to 1/8 scale high-speed nitro buggies. Which, I mean, they're going to be battering into each other quite a lot, but then they're kind of built to do that. They're built to batter into each other, batter into the floor off of jumps, and kind of absorb everything that can be thrown at them, really. It just caught my eye at the top of the shot. The van just kind of trundling along at a very sedate pace, and from our perspective here, it was hard to tell how wide the road was, so... And the car just pulled out to overtake. I didn't know what was going on, but... Fortunately, all is well. All is very well. We have sunshine, we have race cars. If you want more than that, then you're just being fussy, really. It's Heat 7. Gets underway. The old Zurfler will lead them away. As I say, what we're really looking for here, what we are really trying to find in terms of pace, is that elusive 9-lap run. Is it possible? Will anyone in this group be able to do it? We'll get some good indicators right off the bat. I think you'd have to be a good second or so up on what we've already seen. So my initial answer would be unlikely. Yeah, especially when them first laps coming in at around the 39-second mark. It's not great, although, let's see here, we've got a 38.5 for Gabriel Magalhaes. So, but otherwise it doesn't look like the raw lap speed is there to do such a searingly fast run. It doesn't look like it's there, really. Again, I'm almost talking like I'm being confident of not being proven wrong, only for someone to come along and jinx me. I'm almost hoping that's the case. I want to see a 9-lap run, see whether it's possible. But right now, the current guys in this heat just don't look like they have the raw lap speed to do so. Still about 8 to 10 seconds off, so trying to do some maths here, which I'm not very good at. You may hear the gears grinding and the cogs whirring in my brain right now, trying to work this out. Just how much quicker they'll have to go, how much they'll have to shave off a lap to try and make a 9-lap run possible. I'm starting to think it's not possible with the pace they're running. But we remain to be seen. Remember, this is heat 7 of 9 in the first round of qualifying, so we've still got the top 2 heats to go. So we have plenty of guys who could still really set the bar higher than ever. As I say, I think if you're in that sort of bracket of being able to nail down a 9-lap run around this joint, then I'm going to put you as one of the favourites. Because, as we've seen already, there's just not much out there. There's not anyone who's getting close to that level. Perhaps none at all. And if you manage to get into that bracket, then you're going to be a step above a good 70 to 80% of the field here on early reflection. João Rodrigues is setting some good laps early on. He's in the 37.4s. And his forecast is 8 laps at a 5:05. So that's okay. We're getting there. I think the best in the last session was a 5:09 for 8 laps. So down to a 5:05. Still 5 seconds off though. I think really, if you want to be in that bracket to try and get a 9-lap run, I think you've got to be down as low as the 36s. So it's going to be incredibly difficult. But not impossible. I remain optimistic such a run is possible. In fact, João Rodrigues is getting close to it, you know. He's now down to a predicted 5-minute 3.8 for 8 laps. So he's nailing some really good laps up there. He's car 9. The pink and yellow, or the yellow into pink car with the white wing. It should be in the sort of centre shot. He's just going up round the hairpin, through the 90-degree left, up over the tabletop now. So it's just at the top of your shot there. And he's the car coming around onto the back straight now. So he's setting a very, very good pace early doors. Now I hope I don't jinx him. This is where I hope the commentator's jinx turns off. I've never heard of a commentary jinx being a thing that you can turn off. I think if it was a thing, Murray Walker would have switched that thing off many, many years ago. Far earlier into his commentary career. Although, secretly, I wonder if he did enjoy screwing around with people. There's a guy I know in a motorsport Facebook group I'm talking quite a bit, who we have actually worked out is a jinx. Literally, whoever he predicts to win a race will crash or blow up or have something go wrong. Have a bad last pit stop. It will just happen. So Rodrigues is really hoping that guy is not watching right now and predicting him to get a 9-lap run here. It has blown out again. It was a 39.4 that time, so it's up to a 5:05 projected run. I don't think we'll quite get it this time, but João Rodrigues showing some good form in this one, I've got to say. Everyone, well, the top guys, by that I mean Rodrigues, Zurfleur, Otenyo, a few others, are certainly in the bracket for, they're in the 37-second bracket, comfortably running that sort of lap time. So it's there, the pace is there, it's just stringing it out across an entire session. I think if you can nail down somewhere in the very, very high 36s and do that time after time after time, then you might win with a chance. But yeah, I make that sound very easy, don't I? Between you and me, it's not. It's really not. So the session comes to a close, and João Rodrigues, unsurprisingly, schooled them in that one. He really did have a significant amount of pace above everyone. Zurfleur is now finishing himself, but he is far back. Rodrigues in the end finishing on a 5-minute 5.7 for 8 laps, which is easily the best 8-lap run we've seen so far. Comfortably puts him top, I think, of the existing standings. Everyone else not quite there. Zurfleur in the end finishing 11 seconds back on a 5-minute 16.7. I'll say these guys have still got 3 rounds of qualifying still to go, but there's not really much margin for error anyway in these qualifying sessions. You know, the whole dropped scores thing is a bit of a crutch, and it's something that the top guys shouldn't have to rely on. We've seen guys just crush qualifying before and not need them. Like literally get to a point where it doesn't matter if they drop any scores because they're all perfect. But we haven't had any Peter Perfect so far. We have plenty of time to potentially find one. We're coming up on heat 8 of 9. First round of qualifying, rattling through pretty quickly here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented to you this entire weekend by CKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are the official media partner. It says so on our shirts. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Get involved with the RC Racing TV community in the various ways you can. Interact with us on the chat. I'll try and get the chat comments up in a little bit so we can get a little bit of interaction going. Maybe you guys have got a favourite driver you want to see out there on the track. We see that quite a bit. We had V8 Supercar driver Shane van Gisbergen asking to have a look at how his mate was doing at the Neo. That's quite an interesting moment. Van Gisbergen, a noted RC racer and enthusiast himself, he's one of those guys that literally can't go a weekend without driving something very fast. As if his V8 Supercar, as his main job, was not fast enough. He drives a GT3 McLaren. Sometimes they think a powerboat. And if none of that, he does a drift car as well. Natch. And when he doesn't have any full-scale cars to play with, he has his RC car. I think he is a nitro buggy runner, which is unsurprising given how you see how he drives full-scale cars. Even if he's on tarmac, he still drives them like he's off-road. Guy clearly was a big enthusiast of Colin McRae growing up. That's how he drives pretty much everything. But if you want to see your favourite drivers, we will see if we can get the chat window up, and so we can have a look for your comments. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know what your thoughts on the tournament so far. I want to hear if you think a 9-lap run will be possible, because of course we're coming up to the top heat, so we may get our answer very soon, but we may not. And I remember back at the Neo there was the question of that mythical, because a 10-lap run was potentially on the cards, and we wondered all along whether it was possible. And in the end, I think it was in the very last session it was finally done. Might have been over in an electric buggy actually, that it was finally achieved. So we'll see here. Even if these two heats don't do it right away, they'll still have 3 more runs of qualifying to do. 3 more attempts at it. Just so I look off to my right, one of the guys over in the cleaning bay, the washing bay, just to clean up the cars, get all the grit off them after each run. He's actually wearing a Neo 16 hoodie. That takes me back. Takes me back to a weekend where after 4 days, I couldn't hear myself think. Actually, no, that's a lie. It was after 4 minutes. Because these cars make a real racket, but obviously out here it's negated a lot by it being outdoors. The sound dissipates. At the Neo, something inside a massive metal drum. So I'm grateful for multiple reasons as to why we're outdoors. Just enjoying the sedate pace of some of the cars out here. The full-scale cars, I should say, out on the main road. Just kind of doing what they need to do. Thinking about their day. If they're that relaxed, they should come and join us here. Come watch the RC racing with us. Grandstand is nicely filling up. We've got warm-up underway for Heat 8 of 9. Is that 9-lap run possible? Is it? Is it? I think it is. What do you reckon? Do you think it's possible? Or do you think I'm talking complete nonsense? You may be thinking that anyway, regardless if you think a 9-lap run is possible. 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat 8 is underway. Not be dramatic for this early in the morning, but even so, your lineup for this one then, Heat 8 of 9. Your penultimate heat then, Juan Carlos Cañas, Thiago Aguiar, Nuno Rebelo, Alessandro Romia, Romain Volta, Manuel Iniesta, Alberto Ruiz, Bradley Baird, Elliot Marcon, Alvaro Mordones, Baptiste Debreu, and Ruben Barranco. There's the penultimate 12. We'll head out on the circuit. And we'll start to get a fairly good indicator of their pace. Oh, 37.0 straight out of the gate from Juan Carlos Cañas. And that's only his first lap, but he's already forecast a 9. We've got 2 9-lap runs forecast. Cañas and Alessandro Romia with a 37.3 to start off. So, my prediction then of needing laps down in the high 36s may well be off here. If these guys can keep that pace going. We've got 3 guys in that case. Oh, but Manuel Iniesta straight in there with a 36.567. Yeah, we've got 5 excuse me, we've got 5 guys on a predicted 9-lap run at the moment. Although 2 of those just faded out of contention. Cañas and Baird, not quite there. But the lap time's tumbling. These guys are a lot closer, I have to say. They're a lot closer. I think we're about to get our answer in very short order as to whether that 9-lap run is possible. I think not only will it be possible, I think it'll be a minimum if you want to get into that top group and be in contention for TQ, I should say. Manuel Iniesta, right now on a 5:32.2 for 9 laps. Romain Volta is also predicted there. There's only 2 right now. Makes for very interesting reading. Very interesting viewing. To see how the pace goes and compares throughout the day. Manuel Iniesta still on that 9-lap run. As is Thiago Aguiar. Both of them right down in the low 37s, high 36s. This is great pace. This is a big step up from what we've seen already. A lot of the guys still on the pace we've seen already. Juan Carlos Cañas still showing up now. But he's not predicted. He's on a 5:01.3 for 8 laps. So he's close. Close to a 9-lap run. He's not far off at all. And he'll have 3 more attempts to get it should he not here. But I really do think now we're seeing that such lap times are possible. Lap after lap. That's the most important thing. The consistency is there lap after lap. I think we are now seeing that that will not only be possible, but really what's needed to get into that TQ bracket. Still Iniesta and Aguiar on for that 9-lap run. Although Iniesta is now the only one. Aguiar now up to an 8-lap run. Down to an 8, I should say. Is anyone going to make it? It's going to be close. The way Iniesta's going, it could be. Iniesta's still there. He's still nailing those 37.4s. He's averaging 37.2 lap times right now. That's so good. That's really strong. And really potent stuff. So I think we're seeing this in the penultimate session. And I think we've got every chance of seeing it in the top heat. Of which we'll see in about a minute or so's time. Iniesta continues on. He's still there. Still there. Another 37.4. He's predicted to do 9 laps in 5 minutes 36.1. Where is the number 6 car out on track? Let's have a look for him. Clock ticks down. Where's Iniesta? Where is he at? He's got to be close. He's got to be close. Iniesta still on 36.8 now. Sensational speed. I can see him right down. He's right in the middle of your screen. Going over the triple through the first hairpin and then back on himself, the reverse S, if you will. He's the white into orange car with the yellow wheels and white wing. And he's setting a sensational pace. He's very, very close. I think he will only get 8 laps in the end. It's a shame. And Iniesta is just on a tear. Really, really good lap times been put in. Iniesta is showing us on an 8-lap run, but his name's not gone blue, which normally signifies that the run is done. So I think he will be getting in his 9th lap here. So remember, the 5 minutes for each drive begins as soon as they start their first lap, not when the overall time does. So I think Manuel Iniesta is going to become the first guy out here this weekend that we're going to see in the 9 laps in 5 minutes club. Some seriously quick laps in there. There he is. Your first 9-lap run of the weekend. Great to see, and a great effort. And I think that is going to put him firmly in contention for the TQ spots if he can keep that pace up. And of course, we still have our final heat to go. Our very, very top heat. And I do expect that if 9 laps was the absolute limit there in Group 8, then Group 9 will see 9 laps really be the goal. The end goal and the end target. So your drivers for Group 9, then this is your top seeding. Gonzalo Melo, Alejandro Daras, Tomás Musso, João Lopez, Zacharias Villalba, Guilherme Herbert, Christian Villar, Vincent Mertens, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, Felix Koegler, Michael Todd, and Kevin Michadet is your top seeded group. Group 9. And your final heat for qualifying round 1 of 4. 3 rounds still to go. And by about 5:30 today, we will know the identity of our TQ for the 2016 European Nitro Buggy B Championships. And all the coverage in between then, now and then, and of course through tomorrow's finals, will be presented to you live on RC Racing TV in association with TKR Graphics and EFRA, who we thank for having us along as their official media partner. Cars now out on track, then they'll have their warm-up underway. James very kindly brings back some refreshments for us. Very important on a day like today. Food's going to be extra important. That's where Frank's going to come into play. Frank, the master scavenger. He sort of hunts food in nooks and crannies, in small crevices, and more commonly at the food table. Makes the most sense, really. You also have plenty of bottles of water. Cans of fizzy drink around here as well. What you're getting, ladies and gentlemen, is a very in-depth insight into how RC Racing TV crew provides you with such a great coverage that they do. It's a lot of lack of sleep, and it's a lot of drinks, a lot of water, pretty much. Breeze just picking up a little bit again. You might be hearing it a little bit on the microphone. That's okay. Once I actually don't mind. I'm never a big fan of windy weather, to be honest with you, because I just feel like it ruins nice days and just makes poor weather days even worse. But to be honest with you, I am definitely a big fan of the breeze we are getting here today. Things just about cool enough. And the sun really is beating down on our crow's rest right now. It's coming up to about its highest point in the sky, so dead above us. But the breeze is rather helping to take the edge off it just a little bit. On a gorgeous, gorgeous day in Portugal. Frank is just repeating one of the Portuguese phrases we've managed to pick up on this trip. Obrigado. Thank you. I've got that. I've got good morning. I've got how much for that tea. That's about it. That's about as much as I've needed so far. Lessons in conversational Portuguese by me. But I have to say, the Portuguese people so far, everyone here at this event, hospitality has been top class. It's been a country I've enjoyed very much so far, as have my cohorts here on the team. More importantly, let's find out if our top heat of qualifiers are enjoying this country as much as we are, as they get underway for their first qualifying heat of the day. They'll have 4 of these to get through, and this is the first one. And this will be a great indicator of the pace we can expect at the very top end, and where guys in the lower heats should really be expecting to be at. If you're not hitting these levels, then you're not really going to have much of a chance of going through. You're going to have your chance, obviously, of doing the bump ups. We've seen double and triple bump ups before. Straight out of the gate, a couple of 38s coming in. And so in the last heat, you really need 37s or better, really. So we have our first 9-lapper in the books. Can anyone here match that? Oh, 36.968 straight on the board by Guilherme Hebert. That's a great way of laying down an early marker. But can he keep that up, though? That's the question. No one else is on an 8-lap run here so far. And obviously, if guys pick up the pace, then they could drag themselves up there. Kevin Michadet is not far off. Nuno Casal Ribeiro. It's just 9-lap runs, man. They're going to be very difficult this weekend. They are possible. We've seen one. They're not like the Loch Ness Monster, something often talked about but never seen, or rarely seen. But it's just a case of whether these guys can actually get the times down on the board. So I really think if you're in contention for a 9-lap run in a qualifying session, you've got the pace to go for TQ. Right now, there's only one car in this session that is predicted a 9-lap run, and that is Guilherme Hebert, who's averaging low 37 lap times, 37.1s, so he's very close in that respect. And I tell you what, these qualifying sessions are flying through here. So that was me thinking that the event was, or saying that the event had a more of a relaxed feel to it. It doesn't feel like it by the strength of the on-track action. Gonçalo Melo up there now, though. And he's on a 9-lap run as well, so we could have 2 more here in the illustrious I did 9 laps faster than everyone else club. Or I was able to do 9 laps full stop before time ran out. It's not the punchiest name for a group in the world, but it works. Also, it's fascinating how literally just in the space of our desk here in the crow's nest. The sun is beating down on me and a lot of gear, but anything that's just in the shade, which is just right in front of me basically, the shaded area, just so cool, mainly because they're still getting the breeze, but not the sunshine beating down upon it. So it will change as the day goes on. It's kind of coming right above us now. Have a look at the timing screens. Down to just the one. That's Gonzalo Melo, who is on a 9-lap run now. Melo and Joao Lopez now has worked his way up into position for a 9-lap run with some searingly quick laps, 36.8 laps. The average for him now. So he's running some seriously strong laps. But right now it's changing almost lap by lap as to who could get that elusive line-lap run. But it looks like Melo and Lopez are your two who are in the best position to do so. So you have about 45 seconds to go in the session. Melo and Lopez leading comfortably. Now, remember that the final 9-lap run that we got in the previous session was around a 5-minute 35. That's about where these two are at. Melo and Lopez are predicted to finish at around a 5:35 and a 5:37 for 9 laps. And everyone else still in the 8s. So, I tell you what, really, if you're nailing that 9-lap run in qualifying, you have to go favourite in terms of raw pace. You are right up there in contention for TQ. You're right up there in contention for race pace altogether, really. Nothing is ever certain. Well, Gonzalo Melo is predicted to do 9 laps in 5-minute 34.5, which would be our fastest run so far of the morning and the fastest run of the first round of qualifying. Michele, Casal Ribeiro, Duras, they're all finishing on 8-lap runs. Those were guys that looked like they could do it early on. Were not able to. Consistency really a massive factor. Let's see if Melo and Lopez's names go white as they come through. Yes, Melo's name has not turned blue on the timing screen, which means that their run is complete. But he's on 8 laps, so he goes through. Joao Lopez, same thing. So we have 2 more guys to add to the 9 laps in 5 minutes or so club. I have to come up with a catchier name for that. But let's see what they can do. Let's see how they can complete their runs. Both of them on a very, very good pace. But really, they plus Iniesta in the previous heat have really split themselves apart as guys who can put themselves in top contention for TQ honours. Melo finishes with a 5-minute 33.3 for 9 laps. That's our fastest of the morning. Joao Lopez with a 5-minute 36.1, which is our 3rd fastest of the morning. Everyone else on 8 laps. So some really, really impressive times being clocked near the end there. Standard going up, considering earlier on in the session I was speculating if a 9-lap run was even possible. By the end we were proven right, but just, only just. And I wonder if more guys will be able to hit that target throughout the morning. I wonder if more guys coming through as the second round of qualifying commences in about a few minutes' time, actually. We go straight into Q2. The main gap occurs between Q2 and Q3. That's where we have a fairly decent lunch break of about an hour and a half. Hopefully we'll be able to get you some stuff sort of around the grounds, around the venue here. Some additional content for you because we like you. We love you that much. We want to spoil you with RC Racing goodness. The qualifying running through today. We have completed round 1 of 4. And we have 3 early pace setters. Joao Lopez, Joao Carancao, and Iniesta. And I wonder if those guys might be home guys, using a little bit of home knowledge, home advantage here. I say home advantage more in terms of this is your home race circuit, this is where you race week to week. You're going to know the place pretty much better than everyone, but a lot of the time we see at the top level that experience overall in racing. Knowledge of setup, car speed, driver speed is often enough to trump home advantage. We saw that for the large part. For the most part of the Neos, Elliott Boots really put in a great run at the Neo. The guys like Thibaut, Cavalieri, Ronnie Falk, etc. They stormed the joint, and her level of competition was just incredible. So I'll just use this moment to let you know as well that we will be bringing you additional setup here for the weekend on RC Racing TV. Frank and James hitting various things with spanners, I think. Now they are setting up so we can have additional angles of the action. Also setting up so we can have our roam later on. All sorts of other good things here. We want best quality coverage we can give you, because we are the official media partner of EFRA, and we thank them for having us along for this event and all their events this summer, which have a packed schedule. We also thank TKR Graphics, helping us present this great coverage here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships. Looking to find the stars of tomorrow, the stars of the next European A Championships, if you will. Warm-up still underway for the first heat of Q2. And we have 9 heats per round. Would help, wouldn't it? Still warming up for the first heat of 9 here for Q2. We have 9 heats going through. This round will take us through till about 12:30 noon local time and 12:30 British time. A little bit strange we got here thinking, oh hang on, we're in Europe now, we have, you know, the hour difference, but we don't. We're actually on the same time zone here in Portugal. Back home.
Leave that on if you want. Don't go quiet, they'll think there's a problem. Yeah.
The first heat of Q2 is underway. Well, these guys are out on track as we went on the air earlier. This group is Rui Martins, Jesus Camarena, Gary Gregory, Abel Carvalho, Carlos Fernandez, Louis Lobo, João Mendonça, Vitor Diaz, Miguel Coelho, and Eusebio Pariente is in the seniors class. So you see here the difference in between the heats. Stark contrast really. We had 36 and 37-second laps averaging there. This one, guys were trying to get into the 39s, full stop. So these guys working hard to improve their pace, but these are likely going to be guys who are heading into those 164 finals and 132nd finals that we'll see tomorrow. Right at around peak time, the sun is almost completely above us.
When it starts, I'll get back on moving.
Breeze just picking up again. Quite a bit. Quite a lot. Nearly disrupting our carefully coordinated sun cream and bottle to board setups here. A lot of gravel being kicked up as well. Up in the air. My glasses now doubling up as eye protection. And it's Abel Carolio, who's out front at the moment, averaging in the 40.2s. As I say, there's your illustration. There's about 4 seconds of difference between the top and bottom of this pack, this field out here this weekend. We're working hard to improve. The breeze has picked up a little bit. It kind of comes and goes. It's a little bit gusty. And I have Frank back on the camera. Some various technical setup bits and bobs are complete. We are currently watching cars coming through the tile turn. Car 4. That is our current fastest man, Abel Carolio, flying down the front straight into the first berm, which they're taking quite conservatively, these guys in the bottom end. That's speed expected. Now watch here, slow to that first corner, and then he singles those two. Singling is definitely not the way to go with those jumps. You've got to double them. Got to look for that pace, and that's definitely not the way to go for both guys there, really. Reminds me of a race I had on Dirt Rally recently. It was a rallycross round where I came around the corner in one of the heats and a car was just sitting upside down in the middle of the road. Appears to happen quite a bit in RC racing. As anyone who followed us at the Neo will realise, it's also quite a risky job for the marshal sometimes trying to retrieve them and go quite horribly wrong for them and quite viral. Again, look, it's just tucked in very narrow through that first berm, that first corner. Yep. Still singling those jumps. But if this is the level they're at, it's better to log those laps and be clean than try and push above the level that you're at or try and go beyond your capabilities and just end up pranging it every lap, because then you just lose confidence, you just get frustrated, you go, sod this, why am I even doing this? And go home, which is no fun really. So the best way to build experience is to build speed, is to be patient and to just keep logging laps. With every lap you turn, you get more experience and you get more knowledge of the track. Little by little. Sometimes it can feel like none at all. Sometimes it can feel like you're regressing. But every lap turned is one that is a beneficiary to you and your experience. As we watch car 4 complete his run. He'll conclude probably as our top runner from this first heat. In the end, averaging up at about roughly 39. Well, he's down in 39.7s. He's averaging around a 40.7 lap time. We have a couple of flameouts sitting there in the middle of the end of the session. But I can't. Trundling around on the back straight now with a wing that's completely facing the wrong way. So, the war of attrition beginning already here. Weren't expecting it to run this early. But Abel Carollo in the end, well, we thought he was going to come round for a strong run, but I think Frank had some more information as to what happened to him.
Just before he was about to cross the finish line, he flamed out.
Oh, just before the finish. That is very unlucky. It's very, very unlucky. He was looking like he would be the strongest runner out there. But that's a real shame. And it affects his run in the end. It means Luis Lobo is the fastest runner in that session. He averages out at about a 40.7 as well. Joao Mendonça is second. Gary Gregory third. Jesus Camarena fourth. And fifth, Abel Carollo, the man we were following, who we ended up spectacularly jinxing. Seemingly so. Group 2 is up and ready though. And in this lineup we have Manuel Prades, Samuel Silva, Fernando Cabrera, Vito Tomas, Carl O'Connor. It's actually showing up on our screens as Carl O! Connor. Wonder if the timing screen's a Panic at the Disco fan. But I'm pretty sure that is Carl O'Connor. Nathan Legruiz, J. Alberto Garcia Retero, Hugo Prata, Federico Novo, Sandro Tanica, Sergio Diniz, and Sergio Gomez are your 12 for this run. And they will set out on track for their warm-up laps momentarily. A small beetle decided to land on my hand to try and get a very good view of the action. He's probably got an even better view now because I just blew him off my hand and he's flown down somewhere on the track. Probably a little bit close for comfort for him now. It's a tractor trundling along menacingly at the top of the screen there. He's gone for the low downforce package. The rear end there, down into the low position. Appropriate given we've got Le Mans coming up, testing their low downforce package for the race. Don't think it's going to be threatening the WR Peugeot's ultimate speed record on the Mulsanne though. Just speculating. We're getting ready for Heat 2 qualifying to come up. Something rather interesting's happened there. You just see there in the bottom right of your screen. Yeah, bottom right of your screen there was a car there. It's a bit to flip over. And then the throttle jammed on. Or the throttle was stuck on. So you had a couple of marshals gathering around it going, what on earth do we do with this? Given that if we try and lift it up, it's going to try and take our hands off with the rear wheels, well, the wheels spinning so ferociously. And the crew chief ended up running over. Somehow, I think, managed to disable the throttle. I think he just emptied the fuel tank briefly. And was able to get him back to the pit. So that was a little bit interesting because I just heard the scream of the engine. I thought, well, you're going to rev your engine to try and alert to the nearest marshal that your car is in trouble. But it just wouldn't stop. It was at constant speed, as you heard. That's interesting. I've never really seen that before. Let's get underway for Heat 2 in qualifying 2. Max already picked up a car. Let's see who it is. Oh, two cars flying through the air, colliding with each other. That's car 2 and car 0. Which were Samuel Silva in car 2 and Sandro Tanica in car 10, car 0 in this case. A little bit more trouble. That's not a good way to start off a session, really. Upside down, crashing into each other. Not a good way. I think we're in the middle of seeing guys who are really trying to start to push the envelope in terms of pace. Just aren't quite there yet. Quite there in terms of setup. I think now we're following car 10 again, who's now mounting the inside curb, and car 3. Car 3 being Fernando Cabrera. And flying down the front straight into that high bank first corner. Over the TKR triples there. Right, and then single and then double. You get it right. Round through this twisting section. Another jump there. Another jump there. Round. Up and down. It's like a roller coaster here. It's like most of their roads here in this country, really. Portugal is known for some spectacular elevation changes. Up, down over the tabletop. Now down the back straight. Double, and then, oh, not quite. You see, it's a little bit difficult. You have to get a good run onto the straight, and there's that tile hairpin, which I'm still absolutely convinced is going to decide at least one of the finals tomorrow. Someone is going to make a mistake there. It is all going to come crashing down. And really, that sort of hairpin, it just seems designed for that sort of... It just sort of seemed designed as almost like a banana skin corner. That's why I kind of enjoy it. Car turn turtle again. See if we can find our current fastest runner. That'll be Federico Novo in car 9. He's the yellow and pink car. Coming around. He'll be coming into the tabletop in about a few corners' time. He's got all green wheels. He's coming up onto the tabletop corner now. Round and then down. And then through. Oop, a little bit of a clip there. And onto the back straight. There he is. We have sighting of Federico Novo. So he goes through that tile corner. Tile hairpin. Runs hard into that first corner. You've got to run it hard into the first corner. It's about trusting that the grip will be there. Seems weird to say on a track with not much grip in it, but it is starting to rubber in more. And you can see more of a dry racing line, if you will, developing. There's less loose gravel on the surface. It's starting to bed in well. I think you see it a lot especially in dirt oval racing in America. Somewhere like Eldora. You see after several runs, or initially when the dirt surface is freshly made, and it's very loose to start with, but very quickly it almost develops like a sort of tarmac sheen to it, a grey sheen to it as the surface rubbers in, and enough of the dirt and loose material is compacted. So as you watch Novo continue on, that's how the surface will probably evolve as the day goes on. There is very little danger of the weather turning sour on us, so the sun will keep beating down, it will keep drying the track further. We'll probably see some cracks in the surface emerging by around the later stage of Q3 into Q4, so that will further affect times. As I say, The big key to this event really is keeping up with the racetrack, and sometimes it can be a game of guesswork. It can be all about working out just where the pace is going to come from, what to keep. If your setup is running well, what do you stick with and what do you anticipate? Because the worst thing, or the most difficult thing, is to change a winning setup. We hear it a lot in sport about changing a winning team. As car 1 just had some issue. That's Manuel Prades. I think it's flamed out over there. Oh, sorry, Manuel Prades is leading atop the standing. Sorry, I saw a car being retrieved. I didn't know if that was Prades that Frank was gesturing to. Let's see. Has he got Prades on the screen? Yes, he has. Prades, there he is. In the middle of the screen, he's your current leader with 20 seconds to go. He's only got 21 seconds to go. He negotiates the hairpin. Very smooth. You see, these guys have got the absolute right idea, really. Just push the pace where they feel appropriate. You feel confident enough. But if you don't, back it down a little bit and get this clean. Oh, just as I say that, that is an example of pushing it too far. And it was a fairly strange corner to make a mistake on, actually. I haven't seen much there, but I guess that corner there just before that little triple jump. Oh, and he just gets a little bit of there's a divot in the surface as well. I don't think for 1 minute this track is the actual surface of the track is flat in any way. I know there's a lot of jumps and elevation changes, obviously, but the track itself also has ridges in it and dimples. So he goes down the back. Oh, got a little bit of wheelie there, but he navigates the jumps just fine there. It's well done. Prades just regaining a little bit of composure and confidence after that run. That instant, but that corner is a little bit off camber on the apex, so that could really be causing some issues there. So as that session concludes, we have Samuel Silva to be the top guy. Federico Novo is still yet to come around and complete his laps. He does now. So Samuel Silva, who wins that heat, 8 laps at 5 minutes 19.1. There's your example of the pace for you. Manuel Prades, who were following there late in the session, that late mistake cost him. He finishes second. Third for Federico Novo. Nathan Lequis. Fourth, fifth is Vito Tomar. And then it's Prata O'Connor, or O exclamation Connor, as the time screen likes to tell us. Gomez, Tanica, and Denith are your 10. Garcia Rotero and Cabrera had problems earlier. It was probably Garcia Rotero that had issues that I saw earlier on. I wrongly attributed to Prades.
I know, it's only the first round of qualifying, that's why I wasn't bothered.
Have you seen the other mini converter? We have 3 in total, one down there.
I haven't seen any except for what are in that clear plastic bag.
Yeah.
That's it. He's just running the other camera.
Oh, okay.
The other mini cam. We got one set up, so.
Whereabouts is it? At the end of the main straight? Whereabouts is it on the track?
At the end of the jump.
Oh, I see it. I got you. So we're gearing up for Group 3 of 9 for Q2. Hopefully be able to introduce some extra camera angles for you in this one. Demonstrate that back straight to you. So we got the TKR triples in front of us. I'm also thinking the EFRA tabletop works for me. And the tile hairpin, that's just so named because of its notoriety. Tile hairpin there, and observing down in front of us the preparation area before they unleash the cars onto the track. Crew chiefs down there and the drivers ready to go. The sun is almost hitting its peak right now, right above us. Very little shade around here, but why would you want any? Enjoying the balmy conditions. I'll say the breeze that comes through is actually quite useful. And there appears to be a car stopped on the main road going past the venue. Appears to be looking out the window wondering what on earth's going on. Do we have an pair of RC racing enthusiasts who just stopped? The rest of the people in the car are nagging him to get on with the journey. There he is. There they are. They're just curious. Probably a decent place to park, to be honest, to watch it. I'm not sure people on the main road itself will agree. But kind of reminds me of those guys who sit in their cars at events, or just use their cars on motorhomes. They just sit either on custom-made seating on there, this is the car itself, and watch, listen to the radio, have it on. Person in, what is that, a Ford Galaxy? S-Max, something like that. Person in Ford People Carrier on the road. You probably can't hear us right now, but you can watch and listen to all of the action that you're watching here from just outside the track, live on RC Racing TV. And our coverage in sound and vision is presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are very pleased and proud to be the official media partner for season 2016. Seen some interesting things on that road, haven't we? Not to say that we haven't seen enough interesting stuff on the track in front of us. Far from it. There's been plenty going on. We're only 2 runs. Well, we're about coming up on halfway through round 2 of qualifying. But it is really picking through. And the qualifying heats are really picking through nicely. Do we have stream comments? I think we do. I'll check the comments coming through. Yeah, here we go. Finally, we've got stream comments up for you. We can see what you're saying. I have questions coming in on just how many heats of qualifying there are. You can also, by the way, if you want to follow along with the timing, you can get it at myrcm.ch. The address you can go to. And a couple of people mentioning that hilarious Marshall gaff from the Neo. Yes, that was very entertaining, wasn't it? But just to recap, we are in Heat 3 of qualifying round 2. There are 9 heats per round and 4 rounds of qualifying today. And that'll be all it is. Qualifying ends today. It's all self-contained. As I say, I rather like this format. Doing all the qualifying in one day, all the racing in one day. It really kind of has that sort of same intensity as a lot of full-scale racing rounds. You have, you know, there's just no. The events are epic. Obviously, they do proceed on. This has a nice sort of punchy feel to it. Just get in, get the qualifying done, get the races done, and establish your B champion, your B European champion, and the driver who will be looking to take their career to the next level in short order and has the silverware to prove it. As this group of qualifiers gets underway. In this group you have Juan Carlos Guerrero, who's in the junior class, Ricardo Simão, Alexandre Pereira, Marco Pereira Neves, Rui Oliveira, Nuno Vieira, Sergio Lamas, Juha Garcia Paras, Carlos Nogurias. The last 2 guys are in the seniors category, as is Serafim Kota. Pedro Torres rounds out the field. There's actually only 11 in this group, showing on the screen, so someone missing from this group. We'll be following here on the screens. Just going onto the main straight now. And then right in front of us, that'll be car 2 of Ricardo Simão. Yeah, navigates that first triple there. To see me at first, it's not really a triple jump. The first one is more just a small, well, it's still a jump as such, but you just don't have enough speed coming through the previous corner to really clear it as a jump. So the best way to do it is just to do it without getting airborne and then take the final 2 as a double jump. But the corner just before is also off camber on the apex, so that can really throw the balance off. Coming down into the top. Look at how the brakes lock up going into that corner. As soon as they hit that tile surface, all 4 wheels lock and they just slide. They are absolute passengers at that point. It is like ice racing there. part of me is almost fascinated to see what would happen if you made an entire track out of that surface. I'm not sure if it would be great or a bit of a disaster, really, but I think it would. To me, when they hit that surface, it is reminiscent of how you see the likes of, Muller, Prost, Panis, etc. take things in the Andros Trophy ice racing, where there's just absolutely zero grip, more than enough power, but you are basically just modulating the throttle constantly. Here we go, there it is, look, it's sliding through. Just enough grip to get the car turning and sliding, pre-hitting the corner, and then it goes through. Great example, great demonstration of how to take that corner from number 2, which is Ricardo Simão, as well as the car just in front of him, who he's doing battle with at the moment, which is car 6 of Nuno Vieira. I said yesterday there's a huge amount of home representation here, as you'd expect. The home drivers out in force, hoping to use their knowledge of this track and knowledge of the domestic scene to really maximise their advantage here. Not working out too well on that front for both of them there, as both of them flip on the second of those 2 doubles, because it'll be quite deceptive. I'll put my teeth back in now. It'll be quite deceptive, those 4 jumps on the back straight, because the 4th of them is actually a tabletop. There we go, there's the TKR triples, and then around that corner, you see just on the inside there, it's off camber. So, Simão showing the way through there, Vieira less so. But you'll see a lot of these guys, they do the jump there, but especially in these middle sectors, they do the jump there, not really much. You don't want to get too airborne there, because you are having to do a lot of turning. Down the tabletop, and round. It's like doing things in a lot of little segments. There you go, double the first one, double the second, that's a lot better. There you go. But the second one is tougher to do, because the raised surface goes on for longer, it being a tabletop style jump. So you've got to get a better run. It all kind of leads on. The great thing about dirt racing is that a lot of it leads on to the next corner. Like, you run through there, leads on to the next corner, then the next. You run through the first jump, sets up how you attempt the second 2 jumps. Around here, good run through there, tuck in third apex. Dictates how you take the next few corners. It all sort of leads into the next element of the track. And for me, it's not as much about rhythm. Well, he has no rhythm at the moment. He has about as much rhythm as me on a dance floor. For me, it's not about nailing the same racing line lap after lap and nailing every single apex. It's more about rhythm, and it's more about flow, which is more important. It's more about flow to me, just how to get into a certain zone. You know your braking points around the same time, and you sort of get to know what the car's going to do as it comes around every corner. And you sort of get to know. Marshall just caught in the middle there. You see that a little bit. The Marshals have a very good job here. They're often other drivers, guys from the previous heat. And as per EFRA rules, also have to contribute to the running of the event, which is very good to see. Round the tiles. Look at that. Look at the big slide on the tile section. As I say, I am absolutely convinced that section is going to decide at least one of the finals tomorrow. Will it decide the main final? It'll be heartbreaking if it does after 45 minutes. It comes down to that one turn. But I still think it is a potential banana skin in waiting, but it's great to watch those guys deal with the corner as it comes up. These guys finish their heat. This is heat 3, Q2, 3 of 9. So we're about a third of the way through Q2. And we're rapidly coming up on halfway through qualifying, as the heats are clicking off here. A nice rapid pace. Below warm, bright sunny sky here in southern Portugal. Alexandre Pereira comes home with a win in that heat. 8 laps in 5 minutes 22.4. So there's your demonstration. And it's just a nice day for a walk. Nice day for a walk down a fairly busy main road, although I have to say, not many of the roads in this area of Portugal have been very busy, judging by our liking. What I'm also interested in is that the fact he seems to be walking on the opposite side of the road. And someone has also stopped there. I don't really know quite what's going on. It is very entertaining to watch. I wonder if he's also interested in some of the RC racing action that's going on here. We zoom back out. This appears to have stopped. Not really wound the window down, not really looking over. Very interesting. That guy pushing the pram along on the opposite side of the road. That's what I'm saying, like, it's the other side of the road to where the cars are coming, so they're effectively coming straight at him. Oh, he's got, there you go. No, you nearly got it started. No. What if it's broken down? Might have done. Just pootled to a stop right next to our track. We'll have to get up and ask some of the crew chiefs to see what if they can hit some things with spanners. Van just parked, sort of in line with the spectator grandstand, so I wonder if he's going to jump out in a minute, just run over to the stand and see what on earth's going on. As I say it's a fairly busy A road. I think we're used to, you know, in Britain most of the time a road like that will have cars on it almost constantly. But out here, you average about a car every 30 seconds. Very, very sedate, so no wonder he's been able to just stop and seemingly have a look at what's going on here. It'd be the second car to have done so. Obviously, man with pram was not interested in RC racing, which makes us sad, because he should be, because RC racing is awesome. He's now crossing the road up there. I can tell you, he's out of our shot, but he is now crossing the road. He continues on. He has actually had to wait for a car. Oh, the chappie in the van has now got out of his car. He got out of his van. He's having a cigarette, by the look of it. So having a roadside break. He's having a ciggy, and he's watching some racing. We're hoping to. He'll be watching the racing very shortly, because Group 4 of Q2 are about to hit the track. Now, this is the group we came into earlier at the top of our broadcast. So this will be Alejandro Perez, Manuel Corredor, the youngster who we talked about earlier, who is a driver of many flags and nationalities, all of them fast, Malin Carlsen, Mattia Chaffardon, Francisco Ferreira, Olivier Evans, João Soares, Pascal Jutz, and we'll give you a rundown of the rest because the time screen decided not to show me. It's showing me a massive countdown of how long they've got to warm up. Great. And so, man with small van, who's observing the action rather curiously, gets his wish to see some cars going round. Hang on a minute. The man with the pram's coming back. He's crossed the road and he's coming back. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. There we go, Frank's on the case. We've got 2 minutes of warm-up to go, so we can investigate what's going on there. Kid's enjoying a nice walk. Nice trundling the pram. Very sunny day. Probably loving life, but wondering why on earth he's been pushed up the wrong side of the road. Maybe he protested. Maybe he's like, I want to go see the RC cars. I want to see toy cars. And he's like, alright, son. They seem rather curious as to what's going on here. The man with the van is still observing what's going on. It's quite interesting to see that this is gathering fans just from the road. I like the fact that no one appears to be in much of a rush. They've stopped, there we go. They've stopped and they're observing what's going on. This is great stuff. I like how A, these journeys on the main road are so sedate that they can afford to just stop and watch the racing for a bit, and B, just how interesting the racing is that it's causing people to stop and watch.
I can only imagine that there's not a massive amount of racing that happens here, so when there is, people just stop and have a look, see what's happening.
They just stop and stare.
Well, I suppose normally there aren't international flags scattered around and banners everywhere. There's probably a bit more sparse when they're actually doing the normal club racing.
Yeah, that's probably a fair point. In fact, when we were on our way down here, we saw the track first up by the flags hanging off all the fences. Hard to miss on the main road. So, as they continue on their way, I think man with van might be continuing on his way soon. We have 30 seconds to go and warm up for Group 4 of Q2. We are about, I don't know, around an hour or so away, 50 minutes away from the very top heat. As we've seen already, the field is fairly open and fairly competitive. So it's worth paying attention to all the groups to see just who's coming and going. Remember, we saw our second fastest time of the first session come right in group 8 of 9. We have a request to watch Malin Carlsen. Yes, thanks for the clarification. I'm aware it is a woman with that, with that bucky. I only, on first glance, yeah, got that one wrong. But yeah, either way, mother and baby really enjoying the RC racing for a bit. They continue on their walk. And yeah, request to watch Malin Carlsen in this one, so we will. Malin Carlsen is in car number 3 for this one, so let's see how she is on the track. A driver of many flags and many nationalities, all in the name of going racing. That's dedication to your craft, isn't it? That's dedication to your passion and your sport. Being prepared to represent entire other nations, whatever it takes to get you on the racetrack. There's Carlsen in car 3. Just keep my eye on her. Going around. Setting a decent pace to start off. Most of the guys in this bracket are still in the 38-39 second bracket in terms of average lap time. So nothing too world-shattering just yet, but there is potential to shave off some lap time. You'll observe the technique is definitely cleaning up a little bit as the sessions go on. It's definitely getting a lot more confident and it's getting a lot more technically sound. So car 3 is just coming through the TKR triple that's in front of us right now. Through the right hander, the off-camber right, single there over the double, and into the S-bends in the middle of the circuit. Frank Scott, the white, pink, blue car. A car of many colours, represents the driver of many flags. Up over the EFRA turn. Yeah, tabletop, I think it's a turntable for some reason. We're not DJing out here this evening. Up over the EFRA tabletop, round into the tar hairpin. Big slides, look at that big slide there from Carlsen. Good technique through there, as I say. These drivers now, you're up to the level in qualifying now. These guys are technically very sound, they're technically solid. They've got the techniques down in terms of just how to do the track well. It's the old easy to learn, hard to master chestnut, isn't it? It's the old just getting things right and sorting things out and just pushing for those extra bits of pace that really start to unlock the potential in the track. And I've found sometimes that when you're driving these tracks, sometimes lap times can be shredded in sort of big chunks. You just kind of spend a long time hunting for hundredths of a second, and then you end up finding one corner that clicks a lot better, and you end up just shredding a whole bunch of time off your lap. So it's frustrating sometimes, the pursuit of raw pace, but it's also a very interesting one, and one that keeps these drivers racing to constantly try and better themselves. Man with van continues to observe as I'm just giving a look up for, have a look at see who's come through as the overall fastest driver so far. Carlsen is right up there, has to be said. She's on a good pace right now. Bruno Costa is also up there, as is Oliver Evans. See if we can find Ollie Evans, car 6. Actually, who do we have on the screen right now? That is... This is the leader. I'm peering desperately. It is car 12. Car 12 we have on screen right now. That is Bruno Costa. He's actually showing up as the leader right now. It's a close battle at the top end between Costa, Carlsen, and the likes of Perez. Carlsen, I think, just has the slight advantage, not a huge amount. But right now, it's really all about, at this stage of the game, it's not about really battling with the guys in your own class. It's about battling for the overall leaderboard, trying to creep up and qualify for as high a final as possible. And it can make all the difference down here where you're in the lower finals. Then you can really, there's finer margins. So we continue to follow Costa around the track. The orange or brown into yellow car with bright yellow wing. Not a great technique through those doubles there. Kind of headbutt it the second jump. You can see there's a patch just in the middle of the track. I'll wait for him to come around again. Well, he might not actually. This might be his last run. He goes over the tabletop. But just come through. Frank, just continue up the track just a little bit. There's a little patch there you've just spotted where the track appears to be coming apart a little bit. There's a little pothole there. Certain areas of the surface which appears to have either been filled in or is starting to come apart a little bit. And if you follow the track round just a little bit from where we were, continue around a little bit, up the track a bit more, right about there, there's another big patch of that material. It looks to me, Frank, is that filled in, or is that just where the surface is breaking up a little bit? Kind of hard to identify. So
I would guess that possibly it's the original dirt surface of the before they lay down all the dirt to make the jumps. Just zoom in here, and you can see more of it coming off of the tabletop because it's quite a hard landing bit. Sort of, I guess, the bedrock of the dirt, for lack of a better term. I'm not a geologist, as you can tell.
Doing a better job of it than I've got to say, but
yeah, I would just guess that it's the dirt that they put on to make the track has been worn away at these points. They actually do shovel it up at the end of each day and then put it in, have wheelbarrows full of it that have been basically all the loose dust, and they sweep it up and shovel it into a wheelbarrow and take it to the far end of the track. So I guess for rebuilding the track after the event.
Keep the recycling going, keeping the surface constantly in use. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. The more I look around, the more I notice there are more patches like that on the surface. So it'll be interesting to see how they
Leading edges of the jumps as well.
change. Yeah, correct. Leading edges of a lot of the jumps as well, having the same sort of thing happen to them. So be interesting potentially to watch as this as it develops throughout the day. For now, we're just waiting for Group 5 to hit the track, ready for the next round of qualifying. They've still yet to have their warm-up, so the group next on track will be Vincent Philippe, David Benito, Hampus Berg, Pierre Rabulin, Carlos Fonseca, Miguel Izquierdo, Andre Guerrero, Francois Nironi, Nicola Lanis, Helder Barros, Stefan Mateo, and Pedro Gomez. Just noticed out on the road, we've got another guy who stopped at the side of the road. to watch the action. So I think you must be right. They are very interested to see what's going on. He's also on the phone. Maybe telling his mate, hey, get down here. There's some RC racing going on. It's really cool. What he should also say to his friend is if he can't make it down here, he can watch all the action from this track and this EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European B Championship live on RC Racing TV. Flag-to-flag coverage throughout the weekend. And that coverage is presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are very proud to be the official media partner for season 2016 of the EFRA RC Racing Championships. So Group 5 is underway. And straight away we're on car 4. Rabulin, one of the junior class drivers. Now the junior class will get their own final tomorrow at around 4 o'clock local time, as will the seniors at 3:30 local time. So they'll have their own finals as well. The age group finals are always entertaining. We had those at the Neo as well as the Dash for Cash. Really good fun to watch. And Rabulin continues on. What's Rabulin's first lap looking like? It is so far. Where's Rabulin's first lap showing up? Oh, he hasn't started. This is his first lap that he's on right now. So that'll be why it hasn't shown so far. Continues down the back straight. Oh, well, he was going down the back straight, now he's upside down. That's the two doubling strategy has not worked out. Very easy to make this mistake. You just don't get quite enough of a launch, quite enough of a run, quite enough momentum. You end up losing a split second of momentum. He ends up fading away for you. So they go through this middle section here. This is where a lot of those sort of potholes, divots maybe that Frank was talking about lurk. So keep an eye on those as the day and the weekend goes on. See if any track repairs go on. There's the tile hairpin. That's not going to get any easier regardless of the track or the time of the day or the conditions or anything like that. It's just not going to. So who are the early pace setters here? Let's have a look on the time screen of truth. Well, we only deal in facts here. Right now, it looks like Hampusberg is one of the quickest out there. He's in car 3. See if we can pick up Berg. Hampusberg is the blue into green car that's just gone over the TKR triples now, and he's in the central section of the track, coming through this S section. He's actually just been passed by car number 2, which is David Benito. I think these two are having quite a good battle among themselves for TQ of this session. And in racing each other, I think they're either slowing each other down or pushing each other onto faster lap times. See as they head down the back straight. Almost perfect doubling technique, but Benito's car just went in a bit too nose first on that initial run. So just lost a bit of speed off of that one. But Berg continues on his way. Down to about 4th on the timesheets by the look of it. As I say, they evolve lap by lap. It's not really a case of as soon as whoever starts fastest will continue that way. It always goes on, and it's all about consistency. So a lot of guys will start straight out of the blocks and then get over exuberant, mess up a few times, and then that's all over for them. Or vice versa, you'll get guys who sort of come into the session later on and sort of build up to their fastest laps at the end of the session. That's really what you want, ideally. As Berg continues along his way, and then a double through the S section here in the middle of the track. It doesn't look like those patches of the track are affecting traction in any way. It doesn't look like, it's not like they're massively like down from the surface. Not like they're massive like potholes or divots or anything like that. But it would be interesting to see how they affect grip going through the day. The sun is pretty much at its highest point in the sky. It's directly above us, which means everything is scorching right now in the crow's nest. But Berg continues on regardless. There's no stopping him. He is backed up to the top, and he's comfortably looking like the fastest in this group. Now, can he put in some sort of breakout performance? At the moment, the clocks are saying no. He's on an 8-lap run at 5 minutes 19.4. which is well off even the best 8-lap runs we've seen, let alone anywhere near 9-lap territory. Cars flipping and all sorts of shenanigans. They're trying to get their own way back. And finally do. The tile hairpin. Funny sometimes how cars will end up trying to recover themselves and the marshal will try to recover for them. He ends up with some wires crossed and some cars further flipped, or just exacerbating the problem they already had. So I say that, let's flip there, and that van is still waiting. This is a gorgeous scene, isn't it? Right out across the mountains and right out across the vistas. Clear blue sky as far as the eye can see. No, it's clouding over. Disaster. The weather is turning bad here in Portugal. It is clouding over. Conditions are expected to change. No, they're not. We had a pretty dramatic scene this morning in our hotel room. There's more clouds. Disaster. More clouds. There's an interesting scene this morning from our hotel where we had looking out the balcony, sort of looking down into the hills, and you can see the mist and the fog down in the hill, in the mountainsides, and down the hillsides. It was fascinating. It made for a beautiful scene, just adding to what is already a hugely picturesque part of the world around here. It's gorgeous, and what a great place to put an RC racetrack. And that's a great place to conclude Group 5 of 9 of the second round of qualifying. And the final runners there. David Benito in the end triumphed in that heat, but not really a time that's going to set the world on fire. 5 minutes 17 in the end. I think Berg was second overall there. They're really cracking through these qualifying runs. We're already on the lineup for the next group, which is Miguel Angel Trillo, Borja Rodriguez, Hugo Cunha, Milan Dragoslovic, Pedro Sousa, Alberto Peleas, Graham Miller, Steve Shakespeare, who didn't really turn that many laps in the first session, Vare Garcia Caldueño, Nuno Ferreira, Alejandro Gual and Ricardo Abreu. So we have Group 6 coming up. We are rattling our way through Q2 and really going on. And the man with the van has finally departed. What a shame. I was hoping he could stick around a bit longer, but hopefully be able to realise that if he wants to watch more of the action that he has witnessed firsthand here, he can log on to RC Racing TV. Watch us live on the YouTube stream, live on rcracing.tv, and interact with us on social media as well as on the YouTube chat. And our coverage of said event you're enjoying right here. It's presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA themselves. We're very grateful and proud to be their media partner, official media partner for season 2016. One at the end of the main straight and one at that. Yep. So we're underway in Group 6 of qualifying round 2. Straight away, we are riding along with car number 3, which is Hugo Cunha. Single and then double, that's exactly what we need. Oh, a little bit loose though. That was a very good demonstration of what we talked about earlier, of the dust and the gravel being kicked out to the edges off the racing line. And if you get off that roughly approximate racing line, then you start to pick up more of the loose gravel out there. What high, wide and handsome style. We'll see how it's paying dividends for him or not. Comes around on the first lap. A very decent opening lap, actually. 38.6. Petro Sousa, though, down into 37.9. I was expecting Milan Dragoslovic to be down there as well. That sort of... Well, actually, he's had a stinker of a first lap, 47.4. That's put paid to any kind of decent run for Dragoslovic almost right off the bat. So, absolute nightmare to start this one. I wonder if there's just more mistakes coming in because guys know where they're at and they're just trying to push harder than ever. Trying to push beyond their natural limitations. And that's where the mistakes are starting to come in. Let's have a look for Pedro Sousa in car 5, shall we? We are following car 2 right now. That's Borja Rodriguez. He's currently second on the standings. And he's coming down off the tabletop. Double the first one, double the second. That's absolutely picture perfect. That's what you should be aiming to do each and every lap. Oh, that's not so much. A little bit of contact in the hairpin. Down the main straight. A lot of speed down the main straight. And into the berm. TKR triples done in brilliant fashion. Taking all 3 in one smooth jump. That's kind of what you should be looking for. So technically not a lot wrong at all with Borja Rodriguez and his lap times and his style right now. Now just a case of trying to trim off those extra tenths and nail the laps time after time. That's not going to help. That's not going to help, but he recovers quite nicely. A little bit of break dancing. Entertain the marshal there, and then he gets back going again. So very stylish. If you're going to crash, crash in style. That's an important bit of advice for RC racers out there. Into this middle sector, through the S sections, rises, dips, and yucks. Down the far corner, and then through this other S section, it's more a Z section more than anything. Over the EFRA tabletop. Breeze picks up a little bit more again. It's fine. At this point of the day, with the sun beating down right above us, I have no complaints about a little bit of breeze. So, really, as he comes down the front straight again, there shouldn't be too much of a change in terms of the surface. Maybe the breeze blowing a little bit of the dust back on to the track. Everything on our table up here has got a fine coating of dust, as you probably expect from an outdoor dirt event. A healthy breeze blowing in this direction. That's absolutely fine. Round the EFRA tabletop once more, and then down the back straight into the doubles. 2 pairs of doubles. And through the tile hairpin once more. Through the tile hairpin and then down the main straight a bit more. As they continue on. Rodriguez solidly second in this session. Not quite hitting those overall best lap times that he would need. And in fact the session is starting to conclude now, I think. Well, it'll be about 45 seconds to go in the session. And Ricardo Abreu has actually been putting in some very solid lap times. Let's see if we can find car 12 for a final flourish. I'll keep my eyes open for him. Time might run out on the session before we do. Well, that's okay. Car 12 we're on the lookout for. This is going to be one of those classic things where we go to look for him and then there he is. Car 12. Oh, there's a contact right in front of us. There's car 12. The white, blue and orange car that's coming through the triple and then the middle S section right now. Frank's got him. Always on the ball. It's our current fastest, Ricardo Abreu. And he's been running very well. A little bit of a slide there though. You saw it caught a little bit of the dust there and the loose gravel on the top of the surface. And that really affected his run through that corner there. Got the back end sliding all over the place. That's a good solid run down the back straight though. Doesn't quite double in the next jumps though. They're a little bit difficult, as I say, coming into the tile hairpin. The trickiest corner on this track, in my opinion. And then over the triples once more. He'll be on his final lap now, I believe. He's concluding his final lap as we speak. Up over the tabletop once more. Should be the final lap for Abreu. I don't think he's gone And in 9 laps. No, he has not. He will complete 8 laps. A decent overall time, 5 minutes 6.017. So they're getting up to that top time. You can tell we're getting towards the sharp end of qualifying once more, with the heats really building up. The heat is building up quite literally, but you can tell it's really starting to build here, and we are back towards looking at that seriously, incredibly, that 9 lap runs in these 5-minute qualifying sessions could be a real possibility. Heat 8 is coming up very shortly. The top 2 heats of qualifying coming right up.
Oh, I've come to chat with you, and you've walked away.
I'm so sorry.
I know it's not good enough. I'm not taking it personally. Just checking my hello viewers. Oh really? But both people have now left me on my own in the RCTV towers here in Portugal for the EFRA 1/8 Euro B Championships. My name's James Parry. I'm joined with Adam and Frank. It's a very hot sunny day in Portugal. It's lovely. We're here thank you to TKR Graphics and of course EFRA, for which we are the media partners of. Without them, none of this would be possible. Bit of a delay down on the track at the moment. Don't forget, if you're not already a member of our Facebook page, or if you don't already like our Facebook page, do head over to Facebook, search for RC Racing TV and hit like. We use Facebook to keep our likers informed of all upcoming events that we cover throughout the summer months. If I was more organised, I would find out what the next event was for you, but I'm not, so I will find that information out later. Don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, depending upon your device, there'll be an area that you can come join in the conversation in the comments. Shortly I will be heading over there to see what everyone's been saying, but so far this morning I've been doing some technical things, setting up some camera angles which you'll see shortly, and making sure we are ready for a lunchtime show, lunchtime walk around. We'll have a walk around the pits, go and speak to some of the drivers, some of the organisers, the officials. If you've got any requests of drivers that you want us to speak to, obviously let us know via Facebook or YouTube, and we'll do our very best to try and find them. Tell us what country they drive for, help us try and point us in the right direction, and of course one thing, they do need to speak English. It doesn't make for a very good interview if we go and interview people that don't understand us. So do let us know.
So we're getting ready for Group 7 of 9 out here in qualifying.
What we have been getting ready for is a lunchtime walkabout.
Yes, we're also ready for that.
Dare we try and do it wirelessly?
How confident are you feeling?
Well, I am the technical guru of this team.
You are?
Yes, and the piece of technical equipment in question has never caused me any problems. It's never caused me any problems.
No.
Seems to cause everyone else in the team problems apart from me.
Pretty much.
So I'm hoping, based on this information, this history, I'm confident of a, dare I say, a faultless, problematic-free.
You just had to say it, didn't you?
Yep, had to jinx it. What time are we? Have you got the schedule?
I have, yes.
Have a quick look.
You may.
So, lunchtime here starts at 12:24. Which way round are the top drivers? Are they Group 1 or Group 9 here?
No, they're Group 9.
Okay. So, about 12:30 local time, which, if you're listening in the UK, is exactly the same time, because we are in the same time zone.
Which is useful. Normally you have to do a little bit of mental arithmetic.
Yeah, but what we'll do is we'll have a look at the timings. We'll let you know what time we intend to do the lunchtime show. Just trying to work out when is the best time to catch people, because they too want lunch. Nobody wants to be interviewed whilst they're tucking into a cheeseburger.
Not really, it's a little bit inconvenient.
So we'll use the other camera shops for the top 3 groups when they come out in just a couple of rounds' time. Are we running downwards at the minute? 3, 2, 1.
We're running on Group 7 at the moment.
No, it's because I'm looking at the run number. Dolt. What? I think Frank's on car 3.
Car 7. Pablo Ortuño, who is currently running through the tabletop and down the back straight, over the doubles, the 2 doubles, totaling 4 jumps down the back straight. So Ortuño started off well with a 37.2. It's interesting to see how these times will differ. And remember, we are getting up into the area where we didn't see a 9-lap run in the first round of qualifying in this group, but we did see some guys get close. At the moment, really, the pace hasn't been quite there, but it was in that first round. I wonder if the track's actually got a little bit slower since the first round. Ortuño continues on his way. Predicted at the moment is an 8 laps in 5 minutes 6.3. That's Reese Hurd at this point in time. So the battle to get into that 9-lap echelon, the glorious top echelon that is a heated one. It's one that's proving very, very difficult. Ortuño, one of the fastest out there. That's why we're following him, really. That's a very good way to get followed, really. Be fast, be good, or be spectacularly crashing and then end up running over a marshal. That's another good way to go into it. A little bit like that, yeah. Good attempt. But not enough marshals stacking over other cars. Down the main straight they go. Ortuño goes down the main straight. Let's have a look around let's see for Reese Hurd, because at the moment he's very, very fast. We're looking for car 3, Reese Hurd. The breeze picks up a little bit. That's fine, we continue to look for Hurd. He's doing that thing where he's probably just gone past us just the moment I look at the process. So here it is, orange and green car right in front of us, through the triples, through the S section now. He's actually just run into a car that's flipped in front of him. And he comes down in front of us. There he is, there's Reese Hurd, who is running pretty well at the moment. He's on predicted 8 laps at 5 minutes 6.1. He's the fastest in this group. Still just not really close enough to a 9-lap run, but still puts you right up there, because I tell you what, a lot of guys have been struggling to get into the 8 laps at 5 minutes 10. Sub that range, you know, so Hurd can hit those sort of laps for this session. That'll put him in a good position overall for qualifying. We'll give you a rundown after lunch of where everyone's standing in terms of the overall timings. They'll bring it together the cumulative scores for each session in terms of the overall timing. After lunch will be at 2 o'clock local time, which is already explained, will be exactly the same as British time for this weekend, so it'll also be 2 o'clock in Britain as well. Antonio and Reese Hurd to close out the session. They'll start coming across the line very soon to finish their sessions. I'll say no one in the 9-lap bracket this time, I don't think. So there's one marshal with flailing arms over on the other side, desperate to try and get to the fray to rescue a car. But now he's finishing. Zerfler though doesn't look like he's had best of run. Pablo Ortuño then finishes on an 8 laps at 5 minutes 6.7, or 5 minutes 12.5 I should say. Semi Favre and then Frederick Kaderberg, Kevin McCullers, they're all coming across the line, so we're still waiting for Reese Hurd and a few others to finish, so Hurd may still jump up and disrupt the order. There he is, Hurd comes through, jumps up to second in the end. So it was Oscar Ingren who had a really solid run, 5 minutes 8.7 for 8 laps. Hurd finished on 5 minutes 9.7. Be a little bit disappointed with that. Joao Rodriguez third on 5 minutes 10.9 for 8 laps. So a good run. And a good session overall. In fact, I've got an even better idea. Let's try and show the viewers the actual finishing order. Let's do that. There you go, there's your final score. Oscar Ingren wins out that heat with Reese Hurd second. Those are two pretty solid times overall. As I say, we can't get quite into the sub 5 minutes into the 9-lap range, then that's not a bad run to be on. Joao Rodriguez third, fourth for Pablo Ortuño, fifth for Anthony de Moraes, Sami Favre sixth, Frederick Kaderberg down seventh, eighth is Pablo Landaburu, Yael Zerfler ninth, and Gabriel Magalhães completes the 10.
I don't know if we've missed the opportunity to show the last two drivers. Let's see what happens.
No, I don't think we have.
Yay, we've got them.
Hey! Fernando Almeida and Jeffrey Halsema, the final two runners there in that group. So everyone managing solid 8-lap runs there. That's about the minimum you should really be expecting here. But here, we're into the penultimate group. So we're into the top two groups of qualifying. The very fastest guys. Remember in the first round, this was where we found our second fastest run of the entire session from one Manuel Iniesta. And he was one of 3 drivers to run a 9-lap stint across 5 minutes. He did so in, I think, about 5 minutes 17. Or 5 minutes 37, I should say. 5 minutes 17 for 9 laps would be out of this world fast. Incredible speed. So here's your lineup. Juan Carlos Cañas, Thiago Aguirre, Nuno Rebelo, Sandro Remia, Roman Valter, Manuel Iniesta, one of the fast guys from the first session, Alberto Ruiz, Bradley Baird, Eddie Marcon, Alvaro Mordones, and then your final two, Batista Bru and Ruben Barranco. We'll make sure we're sun creamed up because there is literally no shade in the booth here at the moment. The sun is right above us in the sky. It is the middle of the afternoon. It is 10 past 12 local time. As tractors and cars peacefully drive along the road outside. No one stopped at the road, by the side of the road at the moment to watch. Hopefully those that were stopped earlier have gone home and are now locked into the stream at home. The stream for this weekend and all the live coverage on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships are presented by TKR Graphics and
EFRA. Sorry, I was thinking of something else as you asked me that. I was just wondering, I don't think the kind of elderly rural gentlemen that driving past on these tractors have probably ever heard of YouTube, let alone got devices capable of YouTubing. YouTubing. Yeah.
I'm just doing a bit of YouTubing. Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess Googling is the thing. You YouTube that. Yeah, I suppose so. It just sounds a bit funny on first glance. think we should have some timing for this. Yes, there we go. They're under warm-up now, so I'll have a few minutes of warm-up before we get underway. Pay attention, close attention to car 6, Manuel Iniesta. Now he's in the junior class as well, so we will probably be seeing him in the junior final tomorrow afternoon as well. But pay attention to him. He was one of 3 drivers in the entirety of the first round of qualifying to nail 9 laps in his session. He did so in 5 minutes 36. So he's one to watch here. If he can repeat that again, he puts himself firmly in the TQ contention. Everyone else in this group will be gunning to do what he did in that first round, which is get one of those 9-lap averages. As I say, with only 3 people managing it in the first session earlier, I really think if you can manage 9-lap runs in these qualifying sessions, you're on the sort of pace that will put you not only in TQ contention, but in contention for the overall victory in terms of race pace tomorrow. It's seriously impressive pace to be putting out there.
I've made an executive decision.
Have you?
Yes, I think our lunchtime show will be at 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to suggest 1, but even so.
Well, bearing in mind that we are limited by how much battery we have on the walkabout.
Very true.
So, as much as I would love to do an hour's worth of walkabout.
No, I was thinking more do the show and then... Oh, I guess, yeah, we'll just leave to go back into Q3.
We'll leave the batteries charging. And yeah, I'll confirm that in a minute.
To go foraging for food.
Yep.
Which he's very good at. His master skill. As the warm-up is about to conclude. The warm-up is about to conclude. About 30 seconds to go before we get into the penultimate round. Penultimate heat. Round 2 of qualifying. Rattling along at a fair old pace. I'm here in Portugal. Lovely summer's afternoon, really. Lovely summer's day, really. And what better way to spend it than in the company of some of Europe's best up-and-coming rising stars of Nitro Buggy RC racing. They look to prove themselves on the great stage. And away we go. Watch out for car 6, Manuel Iniesta. Be the one to watch in this one. Car 6 is the white and orange car coming through. Oh, it's just hit the wall on the outside. He's in the middle of the circuit, through the triple jump, and through the S section, right in front of us. Right down in front of us. And then over into the full 180-degree hander, and he should be heading up onto the tabletop now. Coming down, there he is. There was your fast guy from earlier, Manuel Iniesta. Seriously potent force and looking really, really strong. So, running along. Somebody's suggesting we need a 360 camera this event. Oh, that would be very cool. Let's speak to Nick about that one. Through the S section. And Iniesta, there he is, showing 4th after that first round. Not a good opening lap, I've got to say. 39.1. He's getting a little bit of performance anxiety. Who knows? Breeze miles to be coming into play. It is picking up again, but not a huge amount. He navigates the pile hairpin with relative ease. See what this lap holds for him. Now that was a lot better. That was the 36.8. He is at the moment chasing Juan Carlos Cañas. And nobody in this session is on a 9-lap run. Not predicted anyway. Cañas is closest though. Iniesta is predicted to be on a 5-minute 3.9 for 8 laps. Cañas is off a 9-lap run by at the moment a predicted 0.08 of a second. He is very, very close. They continue to follow Iniesta, who's trying to hit everything on the track by the safety car, which you don't even have. That's probably the only reason he hasn't hit it. Not having as good a run as the first round, I think, is the best way of putting it. But he's still running very strongly. And in fact, both he and Cañas are now on to predicted 9-lap runs. Well, surely not now. They did shortcut that corner a little bit, but I'm not sure he got much of an advantage out of it. But see if we can have a look for number 1, Juan Carlos Cañas, who is our current fastest runner. I'll keep an eye out for him. beady eye out for him. The speed he's going, it'd be hard to focus on. Especially if I'm getting some sand in my eyes. Not good. Frank has found him before I did. Of course he has. Red and yellow car. That's Juan Carlos Cañas. And he is now the only driver with the potential to go for a 9-lap run. And it will be at a pace hitherto unseen so far this morning. A 5-minute 33 is what he's predicted at the moment. I'll tell you what, if he keeps averaging, he's averaging a 37.0 at this point in time. His lap times are just sensational. Iniesta is close, but he's starting to fade. In fact, Iniesta is now down to a 5-minute 8 for 8 laps. So, Thiago Aguirre might be on a 9-lap run as well, but for the moment, let's follow Cañas. Cañas, who's comfortably the fastest in the session so far, is now forecast to do 9 laps in 5 minutes 31. He's getting faster and faster by the lap. His last lap was a 36.0. That's one of the fastest we've seen so far this entire weekend. Over the doubles. There you go. 2 pairs of doubles. Rattle off really nicely through the tile heaven. Very slow through there, but he gets the... It's kind of a slow entry, fast exit kind of philosophy there. Not a bad one at all. Minimises sliding. Means he can get back on the power a lot earlier. It's less spectacular, but a lot of times the neat and tidy approach is the fastest way, especially in dirt racing like this. Sometimes the neat and tidy route really works. Did he get slowed up a little bit there? He might have been. Just a tiny bit. Still easily on forecast for a 9-lap run though. This has been a sensational drive. Really, really good stuff. Last lap, another 36.2. He's averaging 36.7, which is probably the fastest average lap we've seen so far all day. Thiago Aguirre is also there on a 9-lap run, and he's forecast for a 5-minute 34.9, which again would be faster than anything we saw in the first session. So speed's definitely picking up. Business is picking up here as we tick down to the end of this session. Down to 0 in Group 8 of 9 for round 2 of qualifying for the EFRA 1/8B Buggy European Championships. And at the moment, Juan Carlos Cañas and Thiago Aguirre are both set to smash the mark that we saw in the first round of qualifying by some distance. Manuel Iniesta finishes. He won't take a second consecutive 9-lap run. He finishes on 8 laps at 5 minutes 5.3. Not a good run for him in the end. Well, not as good as the first. It's still a good run overall, but considering the high standard he set for himself in the first round, be a little bit disappointed with that. Bradley Baird, who we will try and follow in Q3, and we had some requests to follow him this time around, but we had some seriously fast guys we were trying to keep tabs of. And, yep, it looks like Cañas and Aguirre are going to go on to complete 9 laps in this session. So there's 2 more guys. That's now 5 drivers we've seen hit that bracket. Juan Carlos Cañas finishes with a 5-minute 33.015 for 9 laps. That's the fastest mark we've seen so far today. A sensational run. Where's Aguirre? He's still coming around to finish his last lap. He was predicted to do so in 5-minute 35.019, which will still be fastest than anything we saw in the first session. In the end, he completes it in 5-minute 34.4. So we've just seen the 2 fastest times of the entire session, of the entire day, has just been put in. Sensational pace out there. Let's have a look at the final score then, the final run through. Juan Carlos Cañas and Thiago Aguirre with the 9-lap runs there, both going faster than anything we've seen so far today. Great, great stuff. Manuel Iniesta third, not able to replicate his heroics from earlier. Nuno Rebelo and Alberto Ruiz fifth. Roman Volta sixth. Ruben Barranco, and then Baptista Bru, Alvaro Madones, and then Alessandro Remia complete the 10. Followed by Bradley Baird and Elliot Marcon. And you know what it is now. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's the final session of Group 2 of qualifying, round 2. It's Group 9. These are your top seeds. And this is how they'll roll off. Gonzalo Melo, Alejandro Darath, Thomas Musso, Joao Lopez, one of our fast guys earlier, Zacharias Villalba, Guilherme Hebert, Christian Villar, Vincent Meertens, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, and Felix Kurgler. 10 of 12, and here's the final 2. Michael Todd and Kevin Bichardou. They'll come out to warm up in just a second or so. No need for us to warm up at all. We're warm enough, thanks. But the speeds here will be very interesting to note and very interesting to watch. As I say, we've now seen 5 guys go through 9 laps in these sessions on separate occasions. 3 in qualifying round 1 and 2 so far in qualifying round 2. So yeah, very interesting to see if anyone can match that mark coming up. We saw 2 guys in this session in the first round hit that mark. We're going to see them repeat, and we're going to see other guys step up to the plate. It'll be very interesting to get a full rundown of the qualifying results after this session is concluded. I'll have a look down in the pits for you for the full rundown. See if we can have a word with some of these guys about just where they're getting that gradual pace from and how the track's evolving going through the weekend. So we're getting ready for the final heat of qualifying round 2. Including qualifying round 2 in the best way possible with the fastest on paper drivers out here. Looking to really lay down a marker, start to establish themselves as true contenders for the TQ honours. As we're about to hit halfway complete in Saturday qualifying for the EFRA 1.8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships 2016. And our coverage, flag to flag on RC Racing TV, is presented to you by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, which we are the official media partner of. And we're about ready to go. We're underway. The top heat of qualifying. It'll take us about a lap or two to really establish who's on their pace. Straight away, Frank has picked up car 9. That is Nuno Casal Ribeiro. Good shout. He's one of our very fastest guys in the first session. So he'll be one to watch here. Seriously, seriously fast. So some pretty impressive form. The Neos, if I remember rightly. And loving the surface out here. Loving this track. As everyone is so far. Around the tiles. Look at the big fishtail there. Getting the tail right out there. That was really nice. Pretty solid. And what does that lead for a first lap of 37.1? That is a good opening salvo. Straight away, that puts him in the 9-lap bracket. What we want to see. And right now, the other laps coming through. No one is quite there, but the others. Pascal Ribeiro navigates those tricky off-camera corners right up the EFRA tabletop. He slid right out, coming into the tabletop, up the ramp there. There. On the doubles there. Round the tile hairpin. It's really smooth. That's really nice. Really, really good stuff. Round through the berm. Oh, he's laying in some good laps. This is good stuff from Nuno Casal Ribeiro. He's really putting himself in contention for that TQ spot and responding to the fast pace, the guys we saw in the previous session. As we have our alt camera angles coming into play. Up round the tabletop once more, the EFRA tabletop. Marshall scattering everywhere. Angle there at the end of the main straight, the end of the back straight. And those two doubles, you see the air time those cars get down the back straight. Those two double corners. Now is Ribeiro going to get held up a little bit here by car number 8. That is Vincent Meertens, who's not on as much of a pace. He has been held. Had a little bit of an instant there. And now there's cars all around him. Look at this, he's in a lot of for him. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. We'll be interesting to see how he deals with it. He's got car 11 in front of him. That's Michael Todd. He's no slouch, but certainly Casal Ribeiro has been on a flex of his own in terms of pace here. Oh, he jumped right over a stranded car. No time for speed. He looked up the inside and the tile hairpin. Nearly made the move stick. He switches back. Still can't get the move done. Is this going to be holding him up too much? Oh, now he gets the pass done. Todd has to back out. He does so rather sensibly in the end. Does not want to compromise his own run and someone else's. And Casal Ribeiro is still the fastest out there. But interestingly enough, no one's on a predicted 9-lap run now. Except Zacharias Villalba, who's just flashed up on the screen. So you might be one to watch in a minute, judging by how the time's coming out. Car 5 is right in front of us right now through the triples are coming into the S section. Right in front of our camera position is the pink into orange car with the yellow wheels and black wing. And he's coming up now towards the EFRA tabletop. The tabletop he goes. There he is. At the top. And that is Zacharias Villalba, who is on a 9-lap run here, and he's the only one predicted on one. Well, let's follow him through to the conclusion of this session. Round the tile hairpin. Does like saying tight hairpin on first glance. It is a tight hairpin, but it is also tiled and very, very mischievous in terms of its lack of grip. But it is not dissuading Villalba at the moment, who's now not quite on a 9-lap run. He's very close, but it's now 5 minutes point 2 for 8 laps. So he's only 2/10 off. Casal Ribeiro is also there, but his predicted run has fallen short as well. So it's very interesting. 9-lap runs are possible on this track, just not quite close enough. Just hard to do time and time again. The all-important consistency of speed and running at that sort of level, lap after lap, is just so difficult. Flying down the front straight again. Around the first corner, Zacharias Villalba still showing his fastest. He's now 8/10 off that 9-lap run. Can he get it back? He's looking very neat and tidy and composed. Well, what these guys, it looks like the fastest guys out here have been the ones who are prepared to be a little bit more flamboyant as well in their technique. But this is very tidy stuff from Villalba. And onto the back straight now. We get a little bit of perspective of the height he gets over the first. It's the more kind of single the second. Into the tile hairpin. Pretty slow through there, but again, slowing can sometimes work in terms of getting the power down early. And the first berm, look at that. High banked. Ooh, he was a little bit close there on the TKR triples. He just nearly lost momentum on them. But he's okay. He's got it back together, and it looks like he's on his way to a fast run, but it won't be a 9-lap run by the look of it. Nuno Casal Ribeiro has just finished on an 8 laps at 5 minutes 6.683. So let's watch Villalba home. I don't think he's going to be able to make up the deficit in this final lap. So we are not going to see another 9-lap run in this session. He comes home to finish. Zacharias Villalba, there it is, 8 laps. 5 minutes 01.555. So the plot twists again. We saw 2 guys in the last session who had not hit 9-lap runs in the first round do just that. And in this heat, we've seen 2 drivers who hit 9-lap runs in the first round not be able to repeat. In fact, no one was able to repeat. So that is fascinating, and how the times will play out here is really interesting to witness. Let's have a look at the final standing, shall we? They go into the pit lane. Final session before the lunch break. Zacharias Villalba wins out that session, and as I say, not on a 9-lap run in the end. He was only 1.5 seconds off in the end. Gulama Hebert actually takes second in the end. Nuno Casal Ribeiro going 5th. It's a bit of a surprise considering the early pace. Gulama Hebert, Alejandro Darras, Joao Lopez, and Nuno Casal Ribeiro, your top 5 ahead of Musso, Mertens, Mello, Todd, and Michade. And then Christian Villa and Felix Kogler round out the field. And now that's the end of 2 rounds of qualifying. We're into the break now, and we will be back on the air as we'll take time out for lunch. The briefest respite. It's getting rather warm out here. The speed is increasing all the time. It is time for the drivers to retire to the bunkers, and we'll be there to see what's going on down there in the bunkers and in the crew shops in a little while. We'll be taking a break for a little while to have a lunch break. It is just past 12:30 local time here, and we'll be back on the air at 1:30 local time, which is also 1:30 UK time, for our wander around the pits, an investigation into what's going on down there and the pursuit of that mythical 9-lap run. And this is our live coverage of the EFRA 1.8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships on RC Racing TV, presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are the official media partner of. And we'll be back very soon on RC Racing TV. See you in a bit. A little bit of shade behind the computer.
We'll be in the sun of it eventually, anyway.
Yes, yes. Good job, James.
Just go get in the queue for food, and unless you guys grab me, I'll just get random food.
Yeah, with him if you want. I'm dancing.
I put my microphone here. I will.
one of the guys that was usually a finalist, well, qualified to go to the Worlds, which is obviously a huge deal.
Yeah.
But EFRA recently opened up a new window to let more people qualify for the Worlds.
Right.
And Daniel Vega, who's sitting somewhere in that area there,
Right in the X-ray bit.
is running an Agama car, the A215, I think is what it's called.
Right.
If you ask around in that area, where's Daniel Vega, and they point you at him, you say, Daniel, what do you think about, well, this is something from Carlos, so it's something that he would like us to make a news of. You say something like, Daniel, what do you think about the EFRA opening up the window for more people to qualify for the Worlds? Something like that. We don't want to be inflammatory, but it is something that it's Carlos wanted us to point out.
Okay. Fine down there.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot. If you find a Brit, I think there's Bradley Barrett is one of the top guys. Underneath. Where are they? No, I think
they're blown away.
it's either been used or it's gone. It's either used or gone. We got tape.
And in fact, take the mic. Right, that's the one that monitors that. Okay, well I can't talk to you, it'd be on the air. Just go down. Frank!
Frank!
One, two, hello, yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Right, you get on with that.
Yep.
You go and talk to people. I can hear you through that. If you monitor, I can actually talk back to you. Can I? Yes, I can talk back to you. Put your monitors on. Yeah, 1, 2. Right, so you can talk that. Where's your pack? You haven't got a pack. You can take that pack. This one's variable, so the chance it gets too loud. Main mix, hang on. Main mix.
Hello, RC Racing fans. Welcome back to our coverage here of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European B Championships. And there's a little bit of downtime. The track's actually quite peaceful. There's no sound coming from it, which means that everyone's retired to the bunkers. A little bit of lunch and a little bit of a tune-up. So what we're going to do is have an investigate around the pits and see about the breaking stories, what's going on, and get some news from down on the ground here at the European B Championships. Let's have an investigate. Let's come in here. The pits are split into sort of two sections here. Got this outer section here, and then through there, the other wall. And there's also the timing area around there. You can just see on the wall there all the times from across the previous session spread out for the competitors there, including the overall total times through 2 rounds of qualifying. As we've just finished qualifying round 2. We're heading on to round 3 very soon. Is the X-ray table. Let's see if we can grab some people to have a word with and try not to spill anyone's drinks while we're doing it. I find that's not a good way to make friends, generally. Let's see if we can have a look round here. See if anyone's on this. Excuse me? Does he speak English?
No.
He does? I feel like it might have been about, it's just been set up. Do you speak English?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Johnny Ferté, and I come from France.
Good to have you here. What are your expectations for the event? How are you feeling? What do you hope to achieve this weekend?
Actually, his driver is him, so his expectation, of course, is to go for the final and have a quite good result. He representing Team Durango and Novarus Engine and Prosecute Tires. So basically, there is a good shoot for it, and the facilities is just awesome. The tracks start to be quite difficult. It doesn't look like, but it's really difficult, and you have to work all the time on the car to get the speed you need every time you go out.
So we've just been talking about that on the broadcast a little bit. Just talk to us. How do you change the setup of the car to kind of keep up with the racetrack?
Actually, you can only anticipate from your experience. And right now, for example, we know that we are just focusing on preparing the car, finding a good setup based on semi-final and final condition. So the track, we know that it will get bumpy as part if it's maybe rain. But yes, we do get an anticipation of setup, and we know that it's going to get more bumper. And basically during the time also, we know we will need more traction because the track is starting to be more slippery.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for the insight there. Best of luck, guys, for the rest of the weekend. Good to speak to you guys. Cheers. Well, that's very interesting. That really tallies back in with what we've been talking about so far, about how the track surface has kind of changed and how keeping up with the racetrack is really important. Sorry, you're not photobombing too much. And that was a really interesting bit of setup analysis there and a bit of insight. Let's see if we can have a look around here. Some very busy activity. I'm not going to disturb these guys. Might be worth a word, but they are busy working on the cars. Frank's getting in some good shots there. Some really good setup stuff there as well. Hang on, let's see if I can just poke my head in. You guys speak English? Yeah, we are. Cool. What's the name? Where are you from?
My name is Jerome Sartel. I'm coming from France.
It's a big. We get most of the French people here so far, which is really good. A great French representation. How are you feeling so far after 2 rounds of qualifying? How do you think it's going?
It's working not so bad. My drivers, the cheater drivers, are working good. So we TQ the first hit with Gonzalo Melo and did second with Lopez. Thomas was 5. So in the second, they did a few mistakes, but they are still fighting for the first place. So it's good.
It's all going well. Now, we saw out there that 9 laps in the 5-minute run or per heat appears to be the target. How hard has that been to achieve so far?
I think the track is getting worse every round, so it will be harder and harder to get the 9 laps, but they just need to be consistent, work on the car to be with. So I hope we will find the key to have the 9 laps. I think it's still possible, but a bit more difficult now.
And how do you change the setup between qualifying rounds to kind of keep up with the worsening racetrack?
We just actually try to adapt the car with the bumps, which is bigger this morning. Yesterday car was super good. Now we just try to make it a bit more comfortable.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for talking to us. Good luck to you and you guys for the rest of the day. All right, cheers. And again, more on the recurring theme of the track changing throughout each session. It really is interesting to hear about that. And I think we could just nip round. Frank, is there a way we can come round to the other segment of the pits? And kind of split into 2 builds here. We need to pop back through the front area. Thanks for coming with me. I'm leading my cameraman on all sorts of merry-go-round. That's what I often do. Yeah. Busy activity. Right. There he goes. Sorry, I lost signal for just a second there. Oh, here we go. Boisterous front section of the pits. This is right here on the racetrack. This is very close. Let's see if I can squeeze through here. I want to see if we can find the Brits. See if we can have a word over here. Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, I do.
All good. So what's your name? Where are you from?
Alberto, and I came from Malaga, Spain, south of Spain.
So not too far to travel for this one.
Well, we have been driving around 8 hours, more or less, 7-8 hours. So we came yesterday, and it was a very good trip with friends and all-time logging and speaking. It was nice.
That's what you want from RC racing trips, isn't it? You're with your mates, you're with your crew. It's all together. It's an all shared experience. So just talk to me. How's qualifying been going so far for you?
Well, the qualifying, are you talking about? Yeah, the qualifying was a little bit hard because the track yesterday had much more grip comparing with today. But okay, we are changing the setup and doing well to be faster right now. But the track is totally different comparing with the warm-up and totally different comparing with yesterday.
How do you anticipate, if you can anticipate at all, how do you think it will change for tomorrow for the races?
Well, I hope it will gain more traction and the track will be more clean, but we don't know. We don't know.
It's the guessing game, and it's what they pay you the big bucks for. It's what they pay you the big bucks for to guess for. So good luck, guys. Thanks very much for talking to us. Cheers.
Who's through? Great bunch of guys over there. Great to hear them talk. And I just want to see if we can find the Brits. Can you see them around? They might be located down here. Have a look on some of the cars here. Some of the great setups. Here we go. This will be the table with the Brits here. See if I can catch a word. Excuse me, sir. I have been going around asking people who speak English. I'm assuming that's all good. Right. What's your name and whereabouts in Britain are you from?
Steve Shakespeare. We moved from Shropshire in the UK, yeah.
Cool. How's qualifying been going so far for you?
Not great, to be honest. I broke the car on the first lap of the warm-up in the first heat. Then I had a bit of a scrappy run in the second run, so yeah, we've got 2 left and got to make the most of it.
So you're kind of coming from behind, if you will. You kind of started behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, we're on the back foot now, so there's always a bit of pressure on, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
Cool. Well, good luck for making up that time through the rest of the session. Good, thanks for talking to us. See if we can have a word with some of the other Brits, some of the other guys here. Very important. Oh, cleaning the actual RC car. I thought you meant his full-scale car for a second. I was like, he's got more important things to do, surely, during this event, isn't he? Right, let's see if we can. Shall we squeeze through to the back, Frank? Got someone else to talk to down in the Lozzie camp. Excuse me, fellas, we all right to talk? You speak English? Cool. Good to speak to you, sir. What's your name and where you're from?
From Lisbon, Portugal.
Cool. What's your name?
Gonçalo Mel.
Okay. Good to speak to you here. How's qualifying been going so far for you?
Yes, it's very good. The car was awesome, and I would thank to RCH team and to Horizon Hobby that proposed that the car was awesome.
Excellent. And of course, you're in the home nation here, back in Portugal. Does that help you in any way? Have you got a lot more experience at this track potentially than other guys coming in?
Yes, the last month it's impossible to train here because are the rules, but yes, it's also an help because Portuguese people support us and it's easier.
Home support is really important for you. It must be a big factor for you. What are your hopes and expectations for the event?
So my expectations, first of all, I would like to semi-finals directly, and so far I think that the final is the best thing that for us.
Well, we hope you make it there. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thanks very much for talking to us. Cheers. All right, should we come back through, Frank? Through the middle. Make our way back towards the front slowly. Involved in a bit of dancing. It's all happening down here. It's all action down in the pits. But I hope you just had a little bit of a snapshot and just a little bit of a slice of what's happening here. Out here at the EFRA 1/8B Nitro Buggy European Championships. Food, we've just had some of that. And it went down very well indeed, I have to say. So we will be heading upstairs very, very shortly and heading back up to the broadcast now. Qualifying round 3, as you can see the timings for what's already occurred so far. These are all the times. These are what everyone in the pits will be looking at already. And you want to have a look over here and have a quicker look. Those are your standings after the first 2 rounds of qualifying. So, going into round 3, what are we feeling? We've had some people say that the track's getting worse. It's got less grip in it. Others saying that it's just merely changing, and it's very, very difficult to keep up with the pattern of the track. What we know for certain is that there's a lot more still to be decided here this weekend, and we'll be back on. We'll be back on very shortly. Qualifying. Okay. I've just been told we've got plenty more time. Right, Frank, let's go. That's instead. Right, we will just head out. James will cut away and bring us back in a minute. Right, so we just moved around, and now we're out of the pits and onto the racetrack. This is where the serious stuff is going to be happening all weekend. We've already had 2 rounds of qualifying out here. We now have 2 more coming up very soon, and then tomorrow we'll have our raft of finals. So let's have a closer look at this racetrack here at Freixedas in Portugal. Along here, the pit area, the gridding area. So you'll see everyone line up. This will come into a lot more importance during particularly the A-Main final, where there'll be around 3 or 4 round of pit stops, maybe a 5th. And in the lower finals at 20 minutes, there will be at least 1 pit stop per race. So this will be where you see a lot of the action happen. And quite seriously, quite honestly, you won't want to take your eyes off this area for a second when they're in there. Races can be won and lost in there, and quite often are. And we're walking down the main straight now. This is a long front straight, and you can just feel right now how the track is drying out. It's solidifying. There's a lot less loose material or gravel on the surface, which we were talking about earlier. We were talking about guys in the pits there were mentioning how the track is actually getting harder and losing grip. You can see up there the pits that we were just in. That's the front section of the pits and all the British contingent. I just want to show you up here what will be a very important element of this track. This is turn 1, this is the berm, and I want to show you just how high up this goes. Climb all the way up. That's how high it is. And right down again. That is a high banked first corner. And you can see here what I was talking about earlier with how the track is rubbering in. There's almost a kind of silvery sheen to the surface where the track is rubbering in. And I can feel underfoot as I'm stood here, there's plenty of grip in this bit. As soon as there's any of the loose gravel still on the surface, you start to lose it. And here's all the majority of the gravel up here, right up out of the groove. You don't want to get up this high because there's nothing but marbles and slow speed up here for the most part. So let's continue round. We were talking earlier about divots in the surface. There's a fairly major few. Going to keep our eyes out for that as we go round. And coming up is the TKR triple. This will be a key element of the track so far. You watch this first section, up over. Ideally, you don't want to do it how I'm doing it, which is jump by jump. You want to take off from the first jump, miss this one entirely, and land right about here on the third jump. So you want to miss out the middle jump entirely. That's the fastest way of doing it. One smooth movement. Easier said than done, though. And it is all about the run out of that first corner that's going to make all the difference. Now, these corners, as we've seen already, quite tricky. Quite a lot of gravel on the surface here. And the track is really starting to rut up. It's not smooth at all. But then again, have you ever expected an off-road track that is small? Or smooth, I should say. This is certainly not small in any way. Now, there are these certain elements, certain patches that Frank pointed out on the stream earlier. We'll take a look at those. Close look. You can see there some of the white marks on the track. Sorry, we just went off for a second. I think Frank got in the way of the camera and the transmitter. That's all right. We're back on though. Frank's wondering how he can go invisible for a second. Now, this is the second set of triples, but the interesting thing about it is that the first jump we just walked over has been more of just a dip for the drivers. They just go over it. They don't actually jump off it, and then they aim to launch off of that jump there and then land right around here on this side. So that's where they've really been looking for the best grip and looking for the best runs through there. You'll notice that as much as possible, you can't afford to try and do singles of these jumps. You've got to double them where you can. But this is where there's a slight exception. There's this middle S section. There's one of those patches of tarmac or surface that we were just talking about with that kind of white material showing through. Here's another one here. This is where the track is really starting to rubber in. And this is a twisty middle sector technical section. We haven't seen much. You don't see much air through these middle jumps because of the way the track's turning. You don't want to go flying too far in a straight line and end up flying right off into all this loose material and gravel. And really, this is interesting walking this middle sector and how areas are more rubbered in than others. Like at the tops of the jumps, see, have a look at this. There's literally nothing. It's all loose gravel along the top. There's not a lot of surface there. So, if you go around, if we come round, this is a fairly interesting little corner. It's a fairly off-camber corner as well. You see it goes up here and then down again. That makes the run through the corner a bit trickier. And we have another pair of jumps here. Again, you want to double these two, although I've seen a lot of people single them and not really get much air off them. Because ideally, you want to just come just over the top here and through to that corner up there. And you can see up the top, the area that we really have been looking at a lot this weekend, which is the tabletop, which we're going to have somebody demonstrating in a rather cack-handed way, but up the tabletop we go. And you see the elevation change, you see it comes up. It's a fairly steep incline and it comes up and then rises, and then you take the turn. Slight camber on the inside there, and then just as you come out the corner, you come right down again. And round this bottom end. Again, very technical course here. Emphasis on technical and emphasis on constant challenge. Now this is the back straight where we've been really paying a lot of attention to, because this has 4 jumps on it. Count them, 4. And the way to approach them, up this first one, right over. You don't single this second one. You look to land about here. So you double the first pair and you get a good run through. A lot of gravel built up down there. Up here for the second jump. And you want to land, ideally, right here. You don't really want to land on that tabletop because that will bring the car kind of shaking down to the ground. And it'll bounce up and it'll throw you off more stability. And you need all the stability you can get when you're braking hard for this corner down here, which has really rubbered in, as you can see. There's a lot of dried tarmac down here, a lot of dry material on the inside here. And you really see with that sort of glittery sheen on it, the glittery matte sheen on it. Now, this is a corner I really wanted to have a close-up look at. This is the tile hairpin. And look at this. It's like walking on your bathroom floor at home. And look at how little grip there is. There's just nothing there. So when these cars come flying in and drifting out, no wonder we see them lock the brakes as they come in, and it really gets difficult. I hear some engines firing in the distance in pit lane, so the finish line is right there, so that's interesting. As is usually the case with the EFRA racetracks, finish line's right here. It is not actually round on the front starting straight. So the battle for the win will be concluded right here. So that makes it even more interesting. The tile hairpin will literally be the last corner on the track before they come across the scoring loop. And that only reconfirms to me what I've been saying all along, that that corner is going to decide at least one of tomorrow's finals. Count on it right now. I'm not normally a betting person, but on that, I think that's a safe bet. And here's your final corner to come back round onto the start-finish straight. All the way up there. Long blast out the final corner. And there's a lap of the Freixedas racetrack here in Portugal, which is hosting the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European B Championships 2016. Here on RC Racing TV, I can hear some engines firing in the pit lane, so I think we're getting ready to go for qualifying round 3, which will be starting at 2 o'clock sharp here, local time and British time as well. Hope you enjoyed this little walk around the facility here at lunchtime, and we'll see you back up at the Crow's Nest for qualifying round 3.
We are just filling a few knobs, making a few adjustments after our pit walk. Getting ready for round 3 of qualifying here from Portugal on Saturday for the EFRA 1/8 Euro B Championships. Hang on. Now.
So we hope you enjoyed the little pit walk and track walk. A little bonus track walk action for you guys. Just a reminder, we are brought to you by TKR Graphics. This weekend we are RC Racing TV. This is Frank on the mic. We got James, who you just heard, and Adam, who you were just watching. So we are RC Racing TV. Again, TKR Graphics bringing you all the action this weekend. And we're the official media partner of EFRA. You can get all the details about EFRA from EFRA.ws and also on Facebook. Speaking of which, you can find the Facebook group for RC Racing TV. If you are on the Facebooks there, just click join the group, and we will, or probably Nick will sometime over the weekend, add you into the group. But if you do want to see a particular person being followed on the track, don't use the Facebook group, please. There's just too many channels of communication for us to watch, but we do pay attention to the YouTube chat. So if you are on the YouTubes, I think all you need to do is just sign up for it. If you have a Gmail address, I think you automatically have like a membership or account or something like that with YouTube, so you can just make your requests in there, and let us know well ahead of time if you know the schedule. I believe the schedule, if you click through a few links on EFRA.ws, you can get all the details. For myrcm.ch is another link you can find to get the schedule, the driving schedule for all the drivers today. So if you know someone who's here, you can request them. Please try and give us at least 5 or 10 minutes. The longer the better, and we will try to follow the drivers, your favorite drivers and friends that are here in Portugal. I'm not going to try and say the name of the town that we're in. Actually, it's Pinhel is where we're at, but the track is called CRF Frixadas? I don't know. I can't really pronounce it. So anyway, the third round of qualifying is literally just out on track right now. You can see them on the screen. And a little bit of crash bang wallop action for the first couple of turns. These guys are just warming up. So this is the warm-up period. They have about 3 minutes to warm up and then 5 minutes to do a qualifying run. And we'll do a little bit of moving camera action in these lower heats. And once we get up to rounds 6, 7, 8, 9, definitely the last 3 or 4 heats, we will have loads and loads of moving camera action for you guys. We'll be following all the fastest drivers as they go around the track here in Portugal at the Euro B Finals. So we've just had a nice little lunch. I suppose we can call it a Portuguese-style cheeseburger. Not really cheeseburger, burger. A slice of ham and mayo and some lettuce on it. I can't remember if there was tomato. And some Coke. And surprisingly, it's kind of a rarity for the RC tracks, there's actually, or there was, they've run out now already, Coke Zero. Don't usually get the diet drinks here. We're all trying to watch our figures here, except maybe for James. What? Well, we're watching his figure. He's not watching his. So yeah, some lunch and refreshments, and a nice. Well, apart from the track walk, which was and pit walk, that was about half an hour of a little frantic action for us. About like an hour and a half lunchtime. Could get used to that. And the wind has just started to pick up just a little bit. And we're about 30 seconds from this first of 9 heats. Actually starting the racing clock. Now if you're unfamiliar, right. Okay, so we've got a request from Ashley to follow Gary in Heat 1, which is right now, and Carl O'Connor in Heat 2. Ashley, I got one thing to say to you. Find some faster friends. No, I'm kidding. We'll follow them in just a few minutes. Bradley Baird, I believe, is in Heat 7 or 8. And when does the next race start? Well, it's just started. So sorry for just getting to your questions on the YouTube chat. But Gary Gregory is car 3, and they're just finishing. Most of the drivers are just starting their first lap. So we'll give Gary a couple laps to get his tires under him. Hopefully he's keeping the rubber side down and gets a good start. He's completed his first lap in a 45.306. No, I tell a lie, 45.605. So you can get the live timing on myrcm.ch. There will be a link somewhere on the front page where you can see this weekend's races. Cool thing about MyRCM is that you can, any event such as the EFRA Bs that we're at, you can get the live timing online to watch on your phone or tablet or whatever. I believe they just released an iOS app, and I think an Android app is coming out real soon. Is that correct, James? The iOS app for MyRCM? Okay, I'm pretty sure I saw something about it on one of the news sites, like rcracingtv.net. And yeah, so if you've got a tablet or something like that and you're at a race, you can keep up with your friends or fellow teammates and see how they're doing. So, Adam, you want to jump on the camera for a couple minutes and just find Gary? He's car number 3. Car number 3, Gary. We're talking like Smokey and the Bandit all weekend. So we are on the lookout. Here he's coming right here, just underneath us, going into the mini triples. He treats them as a double single. So I was just kidding earlier, Ashley, about your finding some faster friends. I know how difficult racing is, especially this type of racing when you come all this way to a foreign country on a track you don't know. And as Gary does a little somersault, but he gets lucky, lands on his wheels, and he lets that guy go through. No, he doesn't. He lands back on him. So Gary trying to defend, but hopefully not defend too hard, because that will just end up slowing him and the other driver down. And he may actually get called for it by the race referee. We do have a British race referee here. He's one of the usual referees that we have. So Gary getting caught up again. And the two cars behind him are slowing each other down again. So he gets another half lap or so of grace before they catch up to him. That's kind of how it works in these lower classes. Lower heats. Sometimes the guys just not willing to work with each other very much. Kind of the difference between, say, Moto 3 and Moto GP, if you watch that action. So this is just one of the European Championships that are starting off this weekend. We've got the Euro 2016, the football or soccer here in the US, European Championships. And actually there's a similar thing happening in South America as well. So quite a busy week for the championships. Gary's number on that left side is about to come off. Alright, so Gary's doing okay. He's in 6th place at the moment. Just knocked down to 7th. I can't see what pace he's on. He's got about 1 lap left to do. So we'll reset, Ashley, and get set to follow your Heat 2 racing pal. The wind's died down just a tiny bit. The sheep are back out in the pen immediately across the road from us. I don't know how sheep handle the heat in this area. It's the only sheep we've seen. We've seen dogs on the street. We've seen cattle, one lot of cattle, and we have sheep across the road from us. Just really interesting. So that's heat 1 finished. And the marshals are looking anxiously for the drivers to come out already, even though they're still driving. Just how it is when you're turn marshal. You can't wait to have your turn finished. So in case anyone was wondering, if you watched the track walk that we did, the hairpin turn, which is the final turn on the track, that's polished granite, if you can believe it. So imagine if you have any friends or if you have at home a granite kitchen's worktop, and just run your hand across the worktop, or remember what it feels like to just touch the worktop. That's how slick this the tile hairpin is. Absolutely no traction at all. So that's why it's kind of cool to see the cars drifting around that. And interestingly, the pit surface, the actual pit lane surface, is actually made of the same stuff. And the starting positions on the main straight, which we didn't really get a close-up of, but they are out there, numbers 1 through 15. They're all marked and engraved out of polished granite. Just amazing. There's so much granite around here, they just use it for anything and everything. So the warm-up for heat 2 about to start, as the wind kicks up again. And as the wind kicks up, actually, I'm wondering, on that back straight where the biggest jumps on the track are, they put up banners right where the jumps are. So I am curious if that was a deliberate decision so that the wind doesn't affect the jumping very much. If it is, that's quite smart. If it isn't, then it's just pure luck and coincidence, maybe. So in the next heat, which is number 2, we've got Manuel Prados, Samuel Silva, Fernando Cabrera, Vitor Thomas, Carl O'Connor, that's card number 5, Nathan Lejuez, Alberto Garcia, who's handily marked as a plus 40, Hugo Prata, Federico Novo, Sandro Tanica, Sergio Diniz, something like that, and Sergio Gomez. So we'll give these guys a few minutes to get settled. This is just the warm-up. They get 3 minutes of warm-up, and we'll see if we can follow car 5 around for a few minutes, or for a couple of laps anyway. It's like someone is out there just doing donuts. I wonder if his steering stuck or if he's just that happy to be out on the track. And his mechanic has come out. Looks like the wheels are straight again. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, he has been retrieved. That's an unfortunate way to start a qualifying heat. These guys had all day yesterday to do practice. It was controlled practice, which means they had a certain number of runs, and they were all split into their just randomly assorted, I suppose. And then their controlled practice times basically seeded them for the qualifying, which we're watching now. So basically the fastest times in practice set, or your time in practice, I should say, set what qualifying group you're in. And this is group number 2 of 9. So if this were an A championship, I think we'd be seeing, how many do they usually have, like 12 or 15 heats of qualifying? Can't quite remember how many there were last year at the Ungaro Ring in Italy. One thing I am glad of is they're not actually spraying pig manure on the track to soak up the water, because there hasn't been any rain. These guys have about 40 seconds of practice left, or warm-up. And then they'll be starting, the clock starts, and then just as they cross the line, that is when their 5 minutes start. So the clock has started now. Adam is on the case looking for car 5, who's just going through, well, finishing up the S section, about to come onto the tabletop. And he's going down the big jump. Oh no, now he's going down the main straight. He must have had a crash that while I was looking to see what was on the screen, he had a crash. So once again, if you do have someone that you'd like us to follow, such as Carl O'Connor on the screen right now, feel free to jump on the YouTube chat, not the Facebook group, but the YouTube chat, and make a request. We'll do our best to honor it. So that your friend, or even yourself, if you're here, can get some screen time. Carl seems to be getting around the track fine. I must remember to bring my goggles tomorrow, because the wind blows the dust off the track straight into our eyeballs. Makes the triple pretty good. He does brake a little bit too much for that turn, which is why he wasn't able to quite make that double. Here I am critiquing someone's driving when I haven't driven an 8 buggy myself in years, at least on a track. Yeah, he's not taking the best line to come onto that main straight, I don't think. He seems to slow down quite a lot. Drifts nicely around the tile hairpin and across the finish line. And let's see where he's sitting at the moment. He is sitting third now, because he just got bumped by Federico Novo. But that last lap of his was a 42-second lap. We did just have a 39-second lap from Manuel Prades. Sandro Tanica has not been able to make it out. So just going to have a quick look at the YouTube chat and see if there's any follow requests. There are none. so we can rest easy at the moment for heat number 3. We do have a question. What's the serpent representation like here? To be honest, Felix Rigby, we're not sure. We have barely been through the pits. If you watched our pit walk, you can rewind back if there's no action in the next couple races that you want to see, but you can rewind back and see our pit walk. We did talk to a few drivers. There probably are at least a couple guys here running Serpent, but I wouldn't be able to tell you their names, unfortunately. I'm much more familiar with the top guys that would be at the Euro A Championship. But the Euro Bs are where the up-and-coming drivers are, like, say, Malin Carson and Bradley Baird. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't really know who exactly is driving what. There are some names I might be able to. I think we talked to Jerome Sartell. He's running a TLR. Daniel Vega's running an Absima. But unfortunately, I don't know who is running a Serpent, if there are any. And then Franciosa asks, I believe you're asking, where are the top pilots? The top pilots are not here. The guys at the Euro A's. Those guys will be at the Euro A's, whenever the Euro A's are. If you want to get a schedule of the championships for the rest of the year, check out EFRA.ws, and there's a complete schedule there. And the top pilots here are there's just many names that I am personally unfamiliar with, unfortunately. So that's brought us up to date on the YouTube comments and questions, I believe. If we did miss any, feel free to ask again. And I'm there's one after this round of qualifying, which is round 3 at the moment. There is a 4th round of qualifying, which starts at 3:48 and ends at 5:30, approximately. I think with the 8-minute run times, it'll be about 5:32 local time is when that is scheduled to finish. Meanwhile, this is Frank from RC Racing TV. And sitting next to me is Adam Johnson. And we've got James Perry out and about doing something. Some graphics. So James Graphics Perry is out there. Wow, there's actually 2 cars on the road at one time. Amazing. And they are, well, the first one's slowing down to see what all the flags are about. The roads here, we touched on it a bit, but the roads here are pretty much completely devoid of vehicular traffic. So it's really interesting. If this were, say, a British B road equivalent that's next to us here, which is a 1 lane going in each direction with a double yellow or a double stripe line going down the middle of it. And there's a roundabout up at the top of the hill. And I think it's either a care home or a spa hotel type of thing. That's just at the top, well, yeah, top middle of your picture. There's just no traffic. If this were a British B road, there'd just be traffic for days. So either people just, I don't know. We're trying to figure it out. We need to ask one of our local Portuguese bros what is the deal with the lack of traffic. It's just really strange. But it is nice that people are able to drive by, and they may know the track is here, or, you know, if they're local, they may know, oh, there's a place with, it looks like a BMX track or something like that, and sometimes people drive cars on it. But this weekend, there's country flags from all over Europe, all around the track. I see Finland, Greece, Sweden, Italy, Spain, obviously Portugal. Yeah, so it's it's nice that there's definitely an international flair here. There's loads of people from all over. And again, if you scroll back probably about almost an hour in the timeline of this live video, you can watch the pit walk that Adam did. And we went around and talked to a bunch of drivers from all over the place. Well, a couple of French drivers, a Spanish driver, and I think there was a Brit, and then I can't remember who was the last driver. But yeah, so that's about it at the moment. James is back.
I thought you were in the toilet because you were gone away.
All right, so this is heat 3. It is heat 3, isn't it? And there's just about a minute to go in their warm-up. 3-minute warm-up once again, and a 5-minute qualifying heat. And it's just a rolling start. Once the clock finishes counting down. And then everyone gets 5 minutes to do as many laps as they can. So all day today is qualifiers up until about 5:30. And then tomorrow at 8:30 we start the 164th finals. And those are 20 minutes. So at 8:30 and then 9. There's a pair of 164th finals and then 132nd, all the way down to the semifinal. And then the final, which wraps up tomorrow. That starts at 4:30 local time, and which is also UK time. And that is a 45-minute final. And the prize ceremony is scheduled to be at 6 p.m. Another pair of people walking up, well, one cycling, that's got to be like first gear. And then his friend walking along. I'm guessing he doesn't have a rack or anything like that, or pegs to give him a backy or anything. So yeah, there you are. A couple people enjoying the scenery. And for me, at least, it is quite nice scenery. It reminds me a lot of Northern California. And there's someone in the spectator stand laying down and then getting some sun, or I should say just enjoying the sun, because he's wearing, looks like jeans or sweats or whatever. So, to be honest, the European Championships tend not to really get any local spectators. So when we do have someone stop on the side of the road, we do definitely celebrate that, because it is just rare. Although last year at the Ongaro Ring, we had loads of local Italians from the nearby town where that is located, They came by and they were all cheering for obviously David Ongaro, the local favorite. It is his home track, literally his home. His bedroom window probably looks out on the track. But the local crowd obviously cheering on all the Italians. And there was even, I believe it was Mal from Mal Graphics doing all the very excited commentary for the local folks.
Who are you following, guys? Who are you following?
9. So Adam has picked car 9, who, luckily for him, or unluckily, is the 10th place car of Carlos Nogueras from Spain. One of the 40-plus drivers. Those guys, I think, is it today or is it we got the schedule right close. It's tomorrow is when the 40-plus final is. It's a 20-minute race, and followed by the junior final, which is all the, I believe, under 16s or under 13s. I can't remember. So the 40-plus guys and the youngest guys here, or youngest guys and gal, because there is Malin Carson here, of course, driving for Slovakia, but actually from Norway. They will be in their own final. So we're just checking out the Facebook group. Simon Cox posting a picture of him watching or his TV screen looks like. Yeah, it's a Wii there. So it's a good sized screen. Crap weather in the UK. Time to watch the racing. I agree. And David, we did try to find Bradley. He was off having some food, so sorry about that. And Ashley, once again, let's see. I'm sure we actually did see Steve, Shakespeare, Carl, and Gary, and Milan, and Rye, but didn't see your comment in time to actually try and talk to them. Sorry about that. And Stavros, you asked this 2 hours ago, but I have mentioned it since I started talking. myrcm.ch or H if you're of a particular British persuasion. That is the website for the live timing. And Bent Carlson, we will try to catch him. We'll probably end up doing a pit walk for tomorrow. Follow Milan Heat 6, Steve Shakespeare Heat 6, Malin Carlson. Okay, so lots of requests for Malin, Carl, Rihanna. Is there someone here named Rihanna? I was just wondering if like the Rihanna is here, but I'd imagine not. Probably shooting a video somewhere. Right, so that catches us up with the Facebook group. So Heat 4 is getting ready to go out on the track. So they are out on the track now, as you can see. First couple of laps, a bit chaotic as usual. And then 3 minutes of warm-up time. Followed by 5 minutes of racing against the clock. Right, so catching up with the YouTube comments. Again, if you want us to catch anyone particular on track, please request it only in the YouTube chat. That is just the best place for us to see it, because if you comment on the Facebook page or in the Facebook group, we have to constantly be looking at our phones, basically. And with the YouTube chat, just the latest comment just appears at the bottom of the screen. So it's a lot easier for us to keep up with that. So if you're watching us on a computer or say on a mobile device, or a home theater PC or something like that, just go to where the comments are. If you're on a mobile tablet or phone or something like that, just scroll all the way to the bottom of the screen, and I believe that's where you'll see the comments. So let's see, just in the YouTube chat, we've got a request to follow Hampus Berg, who hopefully we didn't miss that. I think we may have. So sorry about that, Frederick. We will try to catch him in the next one. Interestingly, though, we've got Thiago Coelho in this particular heat. There is a famous Coelho that you might be familiar with if you follow racing at all, RC racing, and that's Bruno. I did ask. I have been told that they are probably not related. So, in case anyone was wondering, like myself. Hug Pokecraft, who I can tell just from the name is either a fan or some sort of fandom related thing for Pokemon, and even has a Pikachu avatar. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. If anyone does speak English, and that's either Spanish or Portuguese, I'm not sure. Can translate that, please do, and we'll answer Hug Pokercraft's question or comment. All right, so we've had a request to follow car 4. That's Matthew Shafardon. So he is out on track right now, so we will try to follow him. I will say, though, person who requested this, sorry, we've changed screens, so I don't see your name, but Maxime Guigli. Please try to give us at least 5 or 10 minutes to follow someone. I mean, you let us know ahead of time, ahead of what their heat is, and we'll be happy to try and follow anybody you name. It does have to be in the YouTube comments, and we do have to have prior notice, though. And we will do our best. There is no guarantee, but we will do our best to follow your friends and teammates. And just want to say to Dave Matthews in Australia, if this is the Dave Matthews from Dave Matthews Band, it's a fantastic show in Manchester last October. But if it's not that Dave Matthews, hello back to you, sir. This is Group 4, the third qualifying run of the EFRA Off-Road European B Championships here in what I believe is called Frixedas, Portugal. What do you want? And so if you're just joining us or you haven't heard me say it recently, we are RC Racing TV. Myself, I am Frank, and we've got Adam on the camera at the moment, and we've got James on the other mic.
Hello.
James. And we're brought to you here in Portugal thanks to Mark at TKR Graphics, who did our brand new 2016 model year shirts.
Model year?
Well, you know, we'll get some new ones next year, right? So
I don't know. The last ones have done us for 4 years, so I'm not sure.
yeah, but you know, we got to step it up. So we can't go 4 years with the same same design.
Very true.
Yeah, so we've got some new shirts, some new threads. Mark, if you're listening, what we need now are some sun hats, some
sombreros,
and some like big, wide, like pub style umbrellas with to keep the sun down, sun off us.
And some rain jackets, waterproof trousers.
Yeah, we need some, like in the mornings, some puffy jackets.
Yeah, we need those.
Maybe some walking boots, for rocky sort of. Adam was walking around in Doc Martens on an off-road racing track. I don't know if that's right. That's not really the done thing, is it?
What round are we on? 4.
4.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Do you want a drink?
Yes, please. Coke Zero if they have it.
Coke Zero.
If not, regular is fine.
We're not affiliated with Coke. Just making that clear.
No, whatever the available diet vegetable extract drink is, that is fine.
Can I have some RCTV sandals?
My sandals are nice. I should just throw some stickers on these.
We can't hear you when you move your mouth away from the mic.
Or move the mic away from my mouth.
Did we fully thank our sponsors, or did we go off-piste with...
No, we did, yeah. We need to mention EFRA, so thank you, EFRA.
We need to do some VRC Pro replays soon.
We do. Well...
But we have
there
been
hasn't
that
been
busy.
a whole lot of action.
No, we've been that busy with technical things like setting up cameras and pit walks and uploading clips of top heats and the clip of the pit walk and creating graphics and...
Well, when you say we, you mean you.
Well, I wasn't going to big myself up or make it sound like I was doing all the work, so I'm not.
Well, I'm bigging you up.
There's no I in team.
Which is fine. That's true. But there is an M and an E.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Have you been speaking to Ashley Patterson?
Yeah.
Mark K does the wing skin as well for my 1/8 car.
Hey, very good.
Sadly, no, it's not the Dave Matthews. He sings a lot better than me. That's why I race RC.
Precisely. Do what you're best at.
Ashley Patterson, that's a driver, isn't it?
Yeah, he's one of the guys. One of the drivers.
Young lad.
I'm not sure.
I think I know who it is. Thank you. Ah.
Hey, they restocked on Coke Zero, diet vegetable extract based drinks.
Thank you. Sugar free.
And there's Bent Carlson down there talking to Malin, his daughter, who was, since you're on the mic, I can explain about the bird, not an eagle, but the bird that carried Malin off yesterday.
Is it a relation of Malin?
The bird. No, but that guy down there is. That's her father.
Yeah, was he the bird?
No,
oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the bird took Malin away from her dad. So, just to recap, yesterday during the opening ceremony, you can find it in the uploaded videos on the RC Racing TV channel.
Yeah.
There was... we thought it was an eagle for a long time.
Is it not?
I wasn't quite sure it was an eagle because I'm used to, obviously, being an American, I'm used to bald eagles, but there are a bunch of different types of eagles. So we just said, oh, it's an eagle, it's an eagle. And it was just walking around, a guy in a big mascot outfit dressed as an eagle.
Right.
And I got my picture taken with him. Thanks, James.
Yeah, I know all this.
So we had no idea what that was about. I did find out today what that is about.
Tell me. I'm intrigued.
Well, as you're aware, Portugal, right next to Spain, It's a very small. I mean, it could be a state of Spain, but
They fly eagles over the border to annoy the Spaniards.
not eagles, falcons.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
falcon. So what happened years ago, before Portugal and Spain were friends, there was a war. As, you know, European history dictates, there has to be a war.
Yeah, yeah.
So somehow the local townsfolk of Pinhel, which is the town over the crest of the hill that you can see on the screen, the townspeople of Pinhel found some way to capture, and I'm not sure, but possibly kill the falcon that belonged to the king of Spain.
Okay.
And now, even nowadays, falcons are like really hard to train. It takes years and years. You know, they're probably, if they're insured, which I'm sure they are, they're insured for thousands and thousands of dollars, pounds, rubles, whatever. So you can imagine how much value the king's falcon was to the king himself, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, this being during wartime, the king of Portugal declared, make a formal declaration that from that point forward, the town of Pinhel is to be known as the town of the falcon.
Ah.
So, for hundreds of years, it's been known as the town of the falcon.
Right. Okay.
And the actual city crest has a kind of a crenellated watchtower thing, with the battlements at the top of it.
Yeah.
And inside the crest is inside the shape of the tower is the head of a falcon. So that's what the deal is with the falcon.
I see.
So
why do falcons need insurance?
Because they take years to train, and they can fly off at any time because they are basically a wild animal. You're just basically asking them to retrieve a piece of meat or retrieve a rabbit or whatever.
A tidbit.
Yeah.
So you have to insure your falcon.
Well, I would.
And if it flies off,
if it's possible.
If it flies off, then the insurance company pay out.
I
And
guess.
say, okay, your falcon's gone. And I don't know how much a falcon's worth, but let's say, I don't know, $5,000.
I would say at least $5,000.
Could you not just say that it flew off and hide your falcon in a shed?
And then just a couple of years later say, hey, I trained a new falcon. It looks exactly the same as my old one.
This
so
one
you just have
also
a rotating
responds to
stock
the name
of
Brian.
falcons. I don't know. I just assume that there's some way to insure your wild trained animal.
Insureyourfalcon.com.
Yeah. Comparethefalcon.com.
Quote me falcon.
Yeah.
Ashley Patterson said yes, he did race at Neo. That's probably where I remember him from. A Team S work.
I know the name.
I know
definitely know the name.
It's because I think I know who it is.
We've been doing this long enough that we definitely know the names of some of the
Veterans.
guys, even if I couldn't actually formally identify anyone in the police lineup.
No, I think I know who it is. I'll find you a picture.
I'm a Team Swerks driver.
Have you said? No, you've obviously said hello to Dave Matthews from Australia.
Yeah.
Anyone else on the stream wants us to follow a driver, please let us know. Give us a shout out, say hi.
Again,
Post
on the YouTube chat, not the Facebook.
on the YouTube chat. Well, if people want to post a face, if people want to post, what I like to ask is if people are watching us now, post a photo to the Facebook group of how you're watching us.
Yeah, that's a lot better. That's more interactive.
I don't think you can post directly to the page, but you can post to the group.
Yeah.
The page is like for us to say, hey, this is what we're doing. The group is for everyone to talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. As in, just our general web forum is basically what the group is.
So post
But
a photo.
if you post a picture of how you're watching us, whether you're at a full-size race or an RC race or just at home watching it on your TV.
Are you watching us in the garden?
Yeah, maybe the garden. You got it up on a projector screen in your back garden, which would be pretty awesome. I want to do that. But yeah, we're much more likely to see it if you do that. But again, on the Facebook group, there's less of a guarantee that we'll see your request than if you post in the YouTube chat. It's much easier for us to find your requests in the YouTube chat. I think Adam missed the explanation of the Falcon yesterday.
Oh, I don't want to hear this story again.
I'll tell you over dinner.
Yeah. I'll tell you over breakfast.
I'll tell you over chocolate-covered strawberries in the bedroom.
It basically winded up to do with insuring your Falcon, and then just pretending it got stolen and then claiming the insurance. We'll tell you later. Not that I condone insurance fraud at all in any way.
No, not at all. There's a guy across the track with a long lens, James.
Yeah, I've seen longer.
Are you jealous?
I've got longer.
Are you jealous?
No, mine's longer than that.
You sound jealous. There's a tinge of jealousy there.
It's not what you've got, it's what you do with it that counts, Frank. It's what I've always said.
You mean, what megapixels is he shooting at?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. It looks like a rifle scope.
Right, shall we pick up a car for the last minute of this race? Cameraman's choice.
It's up to Adam.
Pick a car. And Adam's gone for the car number. Can we see a number on that, Frank? It's coming in front of us now. No, don't look at the screen. Although I could have done that.
It's really tiny.
4. Screen 4. Screen 4. Car 4.
Car
4 is, Frank. Read that really dusty, difficult to read screen for me.
That is. Oh, you had to give me that. Oh no, it's Pierre. Pierre. He's moving around.
I'm guessing it's French.
Pierre Raboulin.
French?
He's clambering down the order as people cross him line.
Is he French?
I'm pretty sure he is.
The country's right next to his name.
Yeah, but he's moving up and down the screen.
I see what you mean now.
Yes, he is French, but he has June, J-U-N, next to his name. Oh, Junior, right.
Ah, yeah.
So he's a young French lad.
Yeah.
That we can tell you.
You okay there, Frank?
Yeah, I just have to kind of hunch over because you're occupying the back of my seat now.
How about now?
That's a
Is that
massage.
quite annoying?
No, it's just a massage. Great, that's nice. Oh, the elbow. Good,
Sports massage.
I got those rollers.
Yeah.
I've got one of those coming. It'll be waiting for me at work to take home.
So
I need to talk to you about squash, by the way. We need to do some squashing.
Well, yeah, that would be interesting because I had a squash player, a squash partner, and he's let me down a lot recently.
Yeah, he let me down as well.
Did he?
Yeah.
He keeps claiming he's been very busy. I don't know what with. There isn't a lot going on at the moment in his world.
He gave me stick for not going to our booked court that I paid for because he dropped out.
How does that work?
He had the temerity to give me stick.
You should have rang me. I would have come.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Are you better or worse than him?
Better.
Better.
I think he's caught up to me very quickly in badminton, though.
You're better than him at squash.
I would say.
This will be interesting because so am I. He's probably told you.
Although we never have actually kept track of the scores, but like when chasing down the ball, it's
either do it properly or don't do it at all.
Yeah, but it was the first couple sessions were just like, okay, just learning how to try to move around each other without getting smashed in the face with a graphite stick.
Could you pass me the schedule, please? Just whilst we're in between races.
Indeedly do.
We are on round 3. Moving on to group 6. 4 away from the top groups. The time is... I was about to use the computer to say what time it is, but I'm not sure the computer's on the right... Oh, it is. The time is 3 o'clock local, 3 o'clock UK, because we're in the same time zone. Our cameraman and commentator are switching round. They've changed roles. What was that crackling then? Oh, well. They've changed roles, but now they are coming back.
I meant heat 7, but that's all right.
Are we going into heat 7?
No, 6.
All right, yeah. Looks like we're about bang on schedule. That's of course Javier doing the timing. Our timing friend. I wouldn't expect it any other way. So we have one more round today. And we will start Q4 at 10 to 4 roughly. And then see us through till 5:30. At which point I will be getting 3 beers from the beer tent.
Good shout.
The really small ones. I can have one and drive. Very early start tomorrow, people. Looks like a 8:30 start. They start with a... Am I right in reading that, Frank? They start with a 164th at 8:30. Crikey blimey, Charlie.
We'll have to nag for breakfast to be served early, won't we?
I doubt it. We'll just get breakfast here. Just
Sounds
get
good.
up and go. Main final at 4:30 tomorrow. For anyone that's wondering. These chairs aren't very comfortable, and our beds weren't very comfortable in the hotel. Maybe Portugal's got a thing about uncomfortable furniture.
Which is weird because it's such a nice, pleasant country to be in at best of times.
Yeah, it's doubly weird because since we see almost no one out, that must mean they're all in,
Yeah,
sitting on their uncomfortable furniture.
It was very strange driving here yesterday. It was a Friday. You'd expect it to be busy with people maybe going away for the weekend or coming home from work. I think we were in the country from around midday-ish.
Yeah.
And on the roads from midday. And very little cars. There was one stretch of motorway which went down into the mountains and back up the other side. You could see for miles, and we were the only car on it. Which makes for a nice stress-free drive. And I only drove on the wrong side of the road once. But I did drift over onto the rubble strip about 4 times.
Which is good for waking us all up, I guess.
Yeah. Not because I was tired, I just misjudged where the car was.
I think at other points you were just trying to annoy Frank, weren't you?
Yeah, there was that as well, yeah. It sounded like he was, what was it going? No, I can't remember what he said now. It wasn't deaf in one. Like a motorbike was going up the outside of the car.
That was me saying the motorbike.
that
It
was
was
you.
him saying he was deaf. Either way, we both had our own reactions to... I mean, it's just some noise, isn't it?
He was like that.
It's actually quite good.
Like Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do it. No.
So it's close enough, except the Chewbacca was actually suffering water-based harm.
And Chewbacca wasn't Portuguese.
True.
As far as I know. Alan O'Brien. Happening, folk. I guess that's like slang. As in, what's happening, folk? Not a lot, Alan. What's happening with you? Ollie Curry, can you follow mailing, please? That must have been a very...
Milan Dragoslovic. That'll be it.
Oh, I'm thinking
It's
mailing,
car.
sorry, it's Milan.
Nice. It's car 4.
Dyslexic eyes. Car 4 this round. We will do that, Ollie Curry, for you. As soon as they're just warming up at the moment. I think. They aren't. They're still on warm-up. Someone confirmed for me?
I think so.
Yes. Nelly,
Now they're starting.
Oh, Nelly Paris, lol. What are you lolling at?
Just in general. Maybe it was your Chewy impression.
Oh, yeah. Probably. Deserves a lot. The moon's out.
Moon, go home, you drunk.
Ah, I might need to sit in the shade in a minute. Seeing as I am the follically challenged of this team. And I haven't got a hat. Quite annoyingly.
That was a tactical error.
Very. Who will get out of the track then, Adam? And who are we here thank you to?
Well, on the track, we've got the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. And we are here presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are the official media partner.
No, it's what Nick does.
It just flails around. Just points a lot.
No. I would never take the mick out of that.
Of course not.
Right then, let's follow, as requested,
Milan Dragoslovic.
by... Requested by
Ollie
Ollie
Curry.
Curry. I know that name as well.
Yeah. That'll be car 4.
Find car 4, Frank. Go, go, go.
Go Gadget Frankie. Car 4 is the blue and pink one going up the tabletop right now. Yes, the tabletop coming down. Now on navigating onto the back straight. Over the first pair of jumps, over the second. There you go. There's Dragoslovic. Whee! Across the tiles. Without. It's amazing how little grip those tiles have. It's not even like a wet bathroom floor. Like that's very slippery. That is bone dry granite floor, effectively. There's something you can tell if you're at school. There's something you can tell your science teacher.
Me and Frank found a big stash of granite around the back of the cleaning hut thing earlier. And I'm wondering if Nick would notice if I put some slabs of granite in with the satellite so I could get free shipping home. Do you think he'd mind?
Maybe. We'll have to go.
I want some new kitchen work surfaces.
Well, I mean, there's plenty going spare around here, isn't there? There's a lot. This is the country of granite, seemingly. Everything furnished in our... Like the window frames and everything, all granite, the sills. They like it around here. Dragoslovic up over the tabletop, not made of granite. On the back straight. On the jumps. Down to the corner. One of our static cameras in the end of the back straight there. Good view of Dragoslovic getting here a bit wrong. A little bit wrong. Not very right, basically. Now, my attempts to inform you as to where everyone is in terms of qualifying pace, hindered by the fact that A, the sun is shining directly on the screen, and B, there is a thin layer of dust forming over everything, making visibility of the screens rather difficult. Well, we have Borja Rodriguez in front right now, Milan Dragoslovic. What the actual... What? Sorry, I just seen what I think looked like a robot bumblebee trying buzzers. Very strange. But anyway, Borja Rodriguez, Pedro Sousa, Milan Dragoslovic, Nuno Ferreira and Alejandro Gual are your top 5 runners, and we got a minute to go in this session. This is group 6 of 9. So we are moving up into the top classes again. Taking through the day at a fair old rate, significant rate. Still activity is at an all-time high down in the pits. Try and find number 2, Frank. Yep, number 2 coming through the first turn. Now through into the middle sector. That is Borja Rodriguez, who's consistently been probably the fastest car in this group throughout the day. He's right on the money, on the gas, and doing pretty well so far. He'll be hoping to try and break out of his group. Be one of those jump up guys who probably doesn't have as good a practice seeding as they'd have hoped, but we wanted for a lot better. Yeah, Borja Rodriguez home 8 laps in 5 minutes 4.8. It's a solid run, particularly those down in the pits to be believed in that grip is rapidly going away from this track, and it's only reducing in grip throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any 9-lap runs in this session. From what we've heard, there'll be something of a law of diminishing returns. With grip going away, it'll be less and less likely we see them. Steve Shakespeare, that's a little bit better. We talked to him in the pits, and he was not having the best of days. He was having a bit of a tough day so far, but he'll take that. He'll take what, I hear you say? Take this. which is the result. Walker Rodriguez then home. Ahead of Milan Dragoslovic, Pedro Sousa, Bruno Ferreira, and Steve Shakespeare. And Steve, 5th in the end. Much better run, one more solid. He got laps on the board while doing the power of good. And Gual, Pelias, Miller, Trillo, and Abreu. And then completing that lineup is Garcia Caldueno and Acuna. Frank has just popped to the loo for just a second. No, he's popped away for a second, I should say. So, let's take advantage, because in the cameraman spot here in the Crow's Nest is the only bit of shade. Oh, so I'm going to take advantage of that right now. Oh. That's better. That's pretty good. The sun has literally been beating down upon us all day here, with no respite. Not that we'd expect any. No quarter arse given from the weather. We haven't had any. But beautiful sunshine has been gratefully received. We're getting ready for Group 7 of 9.
Are you not a Star Trek fan then?
Not enough to get the joke that you just tried to make.
7 of 9. The cyborg woman. Very attractive woman.
It's not ringing any bells, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, you'd remember her. I'll show you a photo later. It's a geek thing. Let us know, drop us a comment. Do you remember 7 of 9? Answers on a postcard to RC Racing TV, PO Box 123, Guildford. I'm joking, don't. I don't know who that is. Adam's not listening to me, he's sun creaming his face. No, you're not, are you?
Qualifying round 3. Turn yourself down. Here's your starting lineup for Group 7 of 9 in qualifying round 3. Zerfler will lead them away, ahead of Marias, Reese Hurd. Magalhães, Jeffrey Halsema, Fernando Almeida, Pablo Ortuño, Frederick Kaderberg, Joao Rodriguez and Sami Favre. And then Oscar Ingren and Pablo Landaburu. There's your lineup for this group. About just under 2 minutes to go of the warm-up. We get underway. Remember, these guys who are just on the cusp, on the outskirts of that really, really fast pace at the top end. Not far away. Certainly close enough. Ashley Patterson on the stream comments saying, great stream so far, guys. Thank you. We appreciate the nice words. fan of Carl O'Connor in the Facebook group, the RC Racing TV group. Good to have you along. About 60 seconds to go until this heat gets underway proper.
Wowzer. We've had a few people. We've had Wayne Davies from Tamworth. He is watching us on a massive screen that's attached to his wall. Hello, Wayne. Thank you for joining us. And he only lives about 15 minutes away from me.
Nice.
Ashley Patson, watching live on YouTube in my bedroom. We've already said hello to Ashley, but I'll say again, hello again. Hello. Grant Dickens, Northampton. Deerdale Prep, whilst rooting for Carl O'Connor and Milan.
Will be Milan Dragoslovic, I assume.
Is Deerdale a race, Frank? Is Deerdale a race? A track.
I thought you said Derpdale for a second.
I did the first time round. Derp. Okay.
Should we get this heat underway then?
Yeah. Who are we following?
Car number 3, Reese Hurd. Frank's getting a little bit buffeted on the camera. Reese is starting to pick up just a little bit. That's okay. Height of the heat. Not complaining too much about having a little bit of a breeze. And it's just about 3:15 local time here in Portugal. Which will be 3:15 local time in Britain as well. The sun has been out all day basically, and it doesn't plan to change. Early laps being logged in this session then. In and around the 38-second bracket is around where you'd expect these guys to be, but I'm assuming some of them will be hitting down into the 37s. The thing with this group is that they've been capable of putting the really fast laps in, but not lap after lap, which means they're probably why they're down here in terms of qualifying rather than right at the very top in the top 2 heats. Reese Hurd, who we're following right now, is 3rd, appropriately. But that's the leaderboard that's changing all the time, of course, in these qualifying sessions. It comes and it goes. And as each contender's laps fluctuate, one will have a bad lap, one will have a series of even better ones. So, just past 2 minutes into the session. Continue to follow Reese Hurd right there in the middle of your screen. Cars just in front of cars 1 and 11. 11 is Oscar Ingren. Car 1 is Yale Zurfler. They both hit a bit of bother coming off the tabletop. Quite a lot of bother actually, particularly Reese Hurd. That's not going to help his good run that he had built up so far at all. And let's have a look for car 1, Yale Zurfler. Now Zurfler isn't too far away from Reese Hurd. Zurfler is the blue car with a big purple front end. Just coming up onto the EFRA tabletop right now. At the top end of the track. And he is. There's Zurfler, who's one of our fastest runners so far. Everyone in this group predicted to finish on 8 lap runs. Most of them above 5 minutes 10, which is very interesting. That's slightly surprising, but that would seem to tally with what we've heard down in the pits, that this track is only losing grip as the day goes on. Apart from gaining any, we had 3 9 lap runs in the first qualifying session, and then only two in the second. So Zurfler getting tangled up with someone at the top end. It's not going to help his attempts at trying to get anywhere near a 9 lap run, which was always going to be a tough ask anyway. Car in question he got tangled up with was car 5, which is Jeffrey Halsema. We're on into the final 45 seconds of this heat. Heat being the operative word. Kaderberg's been there or thereabouts. The top end keeps jumping up and then knocked down again. Joao Rodriguez is also running well. Yale Zurfler continues to tick off pretty solid laps. As does Reese Hurd. This is the solid and steady group. Nobody really threatening the very fastest pace we've seen all day, but all on a pretty solid 8-lap, 5-minute pace. As the clock ticks down, people will start finishing their session now. The next time they come across the timing and scoring loop. Around the tile and hairpin. Should we just call that the granite hairpin now? The granite hairpin of potential doom and disaster. I'm pretty sure it will be at some point this weekend. The session concludes. Cars are wrapping up now. Reese Hurd comes through to be scored at an 8 laps at 5 minutes 12. And the last of the finish is just coming through now.
Again.
There you go, Joao Rodriguez then takes out that one. 8 laps in 5 minutes 8.9. And then Pablo Ortuño, Reese Hurd, Fernando Almeida, Pablo Landaburo, Yale Zurfler down 6th in the end. It was fairly close running though. You just see there 5 seconds separating the top 6. Fredrik Kaderberg down 7th, 8th Gabriel Magalhaes, and then Jeffrey Halsema and Oscar Ingren. Sammy Favre and Anthony De Moraes conclude. De Moraes down on a 7-lapper. I think he must have had some sort of issue there. There's no way otherwise. So, we're up to the final 2 heats for round 3 of qualifying. And here is your starting grid for it. Here's your lineup for this group. Now this group has seen some of the fastest out here this weekend so far within it. Including Juan Carlos Cañas. One of those guys who put in a 9-lap run earlier. Thiago Aguiar, the other. Nuno Rebello, Sandro Remia, Roman Volter, Manuel Iniesta put in that great run in the very first round of qualifying. Berto Rui, Bradley Baird, and a lot of home support. Elliot Marcon, and Alvaro Mordones. And then Baptista Bru and Ruben Branco. Complete your lineup. Oh, the breeze has picked back up again. That's rather nice actually, because it is very warm. James nearly coming in Crawford with a chair. He claims it wasn't instant at all. He claims it's actually become a sun lounger.
I don't think it's meant to bend this far back.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure either. But hey, needs must. Necessity is the mother of all invention and all that.
Must get head in shade.
Must get head in shade, says James. I blame him, he is now chilling up the back of the banner. You have 2 banners, basically up in our crow's nest here. We have 2 kind of banners set across one side, and the other are up against the building, main race control building. And right at the top, this literally is a crow's nest. We're all in here, and the sun is beating down. It is at its highest point in the sky, hoping it's going to slowly start descending down again, and we're going to get some semblance of shade. It's 3:30 right now. Tells you all you need to know about how long the sun's been out here. In Freixedas, in southern Portugal. Say 2 hours or so outside of Porto. In one of the most picturesque parts of the world I've seen in a very long time. So for this group then, this is going to be an interesting one to watch because, I say, some of the fastest runs of the day came from within this group. It seems like the very top runners in this group and in Heat 9, Group 9, are the ones capable of doing those 9-lap 5-minute runs, or at the very least being at the very top of the standings on raw speed. So we watch the likes of Cañas, Aguiar and Iniesta in this heat to see what they can put out there and whether the claims of those down in the pits that the track is only going to slow down and lose grip as the day goes on comes true. So far that would appear to be the case. The lap times have not been anywhere near where they were earlier on. It'll be very interesting to see how things go from here.
In a way, though, it doesn't matter too much because it is round-by-round qualifying. So if the track is losing grip, whoever is able to best set up the car for the lower amount of grip for that round, they're the ones who work out, who make out the best. So it is round-by-round qualifying. So don't. If you're a racer and you're concerned, don't worry too much about that.
That's very true. It's very true. It's only going on each round and what everyone else does. So you managed to hit a 9-lapper earlier, not able to now. That's okay, as long as you're still faster than everyone else in this round. That works out just fine.
The track is breaking up quite a lot, though, if you look close at it.
Yeah, the track really is breaking up. We saw on our track walk earlier. This track is really, it's bone dry. It's had the sun beating down on it all day. It's slowly starting to crack up. It's like us, really.
It's got a nice glitter texture to it, though, because it is crushed granite, all the gravel and stuff.
Frank's World of Granite, ladies and gentlemen. It's basically been... Basically, though, to be fair, Portugal are big fans of granite, from what it seems to be. But either way, it's time to get down to business. Second stick down, we're into Group 8. Qualifying round 3. Top seeds are straight underway. We are following cars 1 and 5. That'll be Juan Carlos Cañas and Roman Valter. Cañas is the orange and yellow car, the lead of those two. And he's right up behind some traffic already, and Bradley Beard has passed very quickly. Cañas has looked really solid all day today. Just great technique, great car control. Just solid around this track in such tricky conditions. I think we've got a replay to show. Sorry, may not. In a sec, and then we continue to watch Cañas. Oh, just hadn't a duck through the legs of one of the marshals there. We nearly had another viral video, but not quite. Now we have a replay now, VRC Pro replay. This is at the end of the main straight. That was Bradley Beard going for a tumble. This shows you how easy it is to not quite get the landing right. As you can see, Cañas with a spot-on landing there. Exactly how you need to do it. Over the granite hairpin, down the main straight. Really, really quick. Cañas putting in some really, really solid laps. And he's actually on for a 9-lap run. So all of our discussion about whether this track is slowing up doesn't appear to be changing the fact that these guys are just super, super fast. Cañas displaying great car technique, great control. We are early in the session though, so there's still a lot that can change. A lot of potential mistakes to be made. Oh, big slide through there. That granite hairpin, you just can't understand, folks, just how little grip there is there. Like, at the very least, the rest of the track, you may be thinking, yeah, it's a dirt surface, so of course it's not going to have the most grip in the world, and you'd be right. But for the most part, it's dry, it's compacted, and it's at least abrasive, so you at least have some sort of grip and traction on it. But those tiles down there at that hairpin just have nothing. So you come straight in and you lock all four wheels immediately. And watch as they come down the back straight this time. Cañas, here we go, comes through the jump, through that corner. And now onto the spinning right round. As soon as you put the power on, you just wheel spinning. Just completely wheel spinning. And I keep saying it's going to be the wild card of this event. It is going to be the game breaker. It's going to be what decides at least some of tomorrow's finals. Cañas is getting involved with a little bit of traffic there. Doesn't appear to have been slowed too much. And it's still forecast for 9 laps. The other driver that is looking like might be able to do it as well is Thiago Aguirre. So it's the two guys who got the 9 lap runs in the previous round. Just strings of consistency together. That's blown it though. That's surely blown it. Cañas with a little flip at the end of the main straight. I'd be very surprised if he's still able to get 9 laps out of this run after that. Very slight disappointment. But a very, very small mistake, really. But in the end, it'll be enough, I fear, to cost him the 9 lap run. Here we go. Let's have a VRC Pro replay. It's the landing mostly. Oh, but has to turn in early, or has to correct, and ends up going in, turning in too early for the apex. Clips the inside wall. That's it. He's turned turtle. And in those precious seconds before the marshal recovers the car, it's game over. So that leaves Thiago Aguirre on his own, going for that elusive 9 lap run. As Frank says, of course, it's all relative depending on what other people do in this round. Let's see if we can find Aguirre. He's in car number 2. Car number 2 is, no, that's car 12. Car number 2, we'll keep our eyes open. Flying around the track, big groups of them. Car 2 is the yellow and red car right down in front of us. It's just come through the TKL triples. Now over the triple jump in the middle of the circuit. Through the S corners. There he is. There's Thiago Aguirre, who is now the only person left on a 9 lapper. Really, as I say, if you can nail more than one 9 lap run out here in qualifying, you're putting himself in a great position to go for TQ. Cañas had that position, but it looks like it's been taken away, although he is coming back strong. He's now just 4/10 off a potential 9 lap run, but it's Aguirre who you're following right now, who looks to be the closest to that goal. And looks to be putting in some really solid laps here, some really, really fast laps as well. It's fast, but solid, sound stuff, not really throwing the car around, not pushing it beyond its limits. It probably is right on the limit, but it isn't going over. There's no need to overdrive the car in these conditions. Not much more of the lap to go. Aguirre still going on. Oh, big fishtail through the granite hairpin. Big, big fishtail. There was the finish. And that'll conclude the session for Aguirre. Continues on, as they are still coming across the line, so we're still just waiting before we give you the final result. And that's Cañas has finished. Cañas did make 9 laps in the end. That's very interesting. So he was able to make up all that time from the flip earlier that you saw the replay of. The car has turned, flamed out in the middle of the circuit. Is that Cañas' car in the middle of the circuit? It might be. It is Cañas' car. So Aguirre so gets the 9 lap run, but luckily Cañas only flamed out after the end of the run. So here's your final result. Thiago Aguirre then, with that 9 lap run in 5 minutes 33.286. Cañas recovered to get a 9 lap run in at 5 minutes 36.0. And then the rest on solid 8 lap runs. Roman Volta, Baptista Bru, Elliot Macon, Ruben Barranco, Bradley Baird, Alessandro Ramir, Manuel Iniesta. Not a great run for him there. Alvaro Mardones. And then to conclude, Alberto Ruiz and Nuno Rebello. And
just to show how little grip there was on the track, have a replay from the last round.
This is the granite hairpin. Look at this.
Slides around the corner.
Proper Ken Block style.
I was just about to say, Ken Block would be proud.
Doesn't surprise me at all to know that Ken Block is a bit of an RC racing fan himself.
We're on top.
And that really neatly illustrates just how little grip there is coming into that hairpin and how easy it is to lose the back end and lose any control. So, are we ready for the final heat of round 3 of qualifying? I think we are. Here's how they'll roll off for it. Gonzalo Melo, Alejandro Darras, Thomas Musso, Joao Lopez in the junior category, Zacharias Villalba, Gulam Mahima, Christian Villar, Vincent Meertens, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, Felix Kurgler, another one in the junior class. And then to complete the lineup, it's Michael Todd and Kevin Michaudet. Field are getting ready to roll off for their warm-up. It's time for a refresher. You are watching the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships, presented live on RC Racing TV by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, of which we are the official media partner. James, what is that on your head?
It's my laptop neoprene cover.
Which is now making a rather spectacular hat.
Just wanted to make sure I don't burn my head.
Practicality is everything. To be fair, probably rather wear a silly hat than have a sunburnt head. It's not great.
What? Well, you don't need it because
You don't need it because on the top feet.
So the field warming up and underway then. So Guyar and Cañas. Guyar and Cañas with the 9-lap runs there, putting paid to any thoughts of the track losing enough grip that we would see less of those runs throughout the day. So the stand has been set. 9-lap runs are still most definitely possible. Now it's time for those in the top heat to go after it themselves. We have seen some guys in this heat do it. Nuno Casal Ribeiro, one of the home favourites here. Joao Lopez earlier managed it. Gonzalo Melo. And a really, really strong lineup here. Remember, these are the guys who will go on, sure, certainly to do great things. And have already done a lot in their careers. Some of them will already have done a lot in their careers and are looking for a way back in. And others are those, many of them are those starting out and looking to make the breakthrough into the big leagues of RC buggy racing. What better way to do it? Let's say you are European B champion. Perfect way to do so. We have T-minus 30 seconds until we kick off this qualifying heat. Once this is done, we'll be charging straight into the very final round of qualifying for the entire weekend. That is it. Qualifying smashed out in day. And we're about to get underway. Here we go. we are underway in the final group of qualifying for round 3. The EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships in Freixedas in Portugal. And straight away we have picked up car number 2. That's Alejandro Darras. Just ahead is car 4, that's Joao Lopez. 2 guys definitely to watch here. Spaniard Darras and the home hero Portugueseman Joao Lopez. Lopez in the junior category. The juniors will have their own final tomorrow afternoon. We'll have the juniors final at 4 o'clock local time, as will the seniors class. And Darras straight in there with a 37.815 to start off. Good opening lap speed. These guys, but with the consistency and the concentration that is the thing that will really be tested as these laps turn on. And as I say, are those 9 lap runs becoming harder and harder to achieve? We've seen 2 of them in this heat. We did not see any in this group in the previous round. Can they rectify it now? Cars 4 and 2 continue on. Lopez now ahead of Darras, Alejandro Darras. Both those guys are the 2 fastest on the track right now. Casal Ribeiro is also up there, as is Gonzalo Melo. So very competitive top order. Means nothing but good things for the potential top finals tomorrow. Someone's just gone flying off the hairpin there. Was that car 4? Was that Lopez? It might have been. I think it was car 2 of Darras, actually. It was. That's going to put pay to any aspirations of a 9-lap run, surely. They were looking unlikely anyway. But I'll tell you someone we might have to pay attention to here is Gonzalo Melo, who is really looking good here. Melo is in car number 1. Keep an eye out. Car 1 is just coming through right in the centre of the track right now. The white into red into yellow car with white wings and white wheels. Right in the centre of the track, right in front of us here. Through the left-hander, 180 left, and it's coming up towards the EFRA tabletop right now. Gonzalo Melo putting in some very, very strong laps here, and he's sneaking up into that 9-lap bracket. And the reason why I do say it's such a big goal to go for is that if you can hit that, we've seen so few people hit that this weekend, if you can get there, you're pretty much right in there on the shot at TQ. If you can hit that sort of pace session by session, then you've really got as great a chance as any. And I will endeavour to have a look downstairs to see what the standings are after this group and after this round of qualifying is complete. We'll head into the final round. We'll also take into account drop scores as well, and they can play a factor, because of course you can drop your 2 worst scores. I think it's 2, it might just be 1. And onto the main straight once more, just 90 seconds to go in the session. And Melo is on a really, really good run here. I don't want to jinx him, I really hope I don't. He's on a seriously good run here. This is great pace here. On a track that is supposedly slowing up quite considerably, Melo is delivering the goods here. We're watching Melo right now, heading up the back straight. And Melo at the moment is predicted 9 laps at 5 minutes 37, which is about as fast as anyone has gone all day. No one else is close right now. Not even close. So I think for the guys saying the track's losing grip, it is for them. For a precious few, they're able to keep up with it. So many people we talked to down there said that one of the toughest aspects of this weekend would be to keep up with the track and the setup and adjust accordingly to it, to a track that will be slightly different every time they return to it. Through 1 round of qualifying, they'll come back having had all the other cars on the track in the interim and more weather on it, and it will have changed yet again. So That skill will be a very important one for this entire weekend. So following car 12, Kevin Michaud right now. As the session is about to come to a close, people are finishing their final laps now. And I think Gonzalo Melo is going to be the sole survivor here in the 9-lap bracket. First finishes are coming through now. Thomas Musso, Nuno Ribeiro, Zacharias Villalba, Alejandro Darras, very quick early. Ebert, but Gonzalo Melo will continue on to that elusive 9th lap and will complete it. And that is a supremely fast run. Melo has really delivered the goods out here. So let's have a look at the final standings for that heat. There you go. Gonzalo Melo showing with 8 laps there, but at 4 minutes 57, so you can see completed the 9-lap run in the end. I can tell you he completed 9 laps in 5 minutes 33.1, which is again one of the fastest we've seen out here this weekend. It'll put him right up at the top in TQ contention. Joao Lopez in the end second, 3rd for Zacharias Villalba, 4th for Thomas Musso, Guilherme Hebert 5th, 6th for Vincent Meertens, 7th for Felix Kogler, 8th for Kevin Michaud, Michael Todd 9th, and Christian Villar completes the 10. And then it's Miguel Coelho, Nuno Casal Ribeiro and Alejandro Darras. And with that, qualifying round 3 is complete. And we won't have too long of a turnaround before qualifying round 4. There is no break between. In fact, in a few minutes we'll be getting underway for round 1 of that.
Right, so that's qualifying round 3 finished. Round 4 is about to go out on the track. And we are exactly on schedule. Schedule given out at the start of the week was round 4 starts at 3:48 local time. It's 3:48 in the UK as well. And it's 3:48. So once again, round 1 going out, doing 3 minutes of warm-up. Everybody gets 3 minutes of warm-up once they're released from the pit lane. And then it's 5 minutes of qualifying. See how many laps you can get. And of course, we just saw the first 9-lap run of the weekend done by, what, 1 person in the final heat? So that's the goal that everybody's going to be shooting for. You can see it's a pretty, I would say it's a kind of a technical track. I think it's deceptively simple. Of course, you do end up chasing the track conditions. The wind doesn't seem to really be affecting anyone, I don't think, going down the 2 big jumps on the back straight. And the rest of the jumps, I don't know, there's maybe 1 or 2, the triples, that might, where you're in the air long enough for a gust of wind to catch you out. But I haven't heard anybody complaining about that. But anyway, it's round 4, the final round of qualifying here at the EFRA Off-Road European Championships, the B Championships. Now, what makes this the B? Basically, there's enough people that want to get into the EFRA, the European Championships, that they've had to split them into two different championships, basically two different races. So what they have done, what the organizers, EFRA organizers do, is anyone who's in the top 30 or I think top 40 of the A championship, so if you're in the A, B, or C finals, or actually that should be the semis and the quarterfinals, I'm not sure. Anyway, the top 30 or 40 drivers overall in Europe are not allowed to run in the B championships. So that's how it works. So that's why you see a lot of names that internationally might not be known as well as the guys in the A championships. So that's what the B championships is. And again, it's organized by EFRA. We are RC Racing TV, the official media partner of EFRA. And we're here for you this weekend, thanks to TKR Graphics, who provided us with our new swag for the year. So thank you very much to Mark at TKR Graphics. He dropped off at my workplace on Thursday. He dropped off, hand-delivered the shirts, and we are wearing them right now. So if you want to see what they look like, you can check out earlier in the stream today, or possibly more convenient, check out the Facebook group, and there are pictures there of the new swag. Well, a piece of the new swag. It's more of a kind of a teaser, I suppose. It's the back of Adam's shirt. So we do look all swanky and pro. Just like half the drivers in the pits, I suppose. So they are off and running. As you can tell, we take it a little bit easy after the hectic nature of the top 3 or 4 finals. But just to give you the rundown of who was in this race, we've got Rui Martins, Jesus Camarena, Gary Gregory, Abel Carollo, Carlos Fernandez, Luis Lobo, Patrick Boilat, Joel Mendonca, Vitor Diaz, Marco Neves, Miguel Coelho, and Uespio Pariente. So those are your runners and riders for this, which is the first group in the 4th round of qualifying. There's a final round of qualifying today. We will be finishing at about just after 5:30 p.m. local time. It's almost an hour and a half. Well, just about a little over an hour and a half away. And then we'll be back live tomorrow. I'm not sure, but I think from 8:30 to cover the lower finals, which start with the 164th. So if you want to follow any of the stuff that RC Racing TV do, you can check us out on Facebook. Just search for RC Racing TV. We have a page, which is kind of an announcement page, sort of. And then we also have a group, which is basically just like your normal web forum, where anybody, if you join the group, will approve you, and then you can post what you're up to this weekend, how you're watching us this weekend. Lots of people like to post pictures of how they're watching us either at the track, in their garage, in their living room, at their workspace, or whatever. So that's always fun to see, especially people sneakily watching us at their actual work. You can also find us at RC Racing TV or rcracing.tv, or hey, Carlos comes with gifts. Thank you very much.
Yeah. One of you? 1 or 2? You have more? Oh, just one. Okay.
My friend.
Awesome.
Okay.
It's a gift for you. Carry home. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Muito
You're gonna get you
obrigado.
some yellow jacket, yellow t-shirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you ask him if he got a hat? And hat Paulo. And Capello.
Capello. Yeah, three.
Three. One to carry home.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Carlos from EFRA is here.
Come in. Oh, yeah.
So, Carlos, first of all, can you tell us how to pronounce the name of
Freixedas. This is a small town just in front of us.
Ah, okay.
This is
I
a
thought that
small
was
village
Pinhel.
in front of us.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the
and
village-
it belongs to the council of Pinhel, which is
Right.
something like 6 kilometers to the right.
Ah, okay. So that's
Yeah.
further away from us, but
Yeah.
Freixedas is
Just in front of us.
to the left of the camera.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I told everybody about the legend of the falcon.
That's
so we
Pinhel, the
explained
region.
that,
Yeah.
So that was but unfortunately Adam wasn't here for that, so we have to tell him later today.
Okay, the thing on Pinhel is that the city has been famous because of the falcon, which is the symbol of the city. It was a bird that was yesterday playing around here. We took some pictures with him, and it's in the memories of the 12th century when the Portuguese were on war versus the Spanish, the Portuguese king versus the Spanish king, and the soldiers from the city of Pinhel were able to capture the falcon of the Spanish king. So that screwed with the Spanish king a lot. So the Portuguese king gave them the right to be the city of the falcon from now on. And they are the city of the falcon from now on. So Falcon engines will be very happy to be here probably if they would have
Are
known.
they actually based? I forgot about that. Are they actually here?
I really
Or-
don't know.
we
Really don't know.
Okay.
It's
they're getting a little bit of free publicity then.
there are some people representing brands because I
Yeah.
have seen Daniel Vega with Reds and
Yeah.
Nova Rossi people here and some other people, but I don't know really if Falcon engines are here.
Right. Yeah. I no. It's just engine name I haven't heard in a little while. So I was I thought you were saying that they're based around here somewhere.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there are any producer of engines based in Portugal, actually. There is a
Right.
new toy on the RC racing scene, which is produced in Portugal. It's a carton half scale, 1
I
to
saw
2.
a video of that. It looks really, really cool. I think at last year's Nitro On-Road EFRA Championships, they had a little stand there.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's
So you already have
absolutely
seen.
huge. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, it's 1/2 the size of a real kart and person.
Okay.
So
So they have a driver over it.
yeah. They have a driver figure.
Oh, it's not a kid.
No. It's the size of a child,
Okay.
but it's huge.
It's the size of a baby, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna have 2 babies as niece soon, but I will not tell my daughter-in-law to put the babies over an
that
RC car.
might be a bad idea. It is really cool looking though. I didn't realize that comes from Portugal.
Oh yeah, it seems to be an old project
Right.
that has been reconstructed by someone who has bought all the molds
Right,
and
yeah,
all the
yeah.
material. So they're gonna try to make some money out of it. Let's see.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Okay, pleasure to be with you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank
And
you
I
very
hope
much,
your
Carlos.
hats are coming soon, so you don't get that sunburn that you're gonna be.
Yeah. We can get some protection from the sun and
I do
and
have
look like
50
we're part
if
of
you
the
want
track
it.
crew now.
I do have 50 sun protection. Do you need it?
No. We have some spray. We have
Okay, good.
spray.
Okay.
Right. So we have some. We have hats. Ah, yes. So we can brand ourselves up.
This is you. Will be this.
Very nice. Grande? Grande? Large?
No, it's
No?
medium.
Okay.
Nothing more.
That should be fine. Should be fine.
XL para.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That one, okay?
Excellent.
Okay.
Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, yeah. Okay, obrigadinho.
So we're getting suited and booted here.
Little thanks. Thank you. Something like that. Muito obrigado is many thanks.
Muito obrigado.
Muito
Okay,
obrigado is
okay.
many thanks. Obrigado is just thanks. Cheers.
Gracias.
Then you have to plan to practice your Spanish for the next month.
Yeah. Always try and speak the local lingo. Right. I have a new hat. And it's not black, so that's very handy.
White. 502 or 302? Which one is it?
What's that?
282.
What are you looking for?
802. Okay.
That.
Yeah, the table.
All right.
That is not good for Skype.
No.
No, for Skype?
Well,
The only, yeah, but for Skype, the good one is the 302 and the 502.
Right, okay. So that was Carlos from EFRA. Thank you very much, Carlos. He sorted out some swag. So we now have white hats, white and yellow hats that we can protect ourselves from the sun with. And I think we're into heat 2 now. So just to give you the names of the drivers in this heat, we've got Manuel Prades, Samuel Silva, Fernando Carrera, Vitor Thomas. So there's a couple of Vitors, I thought so. Carl O'Connor, who we followed last time, Nathan Lejuez, Alberto Garcia, Hugo Frata, Federico Novo, Sandio Tanica, Sergio Diniz, and Sergio Gomez. So, James, S bomb? Bomb? Yeah, good. Hat? S bomb? Bomb, good. Is it good? Is it helpful? Okay, great. Thanks for participating and having me overly explain it for the listeners. I was just asking James if the hat is working. So that's what that was all about. I think the one thing that the track is missing is some ice cream. And unfortunately, I'm literally talking to myself here because Adam doesn't have his ears on and James unplugged himself ages ago. So no one's agreeing with me that ice cream would be a good idea. While I'm waiting for any sort of reaction to that at all, let's check the comments and questions on the Facebook, on the YouTube chat. We do have, obviously, on the YouTube stream, there is a chat function on there, and you're welcome to request some drivers for us to follow. Yes, please. Ice cream. If they have it. 0. Yes, sir. And let's see. Please follow Elliot Marcon. Maxime Guigely is saying. So I don't. Yes, he's not in. Unfortunately, the only drawback about the YouTube chat, which is the proper way to ask for us to follow somebody, there's no time on it, so I don't know when someone has asked for us to follow anyone, such as Elliot Marcon or Marcon. I'm not sure. So I don't know if he was in. I don't think he was in last race because it doesn't sound like a name that I read off last time. He's definitely not in this race, but if he is in the next race, we will try to follow him. We just ask, because there's about a 30-second delay between what we actually say and the time that you actually see it. We do ask that you put in any requests for us to follow somebody. Give us at least a few minutes, at least one heat or more. Not too far ahead. But if any of your friends or relatives or anything like that, racing teammates, someone at your club, etc., is here and they're racing and they're on track, you're welcome to ask us to follow them. And we will do our utmost. If they are in one of the top heats, we do follow generally only the top fastest guys in each of the top heats. In this case, it's 7, 8, and 9. So apologies if we're not able to follow one of your friends. But if you do ask us, and we do have time to make a note of it, we will try to follow your friend for a lap or two at least, just to give them some screen time. Although, just be careful about telling them, because at last year's Neo race, someone told us that a friend of theirs had requested for us to follow them, and he was so nervous about the prospect of being seen by hundreds or thousands of people. It's hundreds at the moment that people are watching, but thousands eventually, that he completely wrecked his race. He was that nervous. So, I think tomorrow I definitely need to bring my goggles, because the wind is picked up again and it's blowing all the loose dust that the cars kick up. Blows it right into our eyeballs. Makes it difficult to follow things. So at the moment we've got Samuel Silva from Portugal. I would say he's a local driver, but he very well could not be a local driver. He may have never driven on this track before. But he is leading this qualifier at the moment anyway. Carlos also was able to procure for us, in addition to the hat, a Swish yellow shirt that the track, the club people are using to identify themselves with, and also an even Swisher red vest. Yes. So if you can imagine, say a fisherman's vest, I suppose, or a hunter's vest that you might wear out while doing outdoorsy things. There's loads of pockets and little clips and things like that. It's even got a zipper front. So that's pretty cool. It'll come in very handy for the rest of the weekend, as we need scissors and knives and clippers and zip ties and tape and all sorts of things like that. Always quite handy. Always make sure to wear my cargo shorts on these trips, because you just have to carry a prodigious amount of stuff with you when you're setting up. So, sorry Adam, didn't mean to tap that. Bonked the chair aside. So let's see what's happening on the phone. Let's check on the website. Just checking the Facebook group. We've got a Facebook group and a Facebook page. The group is basically, like I said before, basically a web forum. If you're a member of the group, you're welcome to post about your latest RC purchase, ask questions of us or other members. And the page is basically where we is mainly for stuff like announcements and stuff like that. But please follow that. Follow the page for sure, because then you'll get announcements of the latest YouTube clips and live streams and stuff like that, and race coverage. You got it direct to your Facebook news feed, so it's very convenient. And I believe James asked before about asking people to post where and how they are watching the stream. So there's a lot of people that are posting some impressively sized TVs in the group, telling us how they're watching us. So thank you very much, guys. Always fun to see how people are taking in the content. I finally get a dispatch notification for my Deadpool Blu-ray. So glad to see I'm finally going to be getting that. As another farmer's tractor comes down the road, waving to a van who's driving in the opposite direction. So it looks like there's a bit of a delay, or maybe just some time that's been worked into the schedule here for people to. We've got. Sounds like we've got cars revving, but we're just waiting for things for them to be released from the pit area. But regardless, we've got Group 3 of the group coming out. We've got Juan Carlos Guerrera, Ricardo Samao, Alexandre Pereira, Marco Pereira, Rui Oliveira, Nino Vieira. There's a lot of eras. Sergio Llamas, Julio Garcia, Carlos Nogueras, Pedro Torres, and Serafim Cota. And I'm just checking the YouTube comments. There are no extra requests to follow anybody in this heat, and there's no Elliot Marcone, so we'll look for him in the next run. So if you're just joining us, we are RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney. I've been doing this sort of thing with RC TV for, I don't know, a few years now. Alongside me here in the crow's nest of the commentary tower, RCTV Towers, is Adam Johnson. And he's just taking a break from talking for hours at a time. And filling in for myself when needed on the camera. And away and getting us some drinks and hopefully some ice cream is James Perry. This weekend we are RC Racing TV. We're here in Freixedas, Portugal at the EFRA European Buggy B Championships. Okay, we've got the timing graphics back on. Sorry about that, folks. So you can follow along and see who's going fastest. At the moment, it is just the warm-up. We've got about 30 seconds of warm-up left. And then the drivers will be starting their 5-minute run. It's a rolling start, so when the computer says go, each driver's time starts as they cross the start-finish line. And the time has just started. So we'll give them a couple of laps and start to check in and see how everyone is doing. Just watching the cars coming off the front triple here, the TKR triple. It's quite gusty, very breezy and gusty. I don't really see anyone get sort of flipped aside or caught by the wind. Obviously, they're a bit more exposed than we are, even though we're higher. We've got a couple of banners surrounding us, so we're sort of in like an eye of the hurricane sort of situation here. And if you missed it earlier, if you scroll back about, what time was that? What is it now? 4:15. Yeah. If you scroll back about almost 3 hours, I think, something like that. At about 1:30 local time, we did a pit lane walk, or well, a pit area walkabout. So that was interesting. Adam was able to talk to several drivers from various countries and just get their take on the track. And the general feeling was the track is breaking up. It's getting slower because the hard sort of hard packed surface is as it breaks up, the loose dirt underneath starts to come through and gets thrown around on the off the racing line. So in some places it seems like there's only one or two like a quite narrow racing line, but the track will be swept. They did a lot of sweeping yesterday. The track members, or the club members, swept every inch of the track and carried away all the loose dirt and took it off the track. And so any dust that's being kicked up has been kicked up only starting this morning. But where the track is breaking up, obviously the edges of a broken up area very slowly get wider and wider and wider. So it is interesting, will be interesting to see what the track looks like at the end of the day tomorrow. And continuing on my granite quest, I suppose we can call it. There's the track is definitely made up of crushed granite gravel and just the local dirt. So it's kind of an interesting mix. If you look really closely at it as you're walking around, you see little glitters come off of it, glittery bits. So you might see that sometimes in natural granite worktops and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. Everything around the track is made of granite. Even the pit lane is made of granite. The cobblestones around the track are made of granite. parking blocks are made of granite, everything. So, and we have a horse in the field across from us now. We did have sheep, and now we've got a horse has joined them. So I don't know where that one came from. Must be some good grass over there. We only have less than 10 seconds now in this run, and the computer will start finishing the runs of all the drivers. And the first guys are starting to finish. Top run is 7 laps. Respectable time. In the last, qualifying round 3, we had the first 9-lap run. Really don't think we're going to see a 10-lap run. So 7 laps. Oh, no, we have an 8. Yeah, Juan Carlos Guerrero and Alexandre Pereira both did 8 laps. Alexandre in, let's see, 5:25 and a 5:29 for Juan. So that's pretty good. Oh, and another one got it at 8 laps. Not as quick though, but Ricardo Simal in a 5:33 and a 4th got 8 laps. So everyone seeming to pick up the speed. So yes, the track is breaking up and losing traction, but it seems most of the racers are able to adapt to the bumpier conditions, which, you know, that's off-road racing. You have to adapt. You have to change the track just a bit. Get the right tires on. That's the most important thing, and then obviously your suspension settings. The main thing I'm curious about, though, Adam, is where's James with the ice creams?
I don't know.
Although I didn't see them on the menu, to be fair.
No.
So
I think he's actually making them from scratch.
hopefully not. Hopefully not from the sheep over there or the horse.
I can't see him running around the field.
No. That'd be pretty scary. I must say, though, the CRF Freixidas club members have really gone out of the way to welcome everybody and make us feel welcome. So thank you very much to the club management and the club members. We got a full load of swag. The only thing they didn't give us was socks and underwear. I'll be happy to show these off to Matt at work next week. That'll be fun. I'm sure he'll appreciate a bright red vest and a bright yellow shirt and a bright white hat. I was until I got this hat, I was wearing a hat that I basically took off him for monies owed. It's the hat of a I don't know if it's popular, but it's basically a carburetor cleaning, carburetor starting highly flammable spray additive that you would use on maybe a farm tractor or a 90s or 80s era car. And it, if anyone can guess the name of it, well, you win 1,000 RCTV points on the YouTube comments. Speaking of which, oh wait, let's struggling with this mouse. Is not very. It's not very good at working in the not just the dusty conditions, but the. Can't even see the mouse in this one. There it is. Got dusty screens and the sun shining right on the LCD monitors, so it's kind of difficult to work here. So no new comments in the YouTube stream. If you do have any questions for us or ask us to follow anybody in particular, feel free to ask in the YouTube stream. We do check the Facebook group, but only periodically. Facebook comments are not the easiest way to keep track of all the questions that we might be getting. YouTube comments, much easier for us because the newest comment just appears at the bottom of the stream of text. And with Facebook, obviously, everything goes off of likes and other comments and stuff like that. So it's very easy to miss a request on the Facebook group. So this is group 4. Group 4 of 9. We're steadily getting quicker and quicker. We've got 2 inattentive marshals. And he's finally noticed. Luckily the car didn't flame out. Yeah, so we're getting faster and faster. Group 9 is the fastest group out on the track. And that's where we saw our first 9-lap run of the week. This is group 4, so we're about almost halfway there. It's more comfortable. I was trying to figure out why my headphones were so tight and my receiver pack had fallen out of my pocket. So, mystery solved. And we're away with Group 4, doing their 4th qualifying run. And everyone just coming around to finish their first lap. In this group, we don't have Elliot Marcone, so I am looking for him. Let's see, Alejandro Perez. Stand up to read this thing. Alejandro Perez, Malin Carlson, Joel Soares, Bruno Costa, Thiago Coelho, Pascal Dutz. Yeah. Oliver Evans, Ollie Evans, I think. Fernando Bueno, Mathieu Chapardon, Francisco Ferreira, Manuel Corredor, and Daniel Favre. Favre? Not sure. It's definitely warmer than yesterday. Had to put on our jackets at the end of the day, even though it was quite fully very sunny, but it was just so windy. And we've got just as much wind today, but it's actually a couple degrees warmer. Gonna have a nice tan at the end of the weekend. And the clouds are cleared up so much, I can see the electric turbine windmills probably at least 2-3 miles away on the edge of the horizon. Loads of them. It's so windy. It tells you you're in a windy place when there's that many turbines. Just for giggles. See if the zoom on this is good enough to, there they are, just past the abandoned house. That's about 3 miles away. You can imagine how big they are. But while we're zoomed in, see if we can say spot the horse. There's a horse. So spot the sheep. There's a sheep. And there's the sheep. And there's sheep. So you can see the flags. They're definitely waving, but they when it gets really windy, they are just sticking straight out. So we hope you enjoyed our animal moment there. We do like our animals here at RC Racing TV. See what's happening in the group. If you want to join the Facebook group, just search for RC Racing TV on Facebook, and there's 2 ways to find us on there. There's a page where you can basically just get announcements and stuff like that. And there's a group, which is basically a web forum where you can find us and discuss with us and talk with us and talk with other racers and whatnot. A lot of people have lots of fun in the group. You do have to join the group, and then you can just like or follow the page. So that's the end of the 4th qualifying round. And on screen now should be the results. And feel free to read those as you like. And here's the final 2. And the next group of racers coming out. That'll be Vincent Philippe, David Benito, Hampus Berg, Pierre Rabulin, Carlos Fonseca, Miguel Izquierdo, Andre Guerrero, Francois Neroni, Nicolas Lanice, Helder Barros, and Stefan Mateo and Pedro Gomez. Oh, I forgot they had those. These are good. I like those. James has returned, but no ice creams. I'm guessing they don't have any ice creams. He forgot to ask. But he did return with something called sumo, which is quickly becoming...
Local name, pineapple.
Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, okay. So it's got the English on one side and... Ananias. No, it's Ananias.
There's no U.
There's no U. Ananias. But sumo, which is quickly becoming my favorite drink of the weekend, apart from the local regional wine, of course. So Malin Carson, I believe, is meant to be marshalling in this race, but her dad is standing in for her. But then Malin has also stood there almost next to her dad. So I suppose there's some sort of EFRA rule that says drivers under a certain age aren't allowed to marshal. Which is nice because it lets her just concentrate on the driving. So Group 5 is about a minute away from beginning their qualifying run. So in the next few minutes, the top 4 fastest heats, that's 6, 7, 8, and 9. They'll start coming out on the track, but not all at once, obviously. Just 12 or so at a time. So we're going to hopefully get receive and consume some ice cream by then. And then buckle down and get ready for some racing action. Not that there isn't racing action at the moment. I just mean the fastest guys and girls, of course. I think we have. I know we have. Obviously, there's Malin Carson, but I think there's one or two possibly other lady drivers here. There's definitely some mechanics here that are female. So it's good to have more equal representation, shall we say, on the racetrack. So we're a little past, less than 2 minutes left in this run. And there'll be another couple minutes, and then another 3-minute warm-up for Heat 6. And again, this is the final round of qualifying. It'll wrap up at about 5:30 local time, Portugal time or UK time. And then we're back on the air. We'll be back on the air between 8 and 9. Well, 8:30 and 9:30 tomorrow morning. It just depends on the preparation that we need to concern ourselves with. And tomorrow wraps up at about 5:15, which is the end of the A final, or main final, I should say. Just getting in our ice cream order. So they do have ice creams. Yay for us. So where was I? Yeah, this is the last round of qualifying. The fastest drivers are about to come out in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We've got heats 7, 8, and 9. Don't worry, we will have full moving camera action. And don't worry, we will be following all the fastest drivers, as many as we can, in their race. So you don't have to ask us to follow a particular driver. If there is a friend of yours that's in one of the top heats, we'll give it a go to follow them if they're not one of the fastest guys. But please don't hold it against us if we're not able to find time to follow them. If nothing else, we'll try and follow them in the warm-up period. So the finals start tomorrow at 8:30 with 20-minute finals for the 164th, 132nd, 116th, 1/8, and quarter. And then the semis. The main final is 45 minutes long. That starts at 4:30 p.m. local time. I believe we will have a break of some sort in the middle of the day, similar to like what we had today. That would be. There is no break. Or is there? No. Oh, sorry. Between the quarterfinals and the semifinals, there's a practice semifinal. It's 10 minutes long. So basically, yeah, we'll just have to grab food, not during an extended break. So it seems like today's lunch break was a combination of today's lunch break and the non-existent lunch break that is tomorrow. So it was an hour and a half long, and about an hour into it, we did our pit walk, where Adam walked around talking to racers he didn't know, asking them things about their cars and what they think about the track. Scroll back to, it's about 3 hours ago.
They said they'd be back in half an hour.
No, we haven't got time to get any free ice cream.
Right, okay.
Any free. We've got to get back on in a minute.
So about 3 hours ago, I think, something like that. If not 3 hours, 4 hours, because it was at 1:30. So 1, 2, 3, 3 hours ago. 3¼ hours ago, to be precise. You can scroll back in the live stream to see the pit walk, and also we did a complete track walk as well, so showing you how slick that the tile hairpin is, where the start-finish line is, or I should say the finish line, and also how the track is holding up or not holding up, as the case may be, to all the abuse that it's getting. So it's quite interesting. Took us about, that was about 20 or 25 minutes of footage. And if you can't be bothered to scroll back, the track walk is available as a separate video clip. So if you go in the if you go back, if you go to the uploaded videos for RC Racing TV, there those videos will be there, as well as the top heats. So we're about to kick things up just a notch, and step it up a bit for this is Group 6, out on track at the moment just for the warm-up. And we're going to go back to a full moving camera, and the next voice you hear will be Adam Johnson.
Thank you very much, Frank. Back on the mic. We're on an unsuccessful hunt for ice cream. We will endeavour to be successful. We will not be denied.
Unsuccessful is one word. To what's the word? Describe that whole fiasco. It's an ice cream fiasco.
Ice cream fiasco.
You went to get ice cream and then came back and said, which ice cream do you want? So we all picked ice creams, and then you came back and said we all chose Magnum. Then you came back and said they have no Magnum. So I sent you back and just said just get anything, and then you came back and said they've sold out of everything.
They were just out of, no, that's what they meant first time around. They were out of everything. Not just the Magnums. To be fair, when you first went, you forgot to ask full stop.
Yeah,
so it's 4 tiers.
That's just a bit forgetful. Oh, it's my fault that Adam went 4 times for ice cream.
3?
Once for ice cream, then came back and said, what do you want? We said Magnum. Then you went back and went, okay, they're out of Magnum. What else do you want? And then, it was 4.
To be fair, he actually did go to look for ice cream.
Thank you.
Get on the camera.
This is like that Snickers advert, isn't it?
Digestives.
Not my digestive biscuits. I'm thinking, well, you turn into a real diva when you don't have ice cream.
I get very deepish. What?
So we have about a minute of warm-up to go before we're running into Heat 6 now. And here's your lineup for Heat 6. We've got Angel Trillo, Boca Rodriguez, Hugo Kuna, Milan Dragilovic, Pedro Sousa, Alberto Pelias, Graham Miller, Steve Shakespeare, Olegasar Caldueno, Nuno Ferreira. Yeah, so with that, so after the final two, Alejandro Gual and Ricardo Abreu.
Just before we get underway with the next round, we are RC Racing TV. My name's James Parry. I'm here with, I nearly forgot your surname, Adam Johnson.
Yes.
I nearly forgot your surname. Oh, memory blank. And Frank McKinney over on camera. We're here live in Portugal for the 1/8 Euro B EFRA Buggy Championships. We're here, thank you to EFRA, and of course to TKR Graphics and our replay sponsors VRC Pro. 5 minutes on the clock. Over to you,
Thank
Adam.
You know when you could see something coming and you're just like, nah, it's going to happen, isn't it? Anyway, let's get underway in this session. This is our, whatever the word for penultimate, that means four to go. So we have this and then 3 heats of qualifying to go for the entirety of qualifying for the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships.
Quadrultranate. Quadrultranate. And the next one will be the trialternate.
Is that an actual word? Or have you just made that up?
Made it up.
I like it. I think it should be a word.
Well, I might write to the Oxford Dictionary.
Quad ultimate. So this is the quad ultimate heat of qualifying in the very final round. Round 4. Who's Frank picked up there? I think that's car 3. We've got on the screens. And it'll be Hugo Cunha. Down the back straight. The sun starting to set down just a little bit lower now. Getting lower and the face is off to sort of behind our position now. It's been baking down relentlessly. It's been a warm day, I think it's the best way of putting it, but a rather pleasant one overall. Especially now we have hats to stave off brutal sunburnage, or to aid in our resistance of. Rather nice vintage VW Beetle cruising down the road. Sorry, I didn't get distracted by that. Back to the cars on the track here. Flying down the back straight. We're 2 minutes into the session. Through the granite hairpin, which is shining up more and more as the sun shines on it from that direction. Down the main straight and round again. Well, I say round again. Didn't really make it round again that well. So, I'm just observing Milan Dragilovic, who's showing us at the top of the scorecards right now. He's the pink and blue car. It's just going over the EFRA turntable. Not the turntable, the tabletop. Down the back straight, over the double jumps. And now he's heading into Frank's favourite part of the track, the granite hairpin. With traction just not improving there at all. It started basically at 0. It started with no traction. And it doesn't have much of it left. We're into the middle sector now. Dragilovic trying to keep it as neat and tidy as it's possible to be at this later stage of the afternoon. The track really starting to break up now, really dry, abrasive, with that rubbered-in, smoothed-off line, and plenty of loose gravel accumulating just off the racing line. It's been a constant challenge for the engineers and the crew chiefs down there, the mechanics, to try and keep these cars on setup. Dragilovic making a little mistake there at the first corner. It's been big day for these competitors, big first day, and it's one that will set their destiny and how their chances for tomorrow will be. And Dragilovic is enjoying quite a nice run here. He's actually not that far off the mystical 9-lap club we've been talking about all day. He's on 8 laps on a 5-minute 1.8, so he's not a million miles off it, you know. He's running very well, nice and smooth. And I wonder if you're going to see some of the best times of the day here. We have heard that all through the day, the track is supposed to be getting worse, losing grip with every run. But that could potentially go the other way and be countered by these guys getting more and more of a feel for the track, getting more practice, getting more laps down, getting their setup more on point, and really putting a fast one out of the bag right now. Now, of course, you have to be consistent and be strong throughout all 4 qualifying sessions. It's not a case of your best run goes forward. But with drop scores in play as well, there's still a lot to play for here, and there's a lot still going, and it's more of a morale boost going in tomorrow if you set up a really good run here. Dragoslovic just having to negotiate some upside down cars there, as you do. Standard practice in most races here. As the heat comes to its conclusion, drivers will start finishing their run right about now. And as soon as they're all complete, I'll throw the final results up on screen for you. Dragoslovic is the first to complete. Didn't quite get that 9 lap run in the end, but it was very, very strong nonetheless. That was still probably his best run of the day by some considerable distance. So everyone's done. So results then. This will be a last heat 6 of qualifying. Milan Dragoslovic with the late deep 6, going right in with the 5 minutes 3.787. Miguel Angel Trillo in the junior category with a decent 8 lap run as well. Ricardo Abreu, Walker Rodriguez, Alberto Peleas, Nuno Pereira, Mari Garcia Calduino, first of the seniors here. Pedro Sousa has been putting in some pretty decent runs throughout the day. That wasn't one of his better ones, but he still finishes with 8 laps in 5 minutes 23. Steve Shakespeare, he's had a bit of a rotten day all told, and he'll be happy to get through for tomorrow and see what he can do overnight, see what changes he can make to the car overnight to really improve things and get himself going on the right track. Graham Miller completes the 10. Alejandro Gual and Hugo Cunha rounded out. Quick as that. We're racing towards a conclusion here, so have a look. That starting lineup for Heat 7. Here's on screen. Leo Zerfler will lead off Anthony de Moraes. He's heard. Gabriel Magalhaes, Jeffrey Halsema, Fernando Almeida, Pablo Fortunio, Frederick Kaderberg, Charles Rodriguez, Sami Favre. And then concluding to Oscar Ingren and Pablo Landaburo. Rounded out. I'll get ready for their warm-up in just a second. Ready to go, the field warming up here. This should be the final Heat 7 of qualifying. Deep into round 4 now, deep for the conclusion. Qualifying, we are that much closer to finding out our TQ, finding out the order of play for tomorrow. Where it is an early start, we kick things off straight out at 8:30 local time. 164 finals, 2 of each. Sunday is a packed house of racing. Right through, the finals continue. And keep on coming straight through till 1 o'clock to be the fourth final. Then a little bit of respite. The drivers for the semi-finals get a practice. Not a huge amount though. As we have the semi-finals in 2:15. And then straight through into some of the bonus finals we'll have. We'll have the seniors final for the over 40 drivers. And the junior final. And then the grand final. Right at about 5:15 local time tomorrow, we will know our 2016 Euro B champion for the EFRA 1/8 buggy discipline. And right at about 5:30 today, we will know who our TQ is for the event. Can add to the list of people stopped at the roadside to watch the action. We've got a cyclist who's actually stopped to watch some of the action. Quite a few guys just on the fences there as well out the back. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you saw this sort of action out in front of you, why wouldn't you stop and take a look? Enjoyed seeing the cars just slow down, have a look and sort of drive by very slowly, and I thought, well, aren't you going to get in the way of the guy behind? There normally hasn't been a guy behind them for miles. So that's absolutely fine, really. .60 seconds to the start. Get ready to go. We have our coverage presented to you on RC Racing TV by the great folks at TKR Graphics and EFRA, of which we are the official media partner. Very proud to do so.
I think that might be a donkey, not a horse, across the road.
Well, very true. There is seems to be a donkey over the road from us. See if we can get a visual on it. Qualifying heat's underway regardless. We have a look as to who's coming around first. That'll be car number 4. Gabriel Magalhaes. Bright yellow car, hard to miss, even in such bright conditions here. It's a bright car for an equally bright and sunshiny day. Going to be lighting the way to some seriously fast lap times. I'm not so sure. It's been fairly quiet in the preceding sessions, but it's Zurfler who appears, or has had some of the speed early on. Reese Hurd has also been very quick in this group of drivers. So probably between those two as to who to watch. Stay on board right now with car number 4. Heading up towards the tabletop. Neat and tidy around the top end. So everyone by now appears to have their technique and their pace down. There's not a huge amount more to be gained, especially after all the practice sessions yesterday. They really do get a lot of practice on this track in most EFRA events. And then through the qualifying rounds today, huge amount of track time. So by this stage in the weekend, you really do know largely what you've got. And up around the tabletop once more. We're in heat 7 of 9, the qualifying round 4. Tiled hairpin, the granite hairpin, which I am more than convinced will play a big role in tomorrow's events. Probably has already played a big role in the events of today. In qualifying, with everyone trying to master the grip levels there. We've seen some attempted passes there already. Trust me, there are going to be people tomorrow who are put in desperate situations, especially those in the transfer spots or just outside looking in. And they are going to be the ones to pull the trigger on a potential pass down there, and that is where it could all come crashing down for certain people. Or work exactly the other way for certain people and be somewhat of a land of opportunity down there. Tucked in very nice. It's probably the best way to do it. Still lies there. Keep it tight on the apex. Not a huge amount of power on. Don't want to be swinging the back end up too much, although that is very spectacular when we've seen it so far. Great to watch. Just interested to have a look as to who is the outright fastest on the track right now. That would appear to be Pablo Landaburu, who's in car 12. See if I can pick him up for you, Frank. And let's see if we can find car 12. That's car 11 right in front of us. It's Turn Turtle. Thought I saw the double-digit number and feared the worst, that the commentary curse had come in very, very quickly. Thankfully, it had not. Here's car 12, the pink and green car right in front of us. Over the triple jumps in the S section with the yellow wheels and the black, black wing. Yeah, I think that's mostly a black wing. Probably made to look more grey by plenty of gravel on it. But that is Pablo Landaburu, who's jumping up here and really showing some pace that has been hitherto unseen so far today. Been there or thereabouts, but not really the class of this group. But this is a lot better from Landaburu. Gradually stepping up. He's forecast for a solid 8 laps in 5 minutes 8 or so. Now down to 5 minutes 07. And these heats really felt like they've been flying by today. Burrow still your leader. Ticks on. Continues. Now this will have just the 2 sessions of qualifying to go. 2 heats to conclude the 4th and final round. We'll know our setup and our starting order for tomorrow's knockout finals. Over the tile hairpin, look at that. The lock up of the brakes. There is just nothing there. You're skating around it. You don't necessarily drive, you just skate. You skid. And you do what you can. 2 cars tight together. There's Landaburu. And that car coming up behind is car 7. Pablo Ortuño, who is technically not on the pace here, but appears to have something for Landaburu. But will be advised. Difficult to tell who would be holding the other up. I mean, Landaburu is ahead on the score sheets, on the timing sheets, but Ortuño appears to have more pace. But then again, he's down. He's only completed 3 laps, so he is well off the pace here. He must have had an issue. He's probably out there just to get some late miles on the track, get some laps in before tomorrow's racing, and probably deliberately staying behind Landaburu just to try not to interfere too much in Landaburu's race, whether he's multiple laps down, but it does look like he's quicker. Probably fueled up a lot more in the interim as the cars are coming around to finish now. We'll have our final look at the standings. I think Landaburu has done enough. Yes, he has. So we'll have a full look at the final finishing order. Heat 7 of 9, and it is Pablo Landaburu with a very solid run in the end. 5 minutes 08.4. It's a good run in the end. Reese Hurd, one of the pace setters in this group, second on a 5 minute 13.2. Patrick Kaderberg up there in third. Joao Rodriguez 4th. Sammy Fevre 5th. Oscar Ingren 6th. Jeffrey Halsema 7th, ahead of Anthony de Moraes, Yale Zurfleur, Gabriel Magalhaes. So Pierre, there we go. There's the mouse. Fernando Almeida and Pablo Ortuño complete the list then. We were just talking about what is the 3rd and 4th alternates for penultimate. We are now into the penultimate heat itself of qualifying. We're very, very close now to the end of day 1 of 2 out here in Freixedas, Portugal, in this most picturesque part of the world. Really has been a treat to be out here. and we're looking forward to a great day of racing top to bottom tomorrow. Meantime, here's the starting lineup for Heat 8 of 9. And there are guys up in here, I can tell you, who are in direct contention. Kanyas was actually in the TQ spot after 2 rounds. I didn't see the update after round 3, but I'd imagine he's done nothing to hurt his cause since then. So Juan Carlos Kanyas looking for that TQ spot overnight. Thiago Aguirre has got to be up there as well. Nuno Rebelo, Alessandro Ramia, Roman Volta, then Manuel Iniesta, Alberto Ruiz, Bradley Baird, Alec Marcon, and Alvaro Mordones are your 10. They're also joined by Batista Bru and Ruben Barranco. This will be, again, a little bit of an acid test to see whether the track is indeed losing grip, if it's keeping rather well, if these guys are keeping up with the setup of the track, because those guys, mainly Kanyas, were able to put in 2 consecutive 9-lap runs across rounds 2 and 3. And that really solidified his spot at the top of the standings. But of course, there are still drop scores to play into consideration, and tiebreakers as well. Wonderful thing about qualifying is that in this format, very rarely is it over before the final round. Of course, if someone sweeps the rounds in terms of wins, that's just pure dominance. You can't stop that, really. But in most cases, it's very hard for someone to completely beat down qualifying and leave it out of nowhere. And Ashley Patterson on the stream, who pointed out earlier, was it the Neo? Here I recognise the name. With a request to follow Bradley. A request to follow all day. Various cars. Best chance to do it. Right now we are paying attention to Juan Carlos Kanyas. I think that'll be the guy we'll have to focus on in this session. Potential TQ in prospect for Kanyas in the bright red and yellow car. The yellow rear wing and yellow wheels. The warm-up is ticking down. We've still got a couple of minutes to go in warm-up, so we've got our coverage flag to flag, light to light, session by session. We'll be missing a thing tomorrow. We have kept you abreast of everything today, live on RC Racing TV, with our coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships, presented by EFRA, are the official media partner of them, and of course by TKR Graphics, and the sponsors of our replays, the guys at VRC Pro. .30 seconds then. We'll get the heat underway. And all eyes will be on Kanyas for this one. But suffice we pay attention to Thiago Aguirre, who also nailed the 9-lap run in the last session, in the last round. And these guys have remained really quick throughout. So let's see, right off the back, if we can pick up Kanyas in car 1. I'll keep an eye out for him. Which in itself would be a difficult thing to do, given by how fast he's been all day. There's Guyard beneath us right now in the red and yellow car. But, Frank has picked up Kanyas. Yes, he has. Over the TKR triple. With the second triple section round the S-bends. Clipping every apex. This has been really, really great to watch. Just a great display of driving. How to be in control, yet out of control when needs be. Really handling this track well, and really, Kanyas has been able to do this session after session, and that is what's so impressive. He's been able to come out here and put down some really, really great speed. And also, and most crucially for dirt racing, I'd argue, minimise the mistakes. We saw that in the Neo, we see it in with every single major dirt off-road racing discipline in RC racing. Minimise the mistakes, something that's very difficult to do in dirt racing. You often win the race.
Isn't that the theory for all sport?
To be honest with you, there's not many sports that do reward mistakes.
No.
I'll be real with you, but...
Like javelin.
No.
That doesn't reward mistakes.
No. Football, I'd argue, probably doesn't. Yeah, no, I'm drawing a blank on sports that... That's one of those classic commentary things, isn't it? When you analyse it out of context, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the point being, in dirt racing, mistakes are very easy to make. And with the nature of the style of racing, minimising such mistakes are so difficult. Those that do are normally around 3/4 of the way there with an overall win. But Kanyas continues on his way. He's still top there. I wonder, is he on a 9-lap run? He is forecast at a 9-lap run, and he's actually going quicker than ever. This has been phenomenal stuff from Kanyas. He's been on it since round 2. He was no slouch in round 1, but he's been just tearing up the track since then. Really, really great work from Kanyas. On the tar. Oh, he's got that corner down to a fine art now, hasn't he? And Jay's both nodding in approval there. That is great stuff. No neat and tidy through there, but I just love the way that the car behaves so well. It's so neat and tidy when needed. It's going to have to be neat and tidy here. He's got traffic to deal with. Oh, that was good. That was very good. Picked his spot, made the pass. They look easy, and that sets him up well again for tomorrow as well. He does need to make passing through the field, which, if he gets TQ, shouldn't have to be a factor, but if he does fall behind... Oh, a little bit of mistake at the end of the straight. He has lost time there. I told you, mistakes are very hard to avoid in this discipline. In general, I think he's also done very well given how much I've been trying to jinx him and laying all this praise on him. The fact he's done so well is just remarkable to watch, really. And we have a VRC Pro replay. Just you see the second jump there. Oh, he just clips the rear wheels coming down off the horizontal on the tabletop, and it veered him off into the outside barrier there. He just took a few seconds to recover. Have those seconds cost him a 9-lap run. We'll see when he comes around this time. Comes across the scoring loop. There it is. Yeah, he's over. No, he is still on a 9-lap run. That's how quick he's going. He is still on a 9-lap run. And that tells you all you need to know, really. This has been a great drive. Just behind is car 10, which is Alvaro Mordones. All eyes on Kanyas, who's got just in front of him the number 2 of Thiago Aguilar, who's running second at the moment, and he's also on another 9-lap run. Now, Aguilar, we should not forget about here at all. We're laying all this praise on Kanyas, but Aguilar is also got a bit of a slip there. He's so on the edge through the granite hairpin. Love it, but it's also very much heart and mouth stuff. Aguilar is right there as well in terms of pace, and is in that very, very solid 9-lap club, which is one that has not been populated by many people today. So I keep saying, if these guys are able to produce that sort of pace consistently, that bodes well for their race pace. And I really think those guys in that bracket have got every chance, because they're up there on raw pace. And Kanyas makes the pass down the back straight. I think Aguilar was pretty polite with him there. Just about, as we come to the end of the session. Another session that has just flashed by in the blink of an eye. Alberto Rui Baptista de Bru also finishing off here. Cañas and Aguilar once again on 9-lap runs. This has been really, really good stuff to watch. Both of them putting in some great drives here. As they come around to conclude their respective laps. Doesn't matter too much for them, but of course, they're in that 9-lap bracket. They've also got to beat each other out. So Cañas and Aguilar. Cañas finishes. Aguilar too. Mardones will be over the line very soon. And that will pave the way for us to show you the finishing result. Juan Carlos Cañas with another impeccable run. 5 minutes 27.311 for the 9 laps. Just great stuff. Thiago Aguilar second. 5 minutes 36.6 for 9 laps. Still in that 9-lap bracket, but there's context for you. 9 seconds behind Cañas in the end on raw pace. Alberto Ruiz, we should give credit, he wasn't far off a 9-lap run himself. He was only half a second off. Finished third. Fourth for Elliot Marcon. Fifth for Nuno Belio. Alessandro Remia, 6th. 7th for Alvaro Mardones. 8th for Baptista Bru. 9th for Manuel Iniesta. And 10th for Brad Baird. And then Roman Valter and Ruben Barranco complete 12. As we get ready for the top heat. This is a very top heat in qualifying. So far, these guys have had to play catch up to Juan Carlos Cañas in the heat we've just seen, heat 8. So, do any of these guys have anything to respond with? It would appear so far the answer is not likely, potentially, but so far, no. We did see some 9-lap runs out of this group earlier. And if any of them want to stop Cañas, this is probably the minimum that they're going to have to demand. So here's your lineup for it. The very last heat of qualifying out here at Freixedas in Portugal. Gonzalo Melo, who has been one of the strongest in this group overall across qualifying. Alejandro Duras, then Thomas Musso, Joao Lopez, another one to watch there. One of the home favourites. 2 home favourites there, in fact, in Melo and Lopez. And then Zacharias Villalbas, Guilherme Hebert, Christian Villar, Vincent Miertans, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, and Felix Kurgler complete the 10. Let's not forget the final 2 in this heat. It's Michael Todd and Kevin Michaudet. So, nearly at the end of day 1, the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. Our coverage all day and all weekend on RC Racing TV, presented by TKR Graphics and EFRA, the official media partners. We are the official media partners of EFRA for the 2016 RC Racing season. Cars in the pits ready to go. They've just been given the command to hit the track. Away they go. And their warm-up laps are we keenly aware that this will be their last chance to really fire a notable salvo ahead of tomorrow and serve notice to the competition. What they have. And picking up another car and carrying it on your back is probably not the way to do it. It looks impressive though. Up over the tabletop. And really, the racing action itself tomorrow should be brilliant, the way this track has been racing so far. Especially with that granite hairpin there. That is designed to be the banana skin of all banana skins, really. So here is then your starting grid for the final heat of qualifying here at Freixedas in Portugal. Gonzalo Melo, one of the guys to watch in this one. He's been consistently probably the strongest in this heat. But they'll all have to go some to rival Juan Carlos Cañas, who's been setting a blistering overall pace in Heat 8. With Alejandro Duras, Thomas Musso, Joao Lopez and Zacharias Villalba will all be hoping to do the same thing. Guilherme Hebert, Christian Villar, Vincent Meertens, Nuno Caçaro-Rivera and Felix Kogler are 10 of 12, and here's the final two. Michael Todd and Kevin Michaudet complete the lineup. And this is probably, well, this will be the last heat of qualifying for the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. From the very early start tomorrow, it'll be all about the racing. And these guys have one last shot here to really serve notice to the competition as to their chances of winning the trophy and what they have to everyone else. But remember, as I said, when Carlos Cañas has really been the one to watch. Out of Heat 8, he's running some super strong stints and laps. And the thing to watch closely for this one is to be if anyone can get onto that elusive 9 laps in 5 minutes target, because that has been a club not full of many people this weekend. And let's get ready to go. We're on the way. As I say, if anyone can hit that 9 laps in 5 minutes mark, they'll be right up there with the pace that Cañas has been showing this weekend. We straight away pick up car 2, Alejandro Duras, Spain. It'll be interesting to see how the styles compare. It's a little bit of a scrappy start for him, he wouldn't wanted that. And that's the great thing about this qualifying style, you really have to nail it lap after lap. There is no one fast lap. You can't scrub off laps and go, nope, that doesn't count. I made a mistake. I'll have to go again. Doesn't matter. You just have to keep clicking off the clean laps time after time and make them as quick as you damn well can. Through the first corner. Rear end looking a little bit loose on that car. A little bit like it's trying to over-rotate in some of the corners, but I think it's the way this car is set up. Gets the power down and then makes the turn using the throttle. You just see it coming out of the corners there. Keeps on and up around the EFRA hairpin. You see it there. As soon as the power comes in, that's where the turning comes in as well. Down the back straight, they're going into that hairpin, through the granite hairpin. Look at this, how tricky this is going to be. Not much of a slide through there though, so it's interesting to see the contrast in styles. And over the TKR triple they go. And Duras is actually leading on the timesheet so far. And it's Melo and Musso, as well as Vincent Meertens, who are on 9-lap runs here. So I think some guys here are finding pace even they didn't know they had so far this weekend. Really pulling out all the stops here late to try and get what they can. Alejandro Duras is there or thereabouts, but let's see if we can pick up car 1. Gonzalo Melo. Look out for car 1. It has been the fastest car consistently in this heat, and it'll be one that will be taking the fight to Cañas. It has been taking the fight to Cañas all day. He's looked really, really strong. Here comes car 1 through the middle section of the circuit, over the triple jump there. It's the white into red into green car with the white wing, white wheels. Straight away we have a lock on Melo, Gonzalo Melo. And Melo putting in some really, really neat and tidy laps here. Melo at the moment is looking like the fastest one here, but here's the tricky part for him. His predicted time for the session is still a good 8 seconds down on the best from Cañas. Where does he find that 8-second time, and where does anyone find that time really? It'll be difficult if we keep chipping away at it. The guys in the 9-lap bracket forecast for so are Alejandro Duras. Well, that looks to be about it actually. The others have faded. as briefly were on those sort of laps. And that's the thing, a lot of these guys can put out the sort of lap times that can get you a 9-lap run, but they can't do it lap after lap. They can't do it so consistently, and especially at this late stage of the day. I find it so impressive these guys can do that lap after lap, with the track probably in its worst state than it's been in all day. Even after we did our track walk earlier at lunchtime, it was dry, it was divoted, it was rutted, it was abrasive, it was coming apart in certain areas, wearing through to the bottom layer of compacted granite and material. And since then, it's probably only got worse, with more and more cars running on it, more and more heat and sunshine beating down on it. For these guys to still produce the goods here tells me that these guys are really keeping up with the track and the surface changes. And Melo is improving. He's forecast to do 5 minutes 33.6 for 9 laps now, so he's improving a little bit. Still not quite where he'd want to be, but as I said before, anyone who's been able to run these 9-lap stints in qualifying will be there or thereabouts in terms of race pace, and I think they'll be feeling pretty confident going in tomorrow. They may not have the outright fastest car, they may not have the TQ, they have a car fast enough to contend in the race. A big slide there, big slide, putting the power on right down and getting the grip back in where there is none. Really neat and tidy for the first corner. Melo keeping it all together. This is a good run from one of the many home drivers here. I think Melo's going to be the fan favourite here for the home fans. One of many. Joao Lopez as well in there. And plenty of home representation. Portugal proud of its RC racing. Proud to represent here this weekend as the session is coming towards its conclusion. Whoa, big spin there. Has that ruined Melo's 9-lap run? We'll find out here. Nope, he's still on his 9th lap now. So he has on his 9th lap now, so he will get that run in. Alejandro Darius will as well. So Joao Lopez and a few others still to finish. They're coming across the line. And Darius completes his 9 laps now. We'll show you the full times in just a second once Melo comes across the line. Mertens, Michael Todd and Kurgler are also to finish. And any second now, Melo will conclude and will, as I'll show you on the results, just about to come up, will take out the session. So here's your final score then. Gonzalo Melo, another really strong drive. Wasn't quite on Carlos Cañas level of raw speed, but it is right up there, and he is going to be feeling pretty confident going into tomorrow's races. Alejandro Duras is there or thereabouts too. Your only 2 9-lap runners there. That's been about the top end of speed all day. Thomas Musso 3rd, Guilherme Hebert 4th, Joao Lopez 5th, Zacharias Villalba, then Christian Villar, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, Kevin Michaudais, Vincent Mertens, and then completing the lineup it's Michael Todd and Felix Kurgler. And so that will just about wrap it up for day 1 of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships here in Freixedas in Portugal. It's been a warm, sunny day. It's been one that spectators and passers by on the road behind the track have enjoyed alike. I hope you've enjoyed it on the stream. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. And tomorrow we have wall-to-wall finals for you. We'll be kicking it off 8:30 local time. And that's also UK time as well. It'll be the first of the 164 finals. 2 finals each for each round. And be moving through right through to 1 o'clock, where they'll have a brief respite for a practice session for the semi-finals. And then the semi-finals itself at 2:15 local time. And then we have our bonus finals, the seniors final at 3:30, the junior final at 4 o'clock, and then the 45-minute grand final to decide our EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Champion 2016. Do not miss a single second of tomorrow's action. We'll be bringing it all to you. From myself, Adam Johnson, James Parry, Frank McKinney. We'll see you tomorrow.